you, nobody. What you waiting for? We're getting closer by the step. Feels like it's just getting started. sure I could be what you want. It'll only take a second for me to change who I've become. I know you think me wrong, but I can change who I'll be. That'll make you happy. That'll make it. If that'll make it. If that'll make it. If that'll make you happy. If that'll make it. If that'll make you happy. Wanna get lost in this moment, long enough that we lose focus. Wanna feel your breath upon me. I won't forget you in my story. Give you space, that is what you need. I'm hoping that this time out it won't just be dreams. I wanna change who I've become. I know you think me wrong, but I can change who I'll be. That'll make you happy. That'll make you. If that'll make you. If that'll make you happy. If that'll make you. If that'll make you happy. If that'll make you. If that'll make you happy.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Ashes got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez. But he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Trollocs win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
Hello everybody, welcome back into day 2 of IEM Krakow here. Very excited to get into things once again, as yesterday I feel left us with some, not hard upsets, but definitely some unexpected results going the way of teams that maybe you wouldn't have thought, especially in our games, right? As we had some very, very close, very one-sided matters. It was pretty interesting yesterday, but hopefully we get some more of that coming into today as well. Yeah, really excited to get into things once again now.
Same here, brother. I mean, I feel like yesterday we did get treated a little bit in terms of some of the level of Counter-Strike we were seeing. So some really awesome moments. I mean, even this first game of the day as well, right? We're looking at this Paravision side, which has got everybody's attention right now. You know, they just lifted a trophy. They're showing just how good they can be at a top tier 1 level. And they're going into a heroic side, which granted do have a standard at the moment, but are still a pretty difficult side to put to bed. And they were able to do it. And I think for Paravision, all eyes are on them in this tournament, especially in this first stage as well, of just how far they can go. Flip side, we followed that up with a bit of NRG and Bait as well. And again, coming towards this one, it kind of felt like it was going to be pretty smooth sailing for Bait on map 1, but it was anything but.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it looked to be a matchup that Bait were going to win, especially straight out of the gate, looking really good. But NRG, I think impressing. That for me, maybe the bigger game of the day, you know, like
Agreed.
the sort of bigger upset of the day. So yeah, really solid from NRG. And OC, as you saw there on your screens as well, really just smashing heads. He was absolutely fantastic, which I think, you know, we're UK boys, but we can kind of jump on the NA bandwagon a little bit and certainly feel excited for them. These are your games, of course, here on the B stream going through today as well. Just a 3 for today, so not quite as stacked, but still some really hot matchups here. Looking forward to that NIP game. I've not had a chance to catch the NIP on a cast myself, so it'd be cool to check in with those guys and see how they're looking this year. Yeah,
exactly, right. And I think, you know, with Passion UA, it's also always a bit of a question mark of where this side are kind of standing, I think, in the international realm. We know domestically they're always going to be quite strong and always going to be quite solid, but it's what they can do on the big stages, of course. This is how the upper bracket is looking currently. Paravision Aurora over in the A stream, that's a pretty spicy game, I will say, as well. Liquid G2, obviously a bit of history there as well. BC Game, big win for them as well over Legacy. And you know, all the haters very quiet. Simple looked electric in that one, so I gotta give him credit. He looked very solid. BC Game also as a whole looked pretty damn solid as well. Really decent recovery there. So them against 3D Max, it'll be quite interesting. Over in the lower bracket though, this is now where we're talking about sort of a bit more of life on the line type stuff, right? This is about trying to find a bit of form, pick up a bit of slack after a little bit of a slow day 1 and make up for it here in towards day 2, right? It's standard stuff, but this game here, Pain Bay, both sides, you actually have big expectations of climbing and being a consistent tier 1 force, but they're just outside of that realm.
Yeah, really serious stuff, right? There's so much that comes into a lower bracket side of things. You don't want to be going out quickly in the tournament just as a competitor, but you also have that VRS, of course, that is always looming. And for teams like this, major cut-off and things like that, you know, you don't want to be on that precipice or just barely squeaking through or just barely not making it, right? It can be really scary. Sure. And it's times like this at an event like Krakow that you have to perform and you have to keep working. Got Pain here as well on the screen as you see them coming in. Looking forward to catching this team, actually. They've made a couple of moves recently, and I think the moves look exciting, but we have to start asking questions about this Pain team and whether they can find success in the near future.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a weird spot, Pain, right? Because, you know, at one point last year, even kind of in the last couple of years, Pain have been, I think, one of the kings of upset teams, right? Really solid performances, actually sort of punching up quite a lot. And now, within the last, I would say, 6 months or so, that's all gone. They're not going as deep in tournaments. They weren't looking as strong on a kind of a competitive international stage. And now they're trying to get back into it. And it is one of the new pickups as well. VSM, a guy who I think plenty of people, even if you're a little bit more of a casual watcher, should know about it. We have an interview with Big Azera. Let's go check it out.
Big Azera. It's a big morning here. I should say afternoon. How are you guys finding Poland? It's a little chilly, huh?
Yeah, so cold here. Very different than Rio. I'm from Rio, so there was 40 degrees. Right now we have, I don't know, -5 maybe. So very different. I got some flu, but here I am, right?
Yeah, you got to watch out for the flu. Speaking of which, I'll just take a little sidestep over here. It's not a big deal. Yeah, so let's talk about it. Yesterday, it necessarily didn't heat up for you guys. So what happened yesterday?
I don't know. I just felt yesterday we got some rounds that we couldn't lose, like situations, and some rounds we were not active, like we were not calling plays and these kind of things, you know. And sometimes we got punished because if you don't play fast and normally the rounds have a time. So if you don't play in this time, in the last few seconds and the last 20 seconds of the round, they get a lot of grenades, and there's no way to get in some sites, you know.
So let's say, hypothetically, you guys went back to the hotel. You got a good night's sleep. You had to recalculate, refocus to come back in here to play B8 today. How did you? Is that pretty much how that happened? Did you go back to the hotel? You get ready for the game today? Can you talk us through that?
Yeah. We made a quickly review there, and we just talk about some rounds and this kind of things, but not a big thing. And yeah, we slept well, and yeah, all good for today.
So, because our last question after this, who is the biggest threat for you guys when you look across the way for B8? Who's going to be the biggest problem for you in the server, you think?
All tournament?
For this match in particular against B8?
Yeah, maybe him. NPL, maybe.
Look, he's just looking right at us. He's just menacingly looking at us.
Yeah, I could say him, but also the Alper, because we don't know anything about him. It was the first game on HL TV yesterday, so we know nothing about him. So, yeah, I think they both.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Don't worry, Biggest Error, no one knows anything about Segakawa just yet, but we're starting to get to know. After yesterday's debut, especially that first map, a really solid performance. It wasn't consistent, but that's what's expected of a 16-year-old in his first ever game on HLTV. It is absolutely mental, of course, the level he stepped up into, Scriv, you know, kind of going from basically playing a bit of Face It to IEM Krakow.
Yeah, and I mean, he looked okay. I think certainly there are things to be improved upon, of course, as you would expect. But debut map was good, and then you kind of have that flip to the opposite end of the spectrum where you had a really poor second map. So we'll see. We'll keep our eyes on him. It's good that we get to track him a bit more here on the B stream. Vito going through on the bottom of your screens, of course. Nothing too crazy. They keep that Anubis. I was curious about the Anubis. Neither of them have really played it too much as yet. They keep it all the way to the end, but nobody brave enough to kind of go for it ultimately. So a pretty standard Vito, Dust 2 Mirage, and Inferno. Feels like we're going to be getting this quite a lot here now, maybe on the B stream as well. These selection of maps at the moment. Nobody taking too many risks in terms of the map choices.
I'm going to say, though, standard in terms of maps, yes. Not standard in terms of unexpected. Why have Pain picked into Dust 2? Like, this is such a crazy one for me that they've picked into. This feels such a wild move. It's not a great map for them. They lost yesterday against Astralis. Bait destroyed on it yesterday. So this feels like a very, very rogue move. This is the map in which Bait won 13-4 on and did not pull any punches. Looked incredible. Segakawa was untouchable on it. I don't know why Pain have picked into this, unless they've spotted something in that demo that we didn't see. But what we saw was NRG barely being able to scratch the surface of a Bait side who looked incredible. So let's see. We're underway. First game of the day here, day 2 on the B stream. Pain versus Bait. We kickstart things on Dust 2. Pain's pick. And I'll say it nice and early. I'm questioning it.
Well, we're going to find out. They start off on that T side as well, which is where I feel we've had these teams struggling so far in this tournament. A very, very flat T side at times. So you have to remain creative here. Doing a bit of that. Faking the mid to B. As they will actually make their way up short, and it has worked. There's a lot of presence over on B for Bait. There's an advanced move down long for Alex, so there's nobody here to really stop them getting this bomb down, which I think they will take. They'll be happy with that. They can reset back to a bit more of a neutral game. The Julies are on the way, though. That's what you've got to keep your eyes on. We all saw that. Segakawa didn't quite make the jump, but it's all good. It's a little tough. First kill will come in. VSM on the clock. Snow to assist as well. You can't be serious. How has VSM found 2 kills? How's he not died? What is going on there? Absolutely blessed on short to kick us off. And it will be Payne to take the pistol.
Yeah, that is, I want to say a little bit fortunate, but it was actually a kind of a two-pronged setup on towards short. So even if the close player goes down, Snow's a little bit further away. All in all, I'm questioning the pick still, and it's going to remain until we get to, well, its conclusion. But it's actually not a bad start. They found a gap. Pretty simple T-side setup where you take that short control, you contact through in towards the A side. It's nothing out of the ordinary, but the question is now, what can they do with it? Snow, 3 kills, one of which being a teammate. As Big as Era goes down, has to call from the grave, but it's back into a 3 versus 3. So, yes, they've got a bit of control towards long, but it comes at quite the cost.
Noting the MP7s here, 2 of them out very quickly for Payne. So, yeah. Maybe been doing.
I was using it last night, dude. It's pretty good, I gotta say.
All right.
It's pretty powerful. It does feel like a bit of a pocket rifle.
Oh, gotta be careful over on short there. Timing could get the better of NQZ. Oh my god, you can't be serious. Oh,
no way. No
hello?
Way. Oh my god.
He nearly gets a kill, man. That's insane. He must have jumped up Xbox backwards to just not see him, which is kind of mental to think. So now man advantage. And look at the HPs here. Payne not looking good. They've got very little control as well, working their way in. Flash comes around. It's not quite good enough, but neither is the spray. They're so low here. VSM could save the day. Moves up onto the AK. He's now been located. And I think he has the information that he needs, in theory, to get this done. But one well-placed shot could decide this. I mean, in both sides, to be fair, they're giving him the space, allow him to get that bomb down. The player over at Gandalf is just causing some doubt, but he's pretty sure that there's a guy over there, and he will get the transfer. Absolutely beautiful stuff. VSM, the standout player of yesterday, might just do it again.
Brilliant work from VSM. He started to kind of decipher what was going on in that setup, and especially because there'd been 0 long contact. Nobody had wrapped him in towards ramp like through CT. After he gets the first kill, then he starts to realize this has to be a setup here. This has to be a crossfire. It's the only real thing it can be, following the lack of information I've got. Nice work though, really, really good stuff, and he bails them out of what was looking like a dicey position. Even though he can still take away some niceties from it, right? You know, they are making it expensive on these low buys.
It is true, and I mean, it's something that, you know, Bait are somewhat famous-ish for. Big find from Kentazor, and all of a sudden we've got 2 MP7s.
He's gone.
And a P250. This is not good. Oh, big find from Big Uzera. And then the remaining 4 are stacked on top of each other. So yes, you've got numbers, but the map control aspect somewhat out of the window. MPL, what have you got for us? Eagle trained up. Got to deal with him. Oh, yeah. Oh no. Oh no. They give him way too many chances. And MPL delivers.
Oh, yes. That is what you want to see. Cracking shots from MPL. Big Azera said in the interview, that's the man I'm worried about, and he was right to be worried about him. Brilliant work. After he missed the first, I thought he looked a little flustered. It might actually fall a little south. Not to be. Bait bite back on a lower buy, and because it was a minimal investment, only half buy there, they got plenty of cash to go around heading into round number 4. AWP in play for Sekikawa. You look at the flip side for Payne, an expensive round prior, and then that one they lose as well. The knock-on effect is dire when it comes towards the investment. We've got the Eagles across the board, 1 Tech 9, 1 Scout.
Crazy stuff. I mean, exactly what we wanted.
This is what I'm expecting out of this game as well, by the way. Just a bit of chaos, a bit of carnage, just how it should be.
Yeah, I mean, the meeting of the minds here, as it were, between these two teams. I think they both approach the game in that kind of fashion. So this Payne squad especially, it's kind of what Big Azera was talking about in the interview, that they maybe weren't moving fast enough. They weren't forcing utility and things like this.
Yeah.
So perhaps a bit against their DNA yesterday. Maybe that's why they pick Into Dust too, right? It's a map that you can play around with and indeed pick up the aggression as and when you want. Trickle smokes coming in. Sekikawa looking for a gap, misses the drop. I think it will have been heard. Molotov comes in. Not quite good enough to deal with him, but he also can't really set up a shot. So a little awkward for him. The rest of the team chiming in, right? And they're all very distracted by this AWP. Second
yeah.
Keeps them coming. That's clean.
That's work. 3-piece for the youngster. We saw on Dust 2 yesterday, he was incredible. This was a really, really good map from him. And it's worth mentioning again, especially in this first half on the CT side. That's where he did a lot of the heavy lifting for Bait. Keep an eye on this, right? He feels very versatile. He's quite flashy with it as well. Likes to be a bit puggy. That's the kind of AWP that can make life super difficult for a T side to set up. And feels like Pain, it's something they're going to have to try and figure out. Another one that Big Azera mentioned, right? So we don't really know too much about the AWP. And obviously was all right yesterday. So let's see. Op shot by Segakawa. He's no way he's going to escape from here. So he has to just try and take as many as he can before he falls. It's just the one. Op scooped up by Snow. Well, Turk his head around the corner.
All right, let's see if he can deliver anything here on this AWP. Slow creep up. Just looking for that peak, that overzealous Bait player. It doesn't seem to be coming. Meanwhile, we've got to move down short to grab info. MPL, in theory, perfectly played on the patient move. We'll kind of confirm the fact that they're perhaps locked into long.
Yeah, they're stuck now.
He's missed the timing. He is looking lower, so maybe they're not 100% sure. But again, it's all down to this AWP and Kenzazor's angle. Too tough. The AWP recovered, but not good enough. Bait will take the lead.
Yeah, beautiful work. Beautiful work. They don't even scoop up the AWP as well. Kenzie would much prefer to keep that AK. And they've got so much money on the Bait side as well, so they can buy into it. No issues. The only thing that really was a slight issue, that Segakawa missed shot. He gets tagged, and because he gets tagged, he just can't run away. If he misses the shot but doesn't get tagged, he actually is able to get around the corner to CT and fight again, but it's a very, very small issue in what is, so far, a pretty good start. Kent's still going to get up close. And PL just played here. Ahead of the kill, and see what they can do this time. Alex will be the first to fall to one of the newer pickups, Pariah.
Kentazor pushing mid here. Gotta be careful. Oh, man. Lands a dink through the corner of the box. That's not nice. That'll be a solid advantage for Pain to work with now. As Bait biting off a bit more than they could chew. Is there any chance of recovery? Still got this AWP in play. We look to him, as we have for the past 48 hours, to see what he's able to deliver. At the moment, going to have to be absolutely massive. He's smoked off as well, so his vantage point at middle is nullified, and it should be a save.
This is one of the big issues that we saw yesterday for Bait against NRG. I do think they have a tendency to overfight a little bit, and especially when they lose the man advantage, then they get even more giddy, where they really want to kind of reclaim as much space as possible, level the playing field as immediately as possible. And I think it's, unfortunately here, it's been quite costly. Pariah's got a nice two-piece, really, without having to move. Playing, waiting out towards long, and they come to him. Question about this save now. VSM going to go have a look. Such a tough angle to fight from, but they're really going to put a lot of eggs in the basket here to try and take as much as they can away. Smoke down, they're moving through, and oh, there goes both of them, in fact. So a perfect move by Pain. That could have been very expensive, which would have been, honestly, not the greatest thing in the world. They don't have long-term economy built up, but a nice hunt. VSM gets both, and once again, it got to be said, Scriv, he's looking sharp, and he, obviously, we spoke about it yesterday. He was the only player who was positive in that game yesterday, and he's, once again, looking really quite crisp.
Yeah, very much so. Started off very well. Both in the tournament, both in this map as well. So definitely looking to pick it up. And the recovered AWP, they wouldn't have had cash for it, I don't think. And the impact is immediately felt. We love it. Kenzazor down. And Pain actually looking pretty serviceable. There was a moment, wasn't there, where we both felt something in the water. Bait won their first rifle, and you thought maybe this is going to be the beginning of a streak here. But no, Pain have answered back really solidly.
Zera, flash over. I'll send Snow around the corner. Just as the first molly fades. Just ticking it, so information to be gained there for a sound cue, but I don't really know what you do if you're Bait here. Now, numbers advantage again. We've already spoken about a bit of a tendency to overface when they're in these numbers disadvantage situations. Minute on the...
Oh, big find from Big Uzera, entering in pretty cleanly. Once again, the initial moves here from Pain have been super effective. Should be another save out from Bait. They really are looking good, as moving into the bomb sites is just all too easy at the moment for Pain.
Yeah. I don't really know now what you do with your Bait, because we tried a bit of a quicker round, and Pain have held back a couple rounds ago, and they've netted a couple of kills. And then the flip side, you tried a much slower round where you've just sat back a little bit, and again, you've still been picked off and you've still been overwhelmed. So where's the gap in the armor? Pain so far looking pretty solid. And Bait not looking as sharp as they did against NRG. Against NRG, they weren't even giving them a second to take a breath. At the moment, Pain are being given a decent amount of space to maneuver around this map. The save is good, though. There's a bit of residual cash there. Buying around it's still a bit funky, but at least regardless, we'll squeeze something out. Looks like just Kenzie on a deagle. This is a drop on the floor. Technically, Segakawa could drop something for him. We've got the full build to util. We've got a couple of kits as well. They take a pause. I think this is a good time, right? You get Madden on the mic. Well, I say that, actually.
Yeah, I did notice
he's not sitting behind them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe you don't get Madden on the mic, and it's all on the shoulders of Alex, which actually, that's quite a big thing. I mean, I really feel like in the past, when things have been going rough for Bay, I think Madden's actually been quite a good saving grace to him. He's quite a stabling factor in this team. If they don't have him, that does change things.
Yeah, I did notice yesterday. I think there was like a hoodie on the chair or something, so I was like, oh, maybe he is, and we just can't quite see him, but no, I don't think he is.
Yeah, I saw a hoodie on, and I thought he'd taken it off and was standing up somewhere else. So I was like, oh, okay, he's just taking his hoodie off, but he's actually not there.
Yeah.
It's quite a big loss that they don't have him. He's really important towards the side. And maybe explains the capitulation of that second map yesterday as well.
Absolutely. Not keeping their heads in the game. That's what a coach is for. Kenzazor takes 2 heads, though. That's all he knows about heads, is how to shoot them. And just stopping that B-rush in its tracks completely. I suppose that's the one saving grace for Pain, is all that action happens so close in the tunnels that they actually don't follow up. So maybe they do have a chance of a slim recovery here. Unlikely angle from Alex, though. Yeah, really great spot and a great hold. They tried to fake things out a bit and rotate back towards B, but it's been snuffed out. We'll see here. Senthio got to be careful not to go down super fast. Beyond that, I don't really see Pain finding a way into this B site.
It's a really nice sort of ebb and flow in terms of where the information is, and Bay have done a good job. You know, at the same time, they're taking a pretty hefty fight over towards B. Long control taken, they wrap through, they spot nothing in towards mid. It's really, really nicely done. What a tough game from the right-hand side. So Big Azera's attention is drawn there. 40 points of HP, so this is a near impossible round to convert. And that'll be the case. Senpiao and Senthio will close it in a near flawless round coming forward. And a super impressive one. It's a bit of a gimmicky round. It's not one you can replicate time and time again, but it's a nice way to claw back quite a decent amount of momentum.
Pretty solid. We'll see if they can capitalize on it and keep it moving. Plenty of money available for Pain to answer back. And we have seen them be pretty good themselves at making sure to stop this Bait team and not allow them any solid momentum. Segukawa, despite blindness, had a great spawn for that peak. And he will take the frag. So, an early opener for Bait is exactly what the doctor ordered. Flash not quite making it over the box there. There you go, that one's a little better. However, the peak doesn't work out, so... comedy of errors over there for VSM, unfortunately. They will trade one back towards mid, though.
Happens to the best of us. That Segakawa shot, by the way, it felt like he had a couple of pixels to work with. That was so quick, and that wasn't too shabby either. Pariah goes down. Segakawa looking for a third, but that's the one he misses. He stays alive a little longer than I expected. But now there is a gap for Pain to work with here. 2 versus 3. Numbers don't favor them, and Snow is lucky to stay alive. But the bomb will go down. Now they're given the chance at a post plant, but the second HE will see Snow into the grave, and Big Azera caught on the swing. So it's a brief moment of pondering whether Pain can convert. But not to be. Hope will be recovered as well. And Bait back to winning ways, back into the lead.
Yeah, it might be a bit easier to track in like a demo or something, but I might start in my head keeping track of these Bait overfaces.
Yeah.
In all honesty, Segukawa there just kind of over swinging a little. And look, it's one of those things where if you can outshoot and everybody is better, which is maybe how Bait play is, that it's like as an individual team, they're just better than their opponent. If that is the case, maybe it works, but I think sometimes it can cost them in places where they could apply that discipline. So we'll see if that develops as things go on here. Segukawa. Ooh, bullets in between a couple there, but not quite landing through the smoke. Right idea and right read here. If they've got it correct, it is indeed that short control. Maybe a short move as well here from Pain. They're selling it. Smoke's going to start going down. We'll see if they end up on it.
Cynthia wasn't super convinced to come back over towards doors, but they've got to have heard the early presence towards short already. Got minute 10 on the clock. 3 players in this direction, so at the very least, it's a bolstered site. Hope's not here, though, and this is actually where Segukawa does a lot of his best work. Got long controls, so that's a good known quantity. Snow will dive down, and what a shot! A set the hell. We'll see you next round.
That's wild. I mean, he goes off the back of one flash. Could make all the difference. Segukawa with a couple of missed shots as well. Maybe could have slowed the roll. I think he was a dead man walking for sure.
Yeah.
He needed to go insane to keep this round alive. Exits on the way. Saving, of course, the main mission now for the remaining 2 Bait players. And even that is going to be tough. Pariah Jr., maybe the name that doesn't get talked about as much in this roster mania for Pain. Shots from him. MPL can't stay alive. But yeah, Pariah Jr. not looking too bad there.
No, not at all. It is one of the pickups for Pain, which is quite interesting. I think for VSM, I actually would say there's probably more question marks for VSM, at least it was because of the general feeling. Just because obviously he's been around and he's had some less than adequate stints, let's call it, right, where they haven't exactly worked out the way he's wanted. You look at some of the previous teams he's been on, they're not always thrived either. They're kind of the Fluxers, Double Nation, Oplano, MIBR, etc., right? And he's obviously had some decent highs, don't get me wrong, but it looks like he's a lot more calm in terms of his approach at the moment. I like what I'm seeing for him. But Pariah was the one where people were saying the skill ceiling is very high for this guy, and obviously we're starting to see moments of it. He seems quite self-sufficient as well, which I think is always a really decent sign for a riflet on the big stage.
Quicker short control this time around. Maybe not looking to fully sell off the back of it, but just scare them a little with how effective it was in the previous. Very widespread here, keeping pressure all across the map. Our Pain. One smoke coming in, trying to bait out some utility and really just, look bigger than they are, perhaps. But maybe it's some kind of a double fake out, as the rest of the team has now started to join Big Uzera in his short campaign here. So perhaps fancying their chances. The utility still available to get this going and get it going cleanly. Segukawa. Oh, man. Just makes it round the corner. That was close. He's a little nervy here and just does not set up in time. Will go down pretty much for free, and that's a big kill. They drop the AWP. They get the bomb plant off the back of it, and now Bait have a decision to make. Yeah, they're so far away with no info, no pressure from anywhere else that they are just going to save.
Pariah gets a freebie here, or he should at the very least. Alex is going to move for these doors. I don't know whether he checks him. He actually will, but Pariah gets the kill. Nonetheless, patience pays off for him. I really think we're at a bit of an interesting spot now when we're talking about Segukawa, right? Because obviously when the highs are higher and they're working really well, he obviously looks very good, but he's so flicky. And I just feel like at the moment, in kind of the way CS2 warping is, isn't paying off for him. He's not doing bad by any means. 7-7's okay, but he has been given decent opportunities where he's a little bit more turrety in terms of his AWPing style. I think he actually nets quite a few more kills. But it's just that moment. He's very flicky, and he's hoping these quite outlandish flicks convert to bail him out of some dicey spots. In that position, he's in a bad spot. He's exposed, he's open. He should be falling away to long corner if he can, or all the way back towards pit to support his second player there, and then not having to rely on the flick and waiting for the rotations to come over.
QZ trained in. Nobody making a peep in middle, though. Pain looking good. Bait's still hot on their heels. That initial run of rounds really making the difference, because I think when it comes down to the rifles, it's just not been good enough. A lot of saving. A lot of damage, meanwhile, from this M4 sprays. Low on ammo, though. Got to be careful. Finds one and survives for the reload. Might be able to get another here. It's a little giddy. Keep that tally going, man. An overface before the rotations get in, but the rest of the team are able to find their kills. Still, the B-bomb site remains very vulnerable. Kenzazor goes down. That's another one. Tag landing onto Segukawa. So we'll see it. Can't plant there, buddy.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Either way, bomb didn't get down. I don't know what that was about. Maybe he got stuck on something, but it looked like he was trying to plant miles away from the bomb site. We're still in the full flow of the retake here, and I was trying to build some excitement. NQC, just, I don't know what was going on there. He's still up, however. VSM, big find from him. Big info will go down. It's all going to be down to the AWP. Over at car. Can't land the flick. MPL, clean as you like to deny them. We move into the second half of play here, and it's very hard to split these two teams right now. Stick around. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back. Second half back underway, and it's an even game in terms of the scoreline, but it's a very wacky one so far. We've had a lot of back and forth, but I will say, despite where the scoreline stands, it does feel like Pain are having a little bit more impact when it comes towards the gun rounds. It feels like Bait have been bailed out by their early round success. So I'm interested now to see how things pan out moving forward when, once again, things reset and we see the Econ come back into play, because Pain do look like they are just a step or two ahead in that field.
Yeah, absolutely in agreement. I think the kind of early rounds were a bit wacky as Bait liked to play it, and that allowed them to build up a buffer, right, and just have a few to play with. But yeah, it's a little odd. It also feels like the rounds that Pain maybe lose with the rifles are more down to them, or like an unlucky moment or an angle that doesn't get checked. There's not as much... Well, there is proactivity from Bait, but it doesn't necessarily find success. You know, it's a very odd one. I think impact is maybe the right word for it ultimately. But yeah, certainly a half to get under the microscope to really figure out how it ended up being so close, because Pain just felt like a more effective side. We're into the second half now, and the T side from Bait, we'll see what they've got in store. Super effective yesterday against NRG. Doesn't start too hot here. That's the bomb spotted as well. 2 kills coming in. Meanwhile, they're up long. So what's happened here? The timing's just all off. Taking plenty of fights. VSM is happy for that. He'll keep those heads rolling. And now the info should be in on these remaining 2 players. Getting crunched down from the side as well, just for good measure. And that's a very messy pistol from Bait.
Yeah, it is. It's just a little bit too scrappy. Also a little bit too easy for Pain just to, once again, fall back on the laurels and rely on the mechanics. I think for Bait, you're seeing that at least strategically they're being outclassed right now. I know they've got the individuals that can compete on a mechanical level, but we're not really getting it. So a 7th on the board for this Pain side, and they can start pulling away now a bit on this CT. The 8th should be a bit of a freebie. There's no investment coming through for Bait. Now the real questions start to arise, because we already spoke about it in the bulk of the gun rounds. Pain are the better side. And that's what Bait are hoping they can use to bail themselves out of this deficit.
Just the Glocks in play for this one. Hoping to maybe force a bomb plant towards short. Pain kind of savvy to that, actually. And they've bolstered up their short hold. Generally tends to be a mistake some teams make, you know, leave a slightly weaker defended. Then that one player goes down, they get the short plant, and suddenly you've hemorrhaged a bit of money that really did not need to happen. Yeah. VSM with the right idea. Gets the reload off here. Oh, looking for the eco. Ace! Nearly as clean as it could be, but not quite. He's enjoying it. Gets himself a few eco frags there to indeed get that battle towards the top end of the scoreboard a bit more one-sided.
Yeah, he'll take the stats. 4 kills there on the ecos. You take them every day of the week. And so far, stats looking very good for him, right? 16 and 7. Don't do it.
It's close.
It's close.
Pretty close. It nearly activated the neuron. Nearly.
Yeah. Mine did. I lost all my train of thought. I'm like a sleeper agent. And I hear 6-7. I activate. The 2-round buffers. Bait buy back in. And this Bait side, I mean, we're really in a spot now for them where if you don't win this gun round, I actually don't think they're going to have that much of a chance on the map. It seems like as every round progresses and Pain sort of extend the lead or extend at least their control on what feels like the game, Bait are getting more flustered and more angsty, and in doing so, getting more sloppy in the mistakes they're making.
Yeah, absolutely. Just dry fight there. Totally expected. Pain standing strong with the 2-man setup. They nearly find a couple of kills. I mean, it's just not looking good for Bait. They've dropped a player, a lot of HP here, and I think the jig going to be up. They kind of know what they're aiming towards. There's even more damage coming in. NPL lucky to be alive right now.
Pain's prepping towards Bait is really solid. They've got red like a book. We touched on this a lot yesterday, right? In that 13-4 that they had over NRG, we brought up a lot just how common these short takes were, right? It's quite standard in terms of what you expect for Dust 2, but it's so important for Bait to have anything, right? They don't get a bit of early short control. They really do struggle in terms of trying to fathom ways to make something out of a round. And Pain are just bolstering up the defense there. They're putting all the numbers, and it's working. NQZ, for one, take a cower quick on the tray, but a 1 versus 3 should have next to no chance. But he's given a bomb plan at the very least. Pariah playing patience game as he wants to make sure he doesn't squander a chance, and he will, in the end, get the kill. There was no real world that Segakawa was going to walk away with a win there. So another round going the way of Pain, and another one where, again, they don't even break a sweat. VSM, Big Azera smiles all around. I mean, that sums up just how simple this has been for Pain thus far.
Yeah, it does feel kind of surprising that they let him get away with the bomb plant and don't attempt to cancel it. But other than that, a pretty well played round in from Pain. Bait will take that and potentially look into this next round to try and keep the pressure on, although there just hasn't been all that much, right? It's not that scary at the moment. Pain CT side, that brick wall effect looking very, very solid. Like I say, there is that buyback in. It's a lot of Galils, which means a lot of utility. So clearly a game plan on the cards here. Oh man, straight out long. Yeah, they've got to be careful. Big Uzera with a wide swing, confident considering he was by himself. That gives them that long control that they really spent a lot of resources trying to gather. Now a question of where they go from here.
Brian doesn't need to peek either. The longer he stays here without making a noise, the more likelihood of them overlooking it, especially if there is that control from side of NQZ. Even just getting 1 kill here, it will draw all the attention away from Cart. Bait call to freeze. They'll slow things down, and they're not showing any presence towards long. So that's where potentially Pain might fall away and look back towards mid and B. I might give him a chance. Smoke down CT. Pariah still hasn't moved.
Quite yet. They're really planted over here. On both sides of the equation. Flash comes over. Pariah hidden on the angle, but they'll be ready for him. And QC chimes in with the orb. Can he get any more? Yes, he can. And they keep it coming here. Oh, too many targets. That was close, but not quite. They aren't ready, and lovely little move from Kenzazor to net another kill. Those CTs were setting up to try and mount the retake, but he catches them off guard. So just Snow remaining, and he's going to give it a look here now. They've got cash, he feels. He's in pretty good time, but he's spotted round that corner. Alex to finish him off, and a sigh of relief, rightfully so. Bait trying to keep it together.
Yeah, I think for this Bait side, it's about taking rounds like that and chaining them going forward. But on the flip side, for NQZ, he hits that third shot on towards long, and I already think potentially they're in probably a bit of trouble there, Bait. He was kind of being given a lot of free reign at range just to take pop shots, and he was delivering. NQZ's been pretty sharpish himself. He's not had loads of opportunities in that first half, but it's on the CT side generally where the AWP has come alive. He might get called upon again here. MPL. It's like he's about to test him. Smoke down. There's a bit of a gap that he can work with. A flash that comes over on the T side, but a re-peek and a re-find. A Sentinel hits the deck, so already back into a 4 versus 4.
Low HP for MPL as well from his fight. All to play for here. Pain trying to work their way in. Big Uzera really sold on this MP7, mind you. Especially over the MP9, it feels like.
I will say in the past, it was very common that Big Uzera was picking up MP9s to make sure other people have better weaponry. But with how cheap the MP7, 1,400 now, and it's so. I mean, we've seen it a couple times this map, right? How solid it is. I think it might even get a slight rework potentially. I think it might be a little bit too strong. But then again, the MP9 has been so strong for so long.
Yeah, and they're not necessarily bothered. NQZ with a nice find. Oh, edge of the smoke. That's a little shaky, but Pariah going to get it done. MPL keeps it together. Will he be able to survive here? NQZ chasing him down. MPL's too quick. It's all on Big Uzera. The low HP is going to make all the difference here, but the shot lands from MPL. What a round. Oh my goodness. Maybe they should have got him on the AWP. 4K in from MPL to steal away a victory from the jaws of defeat.
Segakawa, take a seat. We're all good. We've got our AWPer, and he's right there. MPL, that was masterful. And he gets 3 of them with next to no HP either. Brilliant work. Brilliant. Bails them out, as he does so often for Bait as well. He gets called upon on this side so unbelievably often. And he always seems to deliver. Segakawa will get the first through the doors. You'll take those, but looks like Pain were looking to just try and cause a bit of a ruckus if they could with the low buy. It's feeling unlikely now.
Yeah, looking good. They've got the info on the last 2 players as well. Ish. Okay, maybe not quite. There you go. They'll now discover that he is out towards long here, chasing him down, ring around the rosy to get that frag. But 9-9 now, as Bait will even things up exponentially, man. This has come about quick. They're not wasting any time. We see Pain on their T side with the more conventional prod and poke and work this and work that. But it seems like Bait have just picked up the pace massively. And it has very much worked out for them. Really quite a solid look coming through from that Bait side.
Yeah, agreed. Timeout taken. A brief moment of respite in what has been a pretty intense game. A lot of these rounds are getting kind of concluded quite quick. Early fights being taken, which are so instrumental. But actually feels like the first time, bar the scrappiness at the start, where we've actually seen Pain under some quite serious pressure, in the sense of, you know, if you're Pain, you're back into the buy here in round number 19. You lose this round, Bait get double digits, they basically get gifted the 11th. You've essentially got 2 gun rounds that are the difference between you being competitive and Bait taking the map. It's the finest of margins here for Pain now, hence why they took that pause, and NQZ is the first to fall as well to make matters even more dire.
All quiet here. There's a big round on the cards. Smoke going to go down. Segakawa has a decision to make. He's holding. Does he want to peek? Getting ready on the smokes here. Oh, man. They're potentially looking to just burst B, which is often a risky move. You know, there's one towards back plat. VSM is in the right place, but just can't locate them. Too much noise going down. Snow trying to just stay alive over here, and it does not happen for him. So that will be the round. Man, super risky. Those kinds of bursts always make me nervous, but Bait will make it work.
Yeah, and they actually make it look, for the most part, relatively seamless as well. The only big thing was that player on towards bricks, right? Whether they can kind of get rid of him, and they just get him behind through the smokes, use it as a bit of a cover. Because Era and Pariah, I'll say the M4 and the AWP. It's, again, a silver lining, but I've already spoken about it. This is a bit of a dark spot now for Pain. Buying in around this is still going to be a bit funky. They do have some loss bonus building up, which at the very least is something to fall back on, but man, even still, I don't think you're going to want to invest in towards this run. I think you actually want to be half buying this, buying next, but then a lot of teams like to force buy around a saved AWP. So that's where potentially you could be putting the whole map at risk here. It's a big call to be made here by Big Azera of what he wants to do. I don't even know if they actually go for another timeout before making it too. They do have another one in the chamber, but they're going to hold it for now. So, low buy around the saved AWP and the M4. They need a bit of a statistical anomaly of taking round number 20 to keep the pressure on Bait, who at the moment seem like they're flying away with this T side.
Lovely shot from Segakawa on the Hail Mary move from VSM.
Last 3 rounds, by the way. Opening kill every time. It's doing well.
I will give him, I think he's very dynamic, you know, and
Yeah.
he's maybe trying to create that opening opportunity. There's a few nervy moments, missed shots, over faces, you know. These are things that might come with more reps, as it were. Hopefully not something that's really a part of his DNA, but there you go.
Nice work.
Keeps them coming.
The thing is,
he's just won the round.
He's just got to get the simple ones, right? That's the main thing. I think at times there's been a couple where it's like he's got what in theory is like an easy shot and he overflicks it, right? I just feel like if you can guarantee the simple ones, as an AWPer, your life's extended at the top level for quite a while. Then you can get into the sort of semantics of what makes a good and a great AWPer. It's got a long way to get until then. Back to the round at hand, though, as Snow Pariah and NQZ all find form. In a matter of moments, Pain have made something out of this round, and it's a 2 versus 2. Damage has been seriously dealt towards Pain, but there is something brewing here, and they're going for a bold move towards B, and a Deagle's there to meet them. Orb at range, a missed shot by NQZ. Pariah unchecked. Segakawa goes down, and it's all down to MPL to bail them out, as he's done time and time again. They call upon the king, and he nails the shot. Mr. Reliable, MPL has saved this team's skin so many times, and he does it once again.
Absolutely incredible stuff. I mean, what a round. Just goes crazy. Goodness me. The game keeps on delivering in that sense. It has been a wild ride. Yes, I think a timeout certainly required after that one, but MPL just about bailing them out, and NQZ will maybe be the one that we point some fingers towards.
Yeah, it's got to hit that shot right across.
Yeah. I mean, it does. It sets in. We're talking about Segakawa and where he's at and, you know, some more nervous, panicky kind of moves. NQZ's a bit of a journeyman by now. And he's also still making those mistakes as you can. So it's just the nature of competition, and the game, of course, sometimes gets the better of you.
For sure.
It certainly does in that round.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems pretty chilled over towards Bay. I think for them, it's just a sigh of relief, right? Just taking a breather. For Pain, it is sort of now or never, right? Throwing the kitchen sink at round number 21 to try and save face. And they're my pick. They're sort of needing this. NQZ gets his first. We called upon him, and he makes it a 2-piece. The double. As MPL also goes down. That's the big man. Drops 2, and he isn't stopping anytime soon. NQZ, his third found. The fourth may be missed, but this round's all but settled, and an aid will do it. A flawless round by Pain. What a statement made in response.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you kind of see his expression at the end as well. He's like, damn, I guess I can also do that. So, difficult round in the previous, but an absolutely perfect one here. Brilliant showing from him. Might just be enough. They have the cash is the difficult thing. It's going to be hard to break the back of bait here. The time will indeed tell. 10-11. Super, super close stuff at the moment. What have bait got in store, you know? Maybe once you get used to the faster style, get your guns up in good time, they can be more readable. It seems like they're just set up outside B, happy to try and take this tunnel's control. Maybe with a pivot downstairs, we'll find out.
One stack lower. That'd be a pretty basic move. Good to go. Back towards short. Up again. They're not exactly masking their movements. They're pretty loud about this.
Quite obvious.
Yeah. That makes me question, yeah, is it actually all a ruse?
It's that one little mid to B smoke, right? Keeps you interested. Some kind of a mid push. Well-timed smoke, however, is going to slow them down massively. Nothing coming. The mid smoke now going down. They will re-smoke it, however. So really trying to sell, but there's such a thing as an oversell.
Yeah.
The lady doth protest too much. I think we'll see here as they are very ready over on this A bomb site. NQZ in particular, but it's Big Uzera with 2 out of nowhere. Goodness me. Now the ruse is most certainly up. It's going to come down to some crazy shots for bait to try and keep this alive. Only 15 seconds to get this bomb down as well.
Yeah.
Bit less than that, of course. The kills are rolling back in. It's VSM. He pops up whack-a-mole style and will take them down, denying the round.
Pain back, pressure really put back on now. And this Pain side are starting to crumble. Looks like pressure really being put on. Yeah, and it feels like it as well. Head and hands on a couple of them. NPL sent the ult. Oh, not loving it, but we're tied. Yesterday we had quite a few maps. We got 3 map series in both of our games, but they were all, for the most part, pretty one-sided maps themselves. We're kickstarting our day with a barn burner. Full 24, guaranteed, and potentially, and some on top of that.
Most certainly what we sign up for. That is for damn sure. Some good Counter-Strike to start your day, or maybe, you know, join you on your lunch, perhaps.
Yeah. So start your day. It's a late wake up.
Well, we are in the gaming industry, I suppose.
True.
Oh, NQZ.
Hello.
Dooley's out here. Looking to get himself another crazy round. He's close there on that shot as well. Either way, round 1 in the hands of NQZ once again. The impact that this man has had into the second half is absolutely crazy.
Right in the back lines. Bomb, down, round, done. Never really was that much of a doubt, considering the investment by Bates. But I kind of hope they can make it a little bit expensive, maybe even sneak at a bomb plant or something along those lines, but they don't even get close. Another flawless one. Pain, map point on their map pick. I doubted the pick, and there's definitely been some doubts still, but I think it's more an indictment on, at times, how poor Pain, how poor Bait have looked, may I say. Let's see if they can stay alive, looking to push it to OT on a map in which they won 13-4 yesterday. They are now sweating bullets trying to stay alive. Don't want to go a map down. With elimination on the line too.
Kentazor eating a nade. The start is not perfect. Interesting setup here. Just outside longhouse. Not really doing anything. Maybe not trying to give anything away at this point. What is the thought? We've seen them enjoy short quite a lot. Not necessarily finding the success over there. Faking out the mid to Bs. Are they saving that mid to B for a round like this? Difficult to tell. They'll make some noise at short, but again, going to look for a late, long move. Which, one of those things that makes you go, not sure how I feel about that. We'll find out.
Flash. I'm going to try and slow him down. Hot flash out towards long. They're going to send the pack out. There's double stack here. It's a mean crossfire. First to fall is Ascenti Al. Pariah is so blind. Oh, and NQZ, you've got to hit that shot. He can't. NPL has gone for 2. Kentazor add to the tally, and it looks like Bait might just stay alive. 30 seconds on the clock as they look to plant. And Pain are looking to try and pull off the impossible, and it's all down to 1. Big Azera falls, and overtime locked in place to kickstart our first map of the day here on the B stream.
It's wild. Pariah is in the perfect spot. I think he had the timing as they were kind of turning away, and he just peeked straight into the flash. It could not have gotten any worse for him. I don't even think the flash was necessarily for him, right? I think it was for like the corner AWP that they had already heard. That distractionary player. So, yeah, coin flip moment, maybe 50-50 moment. Does get the better of them, and it results in the overtime as they scramble to try and pick up the pieces. This is where things can get dangerous, right? You've got that reset of the econ, something that was chasing Bait towards the end there. And, of course, a release of the pressure makes all the difference at times.
Z. Slightly different angle for him, generally playing out towards long. That short control. He's in the molly now, though. He's in a bit of trouble, and he'll take some decent damage before he just about gets out. Just always on the corner. It's slower from Bait here. They're actually trying to see whether Pain re-aggress. When Pain lose a bit of control, they like to sort of take it back by force. But all of this feels like a ruse. The bomb is in the direction of B, and the one man there is Ascenti Al.
Yeah, certainly curious. They had a lot of success with a B burst in regulation. And I did think in the back of my mind, are we going to see this again towards the end of the game? Pryor Jr., meanwhile, good timing. Not something they really went for in regulation was the aggressive moves. I'm going to say that player kind of blending in a little bit as we lose the X-ray, but all the same, he's only able to take one. Not quite enough. Maybe could have really gotten greedy for it, but opted instead to find the kill, grab some info, and work from there. Kenzazor, right place, right idea. Big Guzera, though, is able to react as he moves through the smoke. VSM hidden away at the car. Locks them out of B. And it's Segakawa with 10 seconds. Fighting for his survival. Might just get it with a no-scope like that. In all fairness, they're going to be after him. Not a lot of time here, but he's keeping the dream alive. Few seconds. He will take this AWP out with him. Yeah, looks to be the case. So at the very least, he gets to save the AWP, but the round goes south. Yeah. It's, again, silver lining, right? But I guess in overtime, you don't really care about those by any means. It's about this response. And I think the position that we're still currently in, neither side really feel like they have a strong hold of kind of the momentum of this game. It's still so difficult to predict, but Thompson's got to give advantage Pain, but maybe a squandered chance by Bait, you could argue. Map control felt all right at the start. They put pressure on towards NQZ with the U-Tool, forcing him further back, but they didn't really capitalize on the space they were creating with it. The timeout taken. Of course, into overtime. No matter how many you used in regulation, you get an extra one for every overtime played. They will use theirs nice and early. Individually quite sharp, though, from Sekikawa. We'll take that. It's good to see you still hitting those shots. Has been a quieter map comparatively, though, to the one against NRG. I think you're like 18 and 6 or something along those lines in NRG and against NRG, and yeah, nowhere near that here against Pain. Very true. Because they're spamming away. Nothing found for him. Feels like a pretty tense round here again. Bait leading more towards the B side of things. Maybe not fancying A in the overtime, it would seem. Alex eats a huge nade. A fake out. They're going to crunch it by the looks of things, which again is just something that they really did not go for in regulation. And in comes the hit now. Snow. Oh, holding off beautifully. What is that third? Just pure reaction to the noise. They will eventually lose the B bomb site, but surely enough has been done by those two players. We got 1.5 players ultimately to get through on the Bait side of things. With 3 remaining, Pain have to be able to do this. Gotta give it a go. Statistically toughest site to retake in the pool. With damage dealt towards Alex, numbers in their favor, of course, you give it a look in. Hop through the doors. Kenzie has got to try and go for 2 here. There's the first. But dropped quickly and saved. Goes for his teammate. Great retake by Pain. Such a necessity. And that buffer zone grows now for the Brazilian roster. Closer and closer to closing out their map, which it felt at one point like they'd really let slip by the wayside. But it's fantastic work from Snow. He does so well. 2 out of the 3. It doesn't see a thing. Pain find 14. 2 ahead and 2 away from closing out this map. Yeah, I mean, this is maybe what they needed, right? They were in such a high-octane regulation, in controls, letting that slip, kind of battling it back. A lot of teams tend to thrive when it gets to the overtime. You can just take a little breath, right? You do have some room to work with, and I think Pain was seeing that. Really well done here. Meanwhile, Bait on the T side, somewhat panicky, very desperate tactical calls. Yeah. And it's not working out at all. You can see here the move in towards A. They're so unbelievably ready for it. And all the shots landing. Flawless first half. Flawless round to close it out as well. Coming in from Pain. So Bait have got their work cut out on this CT side. Yeah, absolutely. I honestly, I feel like Bait have run out of ideas. I think there was a chance for them to close out this map. They squandered it because they had such a nice advantage over this Pain side, and they let it slip.
got to OT, and they've just run out of ideas. I feel like the strat books run too thin, and this is the downside of not having your coach with you, right? You have Madden in the server, you have a little bit more to be able to calm you down, give you a couple of ideas of where the gaps are opening up for Pain, but when you're so tunnel visioned into the server like that, it makes it so difficult. And for Alex and MPL, who are kind of generally the voices in this team of the bait side, they're not finding any gaps anymore. Hey, they use their timeout. I want to lock it in place here on the T side. And they've got 3 opportunities to do so.
Let's find out what bait are made of. If this slightly new look team, new energy to them, can make all the difference. Or if it is going to come to a crashing halt here on a map that was questioned. The pick from Pain felt interesting, to say the least. And it's definitely not been plain sailing, but they have maybe impressed a bit more than we were expecting. Shots ringing out early, but nothing quite landing yet.
Double stack here towards B. NQC's presence has drawn an extra man over. It does feel like there's decent attention actually towards the potential of a mid to B split. You got 2 players who are playing CT. PL gets boosted up. Alex will dip back to the A side, and you got a bit of long control too. And that presence towards mid and B comes by the fact that there has been 0 long presence by Pain. Pariah's been doing a decent job lurking, finding opportunities, and he might get another one here. He's starting to make a move as this short collapse comes through.
Moving fast, moving very fast indeed. Pressing forwards with the flashes. Segukawa.
Look at Pariah.
Not in a bad spot. Yeah, it's this flank though, isn't it, that they're really setting up for. He will fluff his lines ever so slightly, and Alex keeps him coming. I thought maybe it'd be enough of a distraction. Thankfully, the frontal attack is effective enough. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. Down they will go, and in the flawless overtime, it is Pain to take this too.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic showing at the tail end. I definitely think there's still question marks about that map as a whole, but for Bait, they ran out of ideas. We said it, and we said that was a problem coming in towards the overtime. The strat book looked too thin, and they started to get very flustered. And this is the issue, being a side as young as they are, and in quotation marks, inexperienced. I talk about that in a bit more of a grand scheme compared to, of course, some of the other teams here in IEM Krakow. They are considerably more inexperienced, especially the likes of a Segukawa. You need an overarching voice, and not having your coach, it really did feel like it hurt them there. The positive, though, it's not their map pick. They do have theirs of Mirage coming up next, but I don't know, Pain feel like they're starting to really warm up in towards this game now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the coach argument, the kind of bringing it down-to-earth argument is really quite valid, as Bait, unfortunately, that mental game does tend to get the better of them at times. It also sort of slipped away from them a little bit in the regulation, right? It felt like they were maybe in control, they were wrestling things back, and they let Pain get in at the very dying embers of regulation. So, yeah, they will certainly, I think, be kicking themselves in all honesty, but we'll see. Mirage up next.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
I'm here with NPL, or Nipple for short, B8. A big day ahead of them. What was a roller coaster of a day yesterday? Talk to me a little about that match against NRG. The first map looked pretty good. And then, what happened?
Unlucky. I don't know what to say. You know, it's impossible to lose 0-12 just because you're playing bad. I'd say it was an unlucky game for us and probably live game for them.
Would you say, if you look at Mirage, Obviously, at that point in the series, you're going to that third map. But after Mirage, how do you guys try to bounce back to get in the server?
I'd say that was easy because I mean we didn't even play on Mirage. I'd say that was like very fast, and we even didn't feel anything. You know, we just wanted to play third map, and that's it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better to just wipe it clean, pretend it never happened, go to Inferno, which you guys did keep a lot more competitive. So fast forward to today, you're looking at a big Azera and company on the other side at Pain. Talk to me about playing against a Pain.
Talk about what?
Playing against Pain.
I don't know what to say about them. Just normal Brazilian team, you know, like aggressive play style, and yeah, we just have to be ready for their like unexpected plays, you know, and that's it.
We had that little moment a second ago where I asked Big Azera who the biggest threat would be from B8, and I don't know if you happened to be looking at him or how it went down.
So, like just random timing, you know.
Random timing.
Yeah.
I thought it was some mind games, but I'll ask you the same question: who's the biggest threat over there?
Actually, don't know. No. Maybe second dunk. Snow.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Cool. Well, I appreciate you, Mr. Nibble. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Snow, I wanted to ask you a question. Now, in Australia, when we celebrate Christmas, it's sunny and we have barbecues and stuff. Now, I don't know what it's like in Brazil when you guys celebrate Christmas. What's a day like on Christmas Day for Brazilians?
We eat a lot of we have like a dessert in Brazil that is traditional. It's like the name. It's like pavê.
Okay.
And every family do pavê, and everyone eats that, and it's very good. And yeah, I think it's pavê or like turkey. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, turkey, and yeah, this stuff.
What's the weather like though? Is it warm or is it cold at that time of year?
It's warm.
So it's like Australia. So you guys outside, like doing things? You going out to the beach and stuff, or like is it all family stuff inside the house?
I don't live in the beach, to be honest.
Okay.
So I live far from the beach.
Okay.
But everyone in Brazil like do some barbecue and this stuff, and it's very warm there. And yeah.
Okay, nice. All right, so a bit like Australia in that sense. Now, I was just talking to Big Azera about the Anubis changes. What do you think?
I think it's good. Of course, it's good for us because we are not playing Train, and yeah, it will be good to play Anubis. I like this map, and it's a very good map for this side, and it's good.
Okay, so you don't mind the changes? They're only small changes, but...
Yeah, it will be different to play like in the mid, right? It's a gap there, and yeah, it will be different. Let's see.
Okay, and what about the MP7? You've been using much of that since the update?
Bro, Big Zero is the MP7 master.
Yeah.
He's insane with this gun, and yeah, I have playing with this gun a little bit. So, but it's very good. It's a very good gun.
Do you think we're going to see a lot of it here in Krakow?
Sorry?
Do you think we'll see a lot of players using it here in Krakow?
Yeah, of course, bro. This gun is insane.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes for it. All right, mate. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you.
Big Zero, hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Yeah, for you too.
Yeah, it's a whole new event this time around, mate. We're in a different city, not Katowice anymore, Krakow. You been here before?
No, never.
Okay, now look, this event, 24 teams, global VRS. You boys just made 2 roster changes. Is it Piara Junior?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying that right?
Yeah. Actually, we say Piria, because it's in Portuguese, but if you say like that, it's okay.
We've got to keep walking and talking. I don't want you to get disconnected from your team, and obviously VSM. Ross, watch out for the poll. Now, you guys played online for Bounty. I saw some other Brazilian teams like Legacy and stuff. They were playing in like more local Brazilian events, but you guys chose to go to Bounty. Why did you make that choice?
I don't know. I think right now we just need more time in Europe together because it's a new roster. So we have to be here, like practicing and getting more experience together. I think it's not just good for the new boys, but for us as a team, you know.
Yeah, getting some more reps against the international opponents. Now, you're going to do photos in here, so we can stay out here, I guess. I wanted to ask as well, right, so you go and you play Bounty. Where were you guys playing from for Bounty? What country, like where in Europe?
We were in Serbia. Yeah, we love there. We always go to there because I feel there is a kind of the people there is a kind of Brazilian mood. The people there is cool with us, and we have a good support there.
Okay, so you would have been practicing there in the lead up. How long before Bounty were you in Europe? How many days of practice did you get before the online stuff?
I think 8 days maybe.
Okay, that's pretty good. So you came back to start the year pretty early then?
Yeah. Well, we came back. Actually, we came back 5 of January because we didn't have the contract of period. But yeah, we got I think 7-8 days maybe.
Okay, and then I guess you stayed after you guys played Bounty, the online portion. You just stayed in Serbia and kept practicing, and then came here.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've had a lot of practice then.
Yeah, right now I think we are more prepared than Bounty.
Yeah, so that's it. You've added 2 new boys in the team. It looks like, I was having a look, you guys weren't banning Anubis. What do you think of the new Anubis?
I don't have like opinion right now, but we just had I don't know 2 days of practice. For me, that I play mid, so for me it's a little bit weird. Let's see, but I don't know what's gonna be the meta right now, and what's this difference gonna impact inside the server. But I think we have to wait, like the first tournament, to see what's going on. You know.
Beyler my bad, sorry.
We are back with map number 2 here after an absolute slog on map 1. It was Pain that just managed to pip Bait to the post. Very, very dominant stuff in the overtime, but a super close regulation between these two teams. Hard to split until the very end. Pain taking their own map pick. We now move on to Mirage, which is that Bait map. But we'll see, man. We always come in little tentative, you know, me and Neo from the tier 2 space. Sometimes we see these teams just absolutely take over a Mirage where you never expect it. And Bait's mental, their ideas, their strat books seem to really run dry on that first. So we worry ever so slightly if they can bounce back.
Yeah, and just remember as well that yesterday when Bait played this map, they lost 13-2 to NRG. So definitely keep it in the back of your mind. It wasn't exactly a great map for them, and the great map for them was Dust 2. So this veto in its process feels completely flipped. You know, I sort of didn't love Pain's pick in a sense, and also don't really love Bait's pick either. I know it's a map in which has been a strong part of their pool, and it's a bit of a comfort home ground map in a way, but 13-2 lost NRG feels like it should wake you up that maybe there's stuff to work on there. Either way,
very true.
Mid control being taken. Smoke down in front of Khan, and Bigazero will cross back over towards CT. This is a little janky, but there's support here. The dualies of Snow have got to go huge, and they're good for the first, but he's under pressure now. He's playing just in front of Firebox. He's running out of ammo bit by bit, and there it is. Got to get the reload off, and it takes a minute. How is he reloaded? Are you kidding me? Snow gets the reload off, which takes a country year, and he somehow walks away, and he's laughing away at it. I don't blame him. How has he been given the luxury of staying alive there? Why is he shooting the toes?
Unreal. Unreal. I mean, trying to go for the headshot, I suppose, and he landed one. Maybe thought job was done. Couldn't find the second. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That's the bomb as well.
Then he just gets away, yeah, to keep it going, and pressure from behind onto Kenzazor, who maybe looked like he was in a good spot to take a few heads. Wild stuff.
Also, MPL, who makes that mistake. It's of anyone who's going to make the mistake over towards Bait. It feels like he's the least likely.
Unreal. Not the way that Bait wanted to start things. Losing the pistol is one thing. Losing it in a kind of tilting fashion does not bode well.
Losing what felt unlosable, right? I think it's like one of those things. You know, you're on the site. The bomb's basically primed for a plant. You've got a CT who's smoked con for you, so you can plant con and be pretty happy with that. Everything falls so flat. And this is the issue. When Bait get into a rot of form, they are so difficult at getting themselves out of it. And the one thing that's a bit of a saving grace for them generally is Madden, who they don't have, as we've kind of discussed on quite a few points. This is an easy round, minimal investment. Bait aren't expecting really to do anything here, and VSM's gone aggro, so he should get the last couple with the MP7. Money to be made here for the SMG. He might look lower. Potentially cost him. Will he clear behind him? Yes, he will. Nice reaction. Easy find. Flawless round. Never really a doubt in that one. But Bait, first gun round, you don't find this. I know it's early doors. I know it sounds quite, you know, outlandish to say, but I think they're in a lot of trouble if they can't make this first gun round clean, because I think they further go into the ruts that we saw in overtime in map 1.
Yeah, very scary, I think, straight out of the gate. We do really worry for it. We saw it yesterday, right? And all this, it does seem like it is seeping in a little bit into this Bait team, and they come in, everybody's aware of the fact as well. The youngest team in the tournament, most likely, or at least in kind of the top 3 youngest teams, so it really does make a big difference. Big Uzera, cheeky angle from him, and there's the MP7. As we've been talking about it, we just saw Snow singing the praises as well. Big Uzera really sold on that MP7. He makes it sing. QZ's face is certainly greedy, certainly confident. Will be a kill earned back for Bait at this point.
You may be a slight overface. You know, when we speak about Bait like this, though, I feel like, you know, people got to remember we speak from experience as guys who have followed this team for such a long time. Especially this core of the team as well. Head over towards Tetris. You got Alex, half HP. A lot of heavy lifting got to be done Cynthia and Segakawa, who are yet to get on the board. Take a player spotted. Snow. Smart move, actually, just to pull back there. He can easily have stuck around to try and win that fight out around the smoke. He makes the pretty heads-up call to dip back. Now, how quick's the reactions looking towards Connected? Will he even be the one to fight? No, it's Alex who falls, leaving it down to 2. They've got to go huge here. Cynthia for 1, but the transfer from Snow for 2 as Pain continue this lovely start to Mirage.
Yeah, and again, looking pretty decisive there. Individual moment from Pyjamas, individual moment from Snow to close it. So these are all great things. You come into a fresh map. Can you tap into what you had on the first? And I think certainly so. They're feeling good. They're looking good. And it translates. Counter-Strike is a game of confidence and emotions at the best of times. So yeah, really solid stuff. Low buy coming round from Bait. Do have some utility to work with. I think going to keep it very simple indeed. Getting the smokes out early. Snow blocks that stairs smoke, however. Will still do half a job to kind of keep him at bay. Palace player has no idea. And Snow provides such a problem over here. They only get the one. They don't break into the site. And it continues. They're looking very clean. Solid read as well. You know, Snow, obviously, it's easy to block, but he has to be there to do it. Great.
I'll say as well, that block smoke actually kind of worked as a pretty naughty little one-way, in a way. You know, the player swinging out of Palace, obviously, he's swinging through a smoke himself, so he has no idea that stairs is smoke. He goes down, but then it gives him a nice angle to work with just above that smoke where you can only see heads as they're swinging out on towards site. Nice work. 4-0, and biggest area going back to what's already worked. It'll come up towards top boxes. Could soften up one, and it does, but he's so exposed. He tries to play through the flames, but it's a bit of carnage, which goes favorably for Bait as they take mid-control.
NQZ trades one back. But they have so much of that control, like you say. Oh, can I get a player up in the window? BSM is here, somewhat aware. How aware is the question? Oh, wait a minute.
Ships in the night.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What am I walking into? I'm sure I could be able to... Nah, he knows. Yeah, he's kind of figured it out a little. Damn, that's a lovely angle. Great view of that as well for us. Just comical in the moment, but could make a difference to the round itself here now. We'll see. NQZ is close. They're not ready for him. Drops that bomb. It's all down to the low HP. Alex, VSM going to melt, however. That's certainly a mistake. And NQZ has lost track of this player entirely. He's hidden away with the pistol. Alex has got to have a good idea. He couldn't have made it to market. I would have seen him. So the guessing game begins. But it's quite an educated guess here from Alex. He's got plenty of time to work with. And he is now weary. Maybe I did miss him.
There was a small window, like a tiny one. Yeah. He thought he saw a head there. No peak play time. Play the clock, and he does. Great work by NQZ. VSM's kill is obviously super important, but he just stays tucked up towards bench. Patience pays off. And the longer he goes without making a noise, the more and more you see just the seeds of doubt sown into the mind of, where is he? Where's he gone? Am I being flanked? Could he be behind me? I've got to take the forward angle here, especially because of the clock. Well done. It's a great round, and again, you're just seeing the depth of Pain right now. They're not even having to call that deep of a game at the moment, but they're reading into Bait really, really well.
100%. How long will it continue, of course, is the big question here. A medium buy out from Bait. Bait's in lower, right idea. They don't quite land. Another one. Feels like, for goodness sake, leave me alone. He's not thwarted from the angle, so see what he can do here. He's lining up a smoke at the moment. Got to be careful on the jump up. Smoke is solid. And they'll give away the fact that there's one solidly in towards window. So, ooh, a Senthial. Nice shot from him in Palace. So a new area to deal with. 2 over towards short, but it looks kind of shaky. They'll hold it together. It's Biguzera again coming in and looking so very clean to just thread that needle. Alex has gotten his hands onto this Galil, so they just have to be wary of that. He has eaten that grenade. Quite literally. Does have the bomb. That's kind of the one big thing here. If he can get a plant, really would be in the money, of course, but he just does not know Any of these A players are in particular. So surely his days are numbered here.
Yeah, it's the same thing as last round. Too much information to gather and not enough time. Oh, he's dead to rights. There's no chance. He spots running towards shorts, one towards CT, one towards Palace. Pick your poison is essentially the choice that Alex gets given. To whom, in what way do you want to die in this round as another one gets put on the board for Pain? And they are pulling away at a rapid pace. Bait. This is timeout territory? Yeah, it is. And this is a good time to call a timeout. I'm surprised, in all fairness, I didn't call it a little bit earlier, but better late than never. Get these timeouts out. You have to build up some level of a foundation on this T side. If you don't, you're going to have no chance in the second half, no matter how strong your CT side is. We know what Pain can do on the T side. We know how aggressive they like to send in the likes of a VSM or Pariah on those lurks or Snow who will fly into the fights. You have to have something to fall back on here in this first half. So with how things are panning out momentum-wise, from what we've seen in the opening 6 rounds, if I'm Bait, I'm burning all 3 of these timeouts as much as I can in this first half just to make sure I have something.
Yeah, it feels like prevention rather than cause, though. And it's a question of whether they can deal with that cause, deal with those symptoms. Very, very tough to say. Straight out onto A seems to be the name of the game. Snow does get caught off. 3 mollies go jungle. Goodness gracious. I mean, they're just fully sending it here. Not really worked out the ins and outs. And it does seem to have created a little something. Not quite enough just yet. Pariah does get tagged very, very low. VSM going to be known about here. Has to be careful. And there's the slim angle. Segukawa uses it to his advantage. And the pace change up. The classic take a timeout and fool them into thinking it's going to be a super deep round and very worked out. But no, it is just straight out on A. Not a care in the world, it felt like. The 3 mollies at jungle is wild. You know, they just really had not worked anything out at all. But it pays off. It pays off.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that. And now, you're hoping if you're Bait, that is a round that's used as a catalyst to further success. Use that to chain success together and try and put some serious pressure on towards this Pain side, who obviously have kind of coasted so far in the early part of Mirage. The biggest worry is if that first round on the board for Bait is a flash in the pan. If they immediately fall flat here, they're in a lot of trouble. Not only in terms of, obviously, the control of the game, but actually financially, too. Your lost players get shipped away a little bit, but also you don't have a lot of long-term cash either because every round's so expensive. That would be the worst-case scenario here. The immediate response by Pain, especially if they can do it cleanly, too.
Slow roll outside of A. And somewhat of a late ramp push. Just to grab some info. They have to be careful not to be super reactive because it is seemingly still going to be an A finish. Faking things out, though, for the mid to B. They are not biting. They're not expecting Palace. That's for damn sure. Clinical. Snow, though, is his angle expected? It is. Okay, fair enough. Can he get any more from here, though? It's a difficult one to clear. The Orb, struggling to get around, will eventually take him. There's certainly a better chance into the round for Pain than they once had. VSM, right idea, and does get the catch eventually. So the 2v2 could really open up here for Pain.
It's really well planted, though, for Bait. This is a difficult post-plant to decipher. Pain got to make a move, and you're looking really at VSM has already got that first. A tap on towards the bomb would surely just draw in the attention of the AWPer. They've actually got to clear Tetris first. Smoke on. Second smoke behind it, but they had to put attention on getting rid of that Tetris player, which NQZ does. It's a nice shot, but it's all for naught as Segukawa quick on the trade. And just like that, Bait back-to-back rounds, now starting to believe a bit.
Certainly, it is still a long road ahead here, though, now. So they do have to be very wary of these future rounds. They've broken the bank. There is that. But it's the next rifle, I think, that a lot of it hinges on.
Yeah.
Certainly confident in Pain to find a rebound round, but Bait have, you know, gone back to what they know. Keep it simple, stupid, as the saying goes, and it definitely has been working.
Yeah, it's quite basic calls, but I think, you know, for bait where things have obviously been going kind of wrong, I don't hate that idea of fall back on what's worked in the past of just relying on the mechanics. This is a nice move. MPL has been playing under so often, and he's punished. First of all, the Lions of NQC, they're trying to get that one hero M4 in the thick of it. Also the potential of a recovered gun. The only issue is they just can't safely get it at mid. So if they want to go and get that gun, they've got to sort of go the long way of going through B apartments and going through lower, which is exactly what they're doing now. At the same time, there's a wrap coming through short, so NQC's going to be called upon in a second. Uh-oh, he's dead.
Oh, they've heard him. Is he, though?
Gets one.
Get traded. Yeah, he does well. Immediately deleted. I mean, they'll take the damage, as it were. Don't think the rest of the round's going to happen. There is maybe, like you say, that conversation around, do we try and grab a gun? We'll see. Pryor is spotted now. Heated down ever so slightly, and I think it's going to be harder for them to recover this weapon than first thought. Down he will fall, as Essential had the angle. So bait, smooth sailing, I would say. When there is some investment and an M4 in there, it can be difficult. However, they will move up to 3. Like I say, it's this next round that's super important.
Oh, well, spoke about saving guns. They can also just make it very expensive. Oh, smoke down too. Trying to make it expensive. Oh, job done, VSM. Job done. He goes down to the bomb. You can see Myron's reaction, but job absolutely done. 3 kills at the end. That is going to keep those finances thin over towards the bait side, which is, when we talk about silver linings and positive actions in losing situations, that is a prime example of one. VSM continues to be really impressive, by the way. You know, another kind of map in which we're seeing him where he's sort of being left to his own laurels in a way. But he's doing super well. Not getting a lot of support, you know, not being facilitated in terms of these positions where he's getting flashed into a lot of fights. He's sort of doing it himself, but really has been impressive. Obviously, he was pretty good yesterday. He was the only good player yesterday for Pain. And he's continued that form here. And he's been so integral to what's making life difficult for Bait.
Yeah, 100%. Really looking solid. New release on life, maybe. You said there were potentially a few question marks coming into this team and what sort of version they would get. We are maybe in that honeymoon period, as they like to say, at least for the individual player. But so far, looking good. Can he have some impact into this round, of course? Just spamming away in towards middle. Not too much on the other end of it, as Bait have brought a pause back into their play. More of a B lean and really quite passive on A, in fact. So definitely, I think, set on this B play in the near future. Going to be scary over there, but Pryor struggling a little bit. Maybe that's part of their logic.
Three in the direction of B. VSM to meet them. We've already sung his praises just then. Well, he's going to be called upon here. Not easy. About to be mollied as well to make life all the more difficult. Flash out. One truck. One wrapping around the backside. There's just no way VSM was coming to that one unscathed. But Kentator's got 2. And in doing so, has given a chance. Pariah tagged down. I think they may already angle for the save here. If you're paying, you got an open play, an AK scooped up too, and now it's about trying to survive. NQC, that looked like it was on, but he'll be pondering what happened in the grave as Bait find yet another round, and they chip the deficit away to 2 now. They've recovered well.
Yeah, and pretty convincingly, I think, since that timeout,
yeah,
we have seen them really, really solidly turn things around. So, super streaky game. It was the case for Payne for the 6 in a row. Bait were just not getting in at all. Very, very impressive stuff that they have managed to turn it around so substantially. The, like, last quarter of a second, Snow finds that. Was more concerned about him saving.
Yes, nice shot.
Yeah, it is nice. It is very nice indeed, but not going to have too much. I suppose he gets to hold on to the AK because of it, you could argue.
True, true.
But they're not really doing a lot around it. It seems like he might have dropped an M4. So, curious economic decisions here. Kind of a half buy. Kind of pretty good, to be honest. We'll see what they've got in store. And indeed, they are going to go for that mid-aggression. Try something a bit different. Snow's back towards A quite fast, though. And he looks damn good. Goodness gracious, MPL all alone. What has happened there? An absolute demolition on the A bomb site, man.
Yeah, just a capitulation there for Bait, right? They completely fall apart. Every fight's taken basically individually. And it's just too easy to isolate all those engagements. Nice work by Paint. It's been obviously kind of 4 rounds of where it's been a little bit choppy waters, but that's much more like it. Guarantee the lead now as well. Heading in towards the second half, which of course on the CT side, first and foremost, you should be doing. That's just sort of a necessity. But also it's a nice bit of comfortability to have. Round around. You can make it an 8-4 as well. Pain will be loving life, and this could be it. But Pariah fluffs his lines as Ascential finds the first, and he looks for 2. Can't quite get it. Snow will trade, and Big Azera goes for one of his own. This is back and forth. This is carnage, but Bay have the advantage.
Bomb, though. Look at where the bomb is now. I mean, all this pace and damage that they've done, control that they may well have wrestled for, is just going to be forced out. Kenzazor catches VSM, rotating nades.
That's unfortunate.
They don't need the bomb after all. I believe this final player now noticed.
Yeah, he spotted him, which is why he didn't fight. Smart move by Kenzazor. Even drops a smoke as well, just to make the rotate even more awkward.
A quick move around from him as well. Completely.
He's dead. Knife him. Go on. You know you want it. Go on. Oh, he was.
Boo.
He could have.
Either way, great half coming in from both sides, keeping it competitive, keeping things interesting, which I think is definitely what we're about. And Bait with a pretty keen recovery, it's safe to say. We'll see if they continue it into that second half. We are back in, second half underway here, and all to play for. Bait with a resurgence, but Pain still managed to keep them at bay with some unlikely rounds towards the end. Very, very wacky indeed. We'll see if that continues into the second half, if Pain are going to lean into that down and dirty style that Bait seemed to adopt when things were not going well. Very curious to know now. Hard to split these as well. On the odds, it would seem. So Pain, can they tap in? Can they take this over the line in a similar fashion to the way they did on Dust 2?
That's it. Pistol rounds haven't exactly been bountiful for Bait, so let's see if they can change their fate a little bit. They've struggled, to say the least. In comes the Utor. Santiago going to be tested. He'll drop a smoke of his own, but now Kenta's all left. Alone behind the smoke, tapping, hopefully. It's a smart move, actually, by Bait here. The second the Utor comes through, fall back, give up the site, but group up. So you actually have some legs behind this retake.
Yeah, they do have a kit, right? Gives them that option to just play things a bit safer. They don't feel as desperate to try and get the kills. Boost up attempts. Oh, man, but this is what the Glocks can do. Rolling heads. My goodness, nearly flawless to kick off the second half, but they will take it all the same. It's tough. They do have that kit. Maybe if there were some flashes behind it, it's a difficult choice, right? You really throw caution to the wind if you back off and just kind of let the gods decide, right? As can happen in the pistols sometimes. Are you going to hit those crazy shots, or will it be your opponents? And as it was, the Glocks take over.
Yeah, exactly that. Again, continue the streak of where Bait's pistols have looked a little worse for wear, and it obviously is having quite a knock-on effect for them. It's taken a while to get into these halves. We saw it happen in the first half of this map. Snow, up close. That's mythical MP7 that everybody's looking at. Opens up proceedings with the first. Molly and Smoke down towards Palace in case they were going for a pop, but Pariah will lose his head. Nice work from Sekikawa. He looks for more, but he might actually be in a bit of trouble here. Big Azera, and then a B7.
Creeping back. I thought he was maybe going to charge forwards. It gives the space back. They have that man advantage. That's all they need. That's all they want. Weird angle from him. We'll survive. We'll gather some information. They're a bit unsure. The actual rotations were going towards A, but of course it is going to be B here. Santiago on the Deagle. What can he get done for us? Some damage, but it's not going to be enough. He's lost his teammates. The round falls by the wayside. So it should be double digits here, unless something wild happens in the next round. Pain starting off very well and starting to build that scary momentum once again.
Yeah, they are. This is really where things become very, very dicey for Bait. You got no real investment towards this round, so like you said, it should be double digits. At that point, you've got, I mean, realistically, like 2 full buys, basically. The difference between you staying competitive in your map pick and you being out of this tournament. So you're very much getting to the now or nevers. Snow with Pariah. Hot flash to dive out a window. This should be pretty simple, all things considered. As Snow wraps through in towards the site, he's being chased. There's a bit of support as well by the Deagle, but it's only brief. As the MP7 is cleaning house on the B site, and the trades are oh so simple as well. Alex, all that's left, and he meets the business end of VSM's Galil. That's double digits for Pain, and they're oh so close now.
Yeah, the energy is up. The faces with many smiles. Certainly good to see. Really, a lot of it all comes down to this. Is there going to be an answer on that Bait side of things, or will they just completely capitulate this series and this tournament? Be a shame to see them go out so quickly. I mean, a lot of prospects, man, on this team. You know, a lot of really hot fraggers in their own right, but just not translating at the moment in Krakow. Pain are looking to send them home. NQZ boosted up. Volley that comes round for Pariah, so they're certainly put in a difficult spot towards middle, not finding that frag that they're really trying to force here, remaining on the boost for quite a long time.
down front con. And towards window as well. There's a gap for NQZ to work with here, and he's going to try and make the most of it. Oh, he has the advantage. Bad time for Segukawa to peek round that corner. He'll lose his head, and the numbers advantage for his side too.
Difficult fights in at middle here. Kenzizor has to back away. Decent damage done, but not quite able to find the kill. VSM taking out MPL, who, one of those textbook swings, man. Just goes in dry with no support, trying to catch a player off. Does not happen. 35 seconds remain. Kenzizor as well has maybe missed this, as big man Big Uzera is in the window. So a complete lack of information on that one is certainly going to make a difference. They'll begin their roll towards A, where the defense again is somewhat weakened. Alex with an off angle, but surely gets traded from here, right? Even if he does manage to find success. At the moment, nobody looking into him. NQZ was ready for a CT push. Down they all go. Ascenthial is incredibly low here. Have an idea of him being around. Big Uzera! Yes, sir!
Oh!
That
Zon,
is smooth.
Is that you? Oh, that was crisp. That was really nice. Foon-esque as well. Diving through. Unk still got it. You'll love to see it.
They did make them B-hops a little easier, I hear.
I will... As someone who doesn't B-hop as a spacebar jumper, I feel like they've got easier. I can chain a couple together, so I think you're all right. But yeah, some smooth movement. And a big brain on his head as well, as he knew where he was hiding. 11-5, we said you basically have 2 full buys to work with, and the second full buy comes as if you're playing for OT. But obviously, you know, for bait in this situation, you're on death's door already. They're going to go for the Force. I'm not even too surprised. A lot of teams generally prefer to go for the Force rather than eco here and full buy-in towards the next. But I don't think it makes a difference. You could give them all the weaponry in the world right now, but they're just being outclassed by Pain. They look incredible. Everybody stepping up and having their moment. Snow's had a fantastic map with 23 kills. Big Azera leading by example with 17 of his own. NQZ's looking sharp and definitely winning out that head-to-head in this series against Segukawa. This feels like an all but foregone conclusion, and NQZ going to make sure that is the case. The first, Snow for the second, B-site Baron, and broke it open. And sure, Kenzizor setting up a flank, but I think the real investment's about to fall flat here. There's a couple that come through, and Kenzie one of his own as well. There might still be life here.
Yeah, in the chaos, I believe he's also got the bomb up there.
Yeah, he does.
It's the big thing, so yeah, that's really going to make a difference now. How do they recover that? They've got the information on the players, but don't want to give your head away. Kenzizor looking to try and just net one more if he can. Oh, MP7. Fails for Big Uzera there. What is the game plan? They've got plenty of time. They don't have to rush into things necessarily. So he's opting to give the space. He's worried about a flank. Alex also had an opportunity to maybe find a kill. Doesn't quite capitalize. It's getting messy here. It's getting nervy for sure. Kenzizor confident, but they don't want to fight him. They're really waiting on him to make that unforced error. Kind of ignoring the bomb right now.
Yeah.
Well played from Alex here, by the way, to just drop back so far. Could walk into them, could get the timing, and he does. It's brilliantly played. A mastermind move, and gets both for good measure.
Yeah, you can see both of the bait players there. They're a little bit cautious about where, like, the second player is, because in every single time they peeked, they actually only saw one. They didn't see them next to each other. So there was a bit of a feeling in the back of the mind of, like, we could be getting flanked in. That's why they've not made a move for the bomb. And it's actually the thing that makes the most sense, really. Like, why aren't they trying to recover the bomb and trying to put pressure on the pod, or trying to... They're fighting the market player when their attention really should be ignoring him. So that's why, in their minds, they're thinking they've got to be flanking us. But they weren't. They were just a little bit lost and confused. Pain didn't know what to do in that situation. I don't blame them. It was a next to impossible round to recover. And it started so well. Then QZ and Snow get the opening 2 apiece. But Bait recover from a 5 versus 3 to keep the dream alive. But still, it's a long road to recovery. And not only that as well, you've won a round, sure, but it's actually had no real effect towards Pain. They've still got plenty of money for this round and for the next round too.
Certainly going to be confident moving forwards. Is this the beginning of something for Bait? Or will it be stopping this class? NQZ feels like he's got all the answers. As the peak comes his way, Kenzador forced away. Can't stop this con move then. I've got Palace control. NPL to fall. That's kind of the big one. What can Alex do? He's really trying his damnedest this past couple of rounds to keep the dream alive. A wild swing from Kenzador is successful. Big Uzera can't necessarily be covered. He cancels the plant. NQZ with a key miss. And maybe things are falling apart here for the T side of things. Big Uzera, complete reposition. Might not expect him to be here. Wants that face to come in. They're trying to deal with NQZ, but it's easier said than done against the AWP. The trade? Maybe? Oh, no scope doesn't land, and it's all down to Big Uzera. He manages to find Alex in all this, by the way, so it's the 1 versus 1. Gets the bomb down. Knows the location of this final player. Looking to break some dreams. If he can pull this off. Reposition towards CT. Essential to close that gap. He really wants to try and play at range and just force the peak to come in, but it's not necessarily going to happen. Big Uzera playing pretty far back. Nade doesn't find anything. Tap on the bomb. Or maybe incoming. Essential gives the game away, though, that he's having a look. He is going to go for the hold. Big Uzera not peeking. The defuse comes in, and he's just a second too late there, pal. Doesn't happen, and Bait will keep it coming.
Yeah, nerves of steel, right? Just no faking in that spot. Again, another one where you've kind of got nothing to lose. The odds are against you if you're Bait on that retake. Another round in which it feels like it's looking okay for Pain, and they kind of ever so slightly squander it. This is becoming a reoccurring theme, back-to-back rounds where they make good headway at the start of the round, but they just can't quite see it over the line. Bait are doing enough. I mean, it's really skin of their teeth type stuff. Clinging on. Not dead just yet. And we even saw this a little bit yesterday as well. When Bait are on death's door, that's when we've seen some of their best work.
It's true. It's like they need a reason, like a deeper reason to really just prove themselves.
Big time. They need to fire up their arse before they even really, like, okay, lock in now. Like, we've got nothing to lose. And that their best CS has always been when they're, like, on the edge of losing a series.
Yeah, and I suppose the ultimate mission is to, like, chase that in regulation in the sort of, you know, cleaner games or earlier stages of a game, whatever it may be. Same in the first half, right? They managed to pull off pretty insane comeback there as well. Kenzador. Nice find from him. Evens up those numbers. It's going to be the B burst coming forwards. There's only a couple of them to go at it. And I mean, flying out the window, molly in hand, is kind of mental. Doesn't really have the support here. Pain not sold on this idea, it feels like. Not looking good. Only 2 remaining. NQC going to have to do a lot of the work. As they're both pretty low now, actually. It's not going to happen at all. Wow.
Bait are back. They are well and truly back. This is some good CS they're now starting to put on the board. And that one in particular it wasn't even like it was close. It was down to a 1v1 or 2v2 as we had for the previous few rounds. That was a simply put, really quite nice round. Bait. The buffer zone, that Pain hold is only 3 rounds. That is absolutely doable. And I say only 3 rounds. Realistically, it should be 2. Bait should be getting a 9th here. Because Pain don't really have that big of an investment. All their laurels put on the shoulders of NQZ with the hero AK. ESM with that Glock goes looking in towards mid and eats a chunk of damage. Big Uzera, first to fall. Nice trade from NQZ at the very least, so the AK sings quite nicely. Only Snow had armor. If Snow had armor, could drop it over towards him. I mean, obviously he's been flying as well. We still have the money for it.
No, it is true. Could be something cooking here, though. They're headed towards A, and not a lot of defense over there. Alex, in just a moment, will start to discover that there's no one around on B, so maybe they'll have more info to work with. I like this, though. The Palace move. Oh, they're really, really sold. This window is closing. Kenzador is here. Utility coming out. Keeps them at bay in Palace, so they'll be pretty prepared for this. Flank is also being lined up. Gonna have to hit some crazy shots. It's not like they have that element of surprise anymore. Kenzador here, ready to go. Difficult spray, but does get one and manages to survive. NQZ to fall. Surely enough has been done therefore, unless the Deagles can come alive. Pariah finds one. It's now going to be down to the Glock of VSM.
Hang on.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Gets the burst out. Got to pull out the reload. It's pistol versus pistol. Ascenthial just manages to track him. What is happening in some of these rounds?
Oh my god. VSM continues to sort of pluck greatness out of nowhere. I mean, it's not exactly like he's running away in the numbers department, but the impact rounds he does have are really quite electric, and he nearly makes something out of it there. If he didn't have to reload, oh, who knows what could have happened. So, 11-9 as both sides have now used 2 timeouts apiece. This is playing second. Both have 1 more remaining each. We went to overtime in the previous map, and I mean, the way Bait have been playing these last few rounds, there's a bit of a feeling that we might require it once again. Pain are letting this chance slip away from them at quite a rapid pace.
Very much so. Still in good spirits. Maybe because they have that one map in hand, it's not super scary for them, but obviously you want to close things out as quickly as possible. Not allow that reset of Inferno. Oh. I think that was meant to be a boost, and they kind of failed it a little.
Just like me.
Well, indeed. It's one of my favourite angles, though, the little pixel ledge on the van.
Yeah, it's good.
Fan of that one.
I think it's really, really solid in a double AWP setup as well. If you can play an AWP towards window and one towards van. I'm a big fan. Pariah. Spotted one, but it's Snow who gets the kill as Kentasaw. I mean, he had no way of escaping there. In towards Sandwich, there was no chance in hell. Snow takes damage on the spam, but he will cross alive, and the flash will keep Alex at bay briefly. But that smoke starting to subside, so they need to be careful. A minute to work with, a swing and a find. Alex and Estenthial, combination play. That works well, and he'll put a second behind it too, as Estenthial swings for one of his own. A shutdown by Bait. A is under lock and key.
Damn, I mean, looked so good for Pain. They go back to the tried and true, right? The old A execute, but it's just the swings and the shots at the moment that are really working for Bait. All of a sudden, they are looking so damn good. And it's Alex, honestly. The kills are not quite there for him, but the impact has been massive on this comeback train. Really having some great moments and finding some unlikely kills. I think Pain are like, uh-oh, wait a minute. Where did all the rounds go? We better get this done. We don't want another overtime. We don't want another map. So, certainly going to have to figure this out in the next couple of rounds. Wild that we don't see like a timeout from them even.
It's true.
Just straight back into it, feeling like maybe they've conditioned A, changing things up ever so slightly. Wild moves here, trying to catch them off through smokes. You can see Snow has gotten himself into a really pivotal spot, potentially. The bomb nearly spills on an overswing. It's VSM, hero of the hour, to come forward. But look at Snow. He's been cooking this. They're just waiting for him to have his chance. Catches another reloading. Oh, Snow. A phantom, a ghost in that smoke will just demolish them.
There was half a second to a second there where it felt like Snow was actually only going to get one. If he only gets one, there's still life in Bait. But thankfully, the guy on stairs needed to reload. The worst possible time to reload as well, just as that smoke fades. And Pain find map and series point. Bait back to the drawing board, backs against the wall, and down to 4 already as Segakawa falls. Uh-oh. Numbers advantage for Pain on the brink of success here.
Pariah Jr. Like he was going to lead the charge. They're thinking against it, potentially. Do not want to mess this up, right? This should be, in the minds of a pro player and that sort of calculated game theory, 88% of rounds like this get converted, that sort of thing, should be the place where they finish this map. So they do not want to mess this up. And you can kind of feel that with certain bits of tension here in the B-apps, just waiting for the utility to roll out, wait for the smoke to dissipate, and see what they want to go for. Perfect read and a perfect find. One more to go on this B bomb site. Rotation is going to be quick. Meanwhile, Kenzazor hidden away. Slightly unexpected angle here. Can he get more than one? He can't. And I think that might just be curtains, unfortunately, for Bait in this tournament as well. 4-on-1 for Alex. As I say, he's had a nice few rounds on this comeback. This is surely not going to happen. Snow takes him. Who else? Great series, great map coming in from that young gun. And it will be Payne moving forwards in a pretty convincing fashion overall.
Yeah, fantastic one, it has to be said. I think when you look at that map, obviously Snow was superb. 28 kills, I think actually maybe even 29 by that last one. Fantastic work. He had 120 ADR towards the end. He was looking electric. I thought, despite maybe not running away numbers department-wise, VSM in that first half, I thought had incredible impact. NQZ played really well and absolutely won his head-to-head against Segukawa, really showing experience as well. You know, already spoke about him being a bit of a journeyman. At Big Azera, I thought the calling was excellent. For Bait, not the tournament from them. I think they lacked obviously a lot of structure, a lot of depth in terms of the calling department. A lot of that will come when you don't have your coach with you as well. You got a new player, 16 years of age, in his debut on HLTV here at an event of the prestige of IEM Krakow. But what matters most is Payne walk away with 2-0 in the series and a really nice run.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Bait side of things, they absolutely should have been more prepared, I think, coming into Krakow. Yes, again, coach and new player and all this kind of stuff, like you say, but they've got to have known about that ahead of time. They should have been in the off-season really working on the team. Something's not quite working. Like, the potential is there. They just don't have that depth. And they're one of these teams as well where, yes, if you approach it as like a really frag-heavy team, people are going to get used to that eventually. At a certain point, you might be like catching people off guard, but after a while, teams are going to get used to it. So I think, you know, it's a little bit of a problem really for Bait that they've just not gone away and figured things out like that, and I think they maybe only have themselves to blame a little bit. Should have done better here. I would have expected them to be maybe vying in the conversation for stage 2. Not a sure thing, but certainly not towards the bottom end of the pack, but that's where we find them.
I agree. I mean, there's also a lot to sing praise on the flip side as well. I think Payne really started to figure out where the weaknesses were coming through for this Bait side. I think in particular, I think NQZ realized he had a lot of free real estate against Segukawa. I think potentially he might even walk away with the MVP of the series. I know Snow had a fantastic second map. His first map was actually a little bit underwhelming. NQZ was consistently great across both, so real credit coming through to him. But as a whole, you look at this now for Bait, and I wonder what is next for this side. I still feel like they're in a spot where they've got the individuals who can fight, and they definitely can do a lot in terms of the numbers department, but it's always been depth of calling for them. And, you know, they've even changed the IGL in the last year from MPL to Alex, and it still feels like it hasn't fixed it.
Yeah, maybe freeing him up a little bit is kind of a good idea, but ultimately there is something kind of lacking. And I don't know that, like, the IGL changes necessarily change the DNA of the team or anything like that.
I agree.
Still, it feels play very, very similarly. So there's something in there that needs to be done. But Payne on the other side of things obviously look great, right? They've had an injection of individuals. Big Usera feeling confident, still can lead from the front, still got a few mix-ups and a few ideas, and really, really well played from them to ultimately keep things together, particularly towards the end. We do actually have an interview with the big man himself, so let's hear from Big Usera.
Big one here for Big Azera. Even Big Azera, congratulations, man. Was that a hard fought for you?
Yeah. Always hard against them. Yeah. Always tough match.
Yeah. So that first map, I mean, you go up in an OT right away. So tell me from the first map. I think that was the first one we actually saw on the stream of OT. So talk to me about that.
I think we did a great this side, but city side sometimes is tough for especially for us. I don't know why, but sometimes we just overpick and these kind of things. And I think the fact of overconfidence also. So I think is the most problem on this map, because if you think about it, it's always all the spots in the map is for CT, but if you play against AK, sometimes it's hard.
Rolling the dice. Hey, speaking of which, playing their hearts out today. I'm talking about, you know, all of you, but Snow on Mirage. Good performance there from the young lad. Tell me about playing alongside of some younger players, and you get into those stressful situations. How does it shake down?
Sometimes it's difficult, but I think the most of time is very good because they have more passion. They want a lot to show the world about how good they are. And yeah, sometimes it's difficult because sometimes they don't have the mindset ready to be here, you know. And if he plays like very bad, he feels a lot, you know. But at the same time, it's very good to have him at the team. So I love him.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, he's definitely doing his part. Hey, for you guys, you were beat up on Astralis, or beat up by Astralis yesterday. Today, a much different story. So going forward, what do you have to say for your guys' showing here in Pain?
For the guys or for the people who's watching?
Well, yeah, we can tell the people at home, but on behalf of you guys.
Yeah, I think we just have to keep believing all the time because we know about how good we can be. And I just feel sometimes we just turn off our brain, maybe. And sometimes the game just go for the wrong side because of that. And I think we just have to keep the confidence always high. And I don't know, just keep playing. And I hope the people at home is still cheering for us.
Well, why don't you tell them something then? Tell the people at home something. I mean, they're right there.
Okay. Everyone just keep believing on us. We are working a lot for go through, and we love to play Counter-Strike, and just still believe in us. We're gonna probably go to playoffs. I hope so.
Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
That's good. I appreciate it.
Well, very confident there from Big as they were probably going to go to the playoffs. I like it. But they're going to have to play against the loser of Aurora Paravision. So not exactly that they've got a super easy next matchup, but we'll have to see who their opponent is. That game's still going over on the A stream, but our preparation and attention now turns to our next game. It's NRP taking on Passion UA. And Harvey, I'm looking forward to this one, right? We just had a barn burner started off, an OT to kickstart the day, and this one feels like it could have a bit of that same energy.
Yeah, certainly. I am hoping for that as well. And like I sort of said earlier, it'd be good to check in with NIP and where they're at as a team at the moment. Passion UA, meanwhile, we also kind of have some expectations around them. They seem quite committed to the cause and the team that they have behind them, and making a few sort of locker room changes, as it were, I believe. So, you know, kind of excited to see where that's going to end up as well. So, yeah, it should be a really cool matchup to contend with. But of course, we've got to take a little bit of a break before we get there, folks. We'll be back shortly, don't you worry, but we will indeed take a break.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
Like, it may be a strong position for Maja, but only if you're the one forcing the fight. And they just walk all the way in, up long, with no cross smoke, no announcement, no info, no problem. 8-1 game for Paravision, blitzing through this. Because here we are crediting their execute, and then they do something like that. 0 nades needed. DIY.
I think as well, just the maps that you have that are very much kind of your signature maps for Paravision make them a real threat, you know? Like, you won't be hard-pressed to get a Dust 2 or a Mirage in your series. Here, they were fortunate enough to get both of them, right? It's kind of their two best maps cropping up as the first and last. Just gives them a lot of freedom. So often you see like one of these two maps ends up as a handshake for teams, you know, kind of a one that everyone feels some degree of comfortability on. And so you don't mind it coming through as a third. Behold, gonna get put under the microscope here. It's only Wakadia left and the rotates are locked out because of this mid to B util. So no one arrives in time, no one gets there. Look at how much the entire CT setup has been called into doubt with these short plays, with the long contact plays. You've been siphoning resources slowly but surely from all corners of the map. And these guys in A feel so much doubt to rotate, never believing anything.
And even there, you still have two players in B. And Paravision just run through the smoke as it blooms. Double entry, 1 kill on the defense. Great mechanics from Zelo. We see Wakadia trying to fight him. He's just getting jiggled on the big box. They delay the plant. They go hunting. They want to take all these guns away because Paravision's money will never be called into question in this half. So exits just remove opportunity for Aurora to get back in this game. Can they find these kills at the end of the round? It's worth dying for. Zelo's going to flash him in. Here we go. Oh, he missed the flash, but they're still going to get the fights.
Oh, they know the Woxic's down here as well. Attempt at the punish. He just gets out with the AWP. But you're a long way away from celebrating that survival if you're Aurora.
Ref just checked his watch like, damn, this has been quick. We're hitting half times. 20 minutes into the map.
Long play on the cards. Corner smoke in. Belchanok plays it forward. Bit of a skirmish looking for the long control. Teammate comes in to lend a helping hand. James just allowed to drive by Woxic out in the open.
11-2 and he's running like that.
And this is where, you know, only from the absence of having played a bunch of top teams here on Dust 2, I think that's the only reason you'd be shy on calling them the best Dust 2 team we got right now. Oh, hello. Xantares going unchecked. Gets out with 2. And you've got to win this one. This is a 4v2 that Xantares was able to deliver, but hold on! James and Zelo, they've got other ideas! Oh, Aurora so close to breaking this massive streak, only to get it snatched away. Soulfly quaking in his boots down here at the spawn. He's got the worst weapon in the round, and he's the guy left shouldering the burden of this 1v2.
And they freeze. They say, come and get it. Giving time for Paravision to craft a plan. James doesn't even take that bomb. He's looking for the kill. Now smoke down. He can throw it across. He can do it himself. Either way, it's a difficult spot to be in for Soulfly. Jump spot might be his best option. Given a chance on the jump. Doesn't know where James gotten off to. Moving on the ramp. James finds the 4th and the clutch to boot. Keeping together this unreal streak of rounds for Paravision. That is 7 in a row. That was meant to be it. Xantares surely did enough, but
trigger
2v4.
discipline to find a massive advantage. Finally, your car player goes unchecked. Finally, Paravision make a mistake that you're able to capitalize on. And it still isn't enough. James 14-2 for crying out loud.
He is hitting bangers. He is still hitting bangers. The fact that he can show up in AWP like this is awesome. I mean, we saw it in Bounty of a Spirit, some crazy clutches from James, some insane shooting with this AWP.
How's James ended up with a Zeus? I mean, he's got 16 grand. Like, he ain't worried about watching the purse right now, but still. What's he planning on doing with it?
Having some fun.
This map just hasn't met the challenge for James, so he started making his own.
Achievement hunting. Hey, you call them the best Dust 2 team, Harry. Vitality would like to have a word.
Well, that's why I say, you know, we need them to have more top-tier matchups.
We want that matchup. We want the Vitality Paravision game, and we definitely want Dust 2 in that series because they have just been a titan on this map over the last year. And Paravision, the only team who looked like they could compete. James smoking in middle. He's just scoped as well. Bacardi has heard him. Is he keeping attention? Is he diverting? Is his team... Look at them caught off guard. Oh, dear. Aurora. Fully cooked. Just one man throwing nades in mid. I just heard Xantares yell from across the room.
Good catch for Wicardia. How much further can he realistically take this? It's down to another one of these 1v1s. Soulfly has been here countless times. Will he be able to find this one? You're looking for just 2 measly rounds on the half. And it's the fresh face up against Sway, Paravision's latest edition. And out with this swing, Soulfly will find him.
Sure.
It's something at the tail end of this half, but make no mistake about it, Paravision very much in the driver's seat and just rounds away from that next stage.
James Paravisionaries are only rounds away from the next stage of Intel Extreme Masters Krakow, coming through with a 10-round first half on Dust. A tilter for Aurora. Can you blame them? Pulled here, there, and everywhere, and pushed down into that lower bracket if Paravision can finish what they've started.
And there's really not a lot of finishing left to do. The finish line is well within sight, and it feels like the only thing left is to get across it. Team coming in here off the back of lifting the first trophy of the season. Expectations were there for Paravision, and they've looked to meet them in stage one. They've had everything they've wanted and more here on Dust 2.
Yeah, well, I just love that Sway clutch just to top it all off, Harry. But you can't really complain, can you, with the double-digit first half. Flash setup could be profitable for James.
They are gaining a lot of ground over on long. Aurora maybe closer than Paravision are ready for. They're already streaming into the site. Zwei gets gone on in time, but sandwiched between ramp and short. These players in CT now end up a little trapped. Getting it down to a 3-on-3. Bomb dropped out here towards short. Gonna get picked up, and with Wicardia alleviating the pressure out here on short, he'll get to divert his attention back to the mid-wrap. Can't hold on to it, however. And a 2v2 now brewing. Paravision on for the retake.
Got into Goose. That means they're committing for these fights. Xantara's a major with a crossfire. There's a flash available. Cilo's going to throw it in. Engine will dodge that, and Xantares has his back covered with the kill. Clock ticking now. Zilo tries to hit the jump shot, just swinging for the hill here. But they're playing with him, and they should whittle him down. Xantares makes that pistol his. And Aurora all starts with a pistol, but it's a long way to go.
Well, look, you weren't watching yesterday if you feel like this scoreline is unwinnable.
It's true.
Will it be so simple for Aurora? They've at least got an eco round to go up against here. Stack over towards B that they're looking to dodge. And so that fourth round should fall pretty comfortably into their lap.
Hello everybody, welcome back in here. We are looking down the barrel of our next lower bracket game. NIP up against Passion UA. Should be another barn burner, I reckon, as these two teams are still kind of figuring out the year. Still not quite sure what to expect. There's a few impressive individuals. Is the complete package there? It is tough to say, and maybe this year, maybe this tournament is the start of those answers, but we're going to find out, of course, as those teams getting ready and set up for this big game.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's, two slightly different stories in a way. For Passion UA, it was a year last year where I think they would have maybe liked a little bit more, but at the same time, they're still in a very competitive spot in terms of kind of the world ranking and all the rest. And for them, that's ultimately all that matters. The flip side is NIP, who started from nothing and managed to clamber their way all the way up those rankings to become not only kind of like the top end of the tier 1.5, but now really starting to once again solidify their spots within kind of the tier 1 as a more consistent factor. And it's actually a question now of how far can Snappy take this side? What is mostly a bit of a young, slightly more inexperienced core in a way. Rinko, X, Kaspersky, and Khan, all relatively inexperienced compared to himself and Shush.
Yeah, absolutely. But those three names that you mentioned, I think there's a lot of hope, there's a lot of prospect there. And, certainly from like a punditry angle, a lot of people are really keeping their eyes on some of these players. And Kaspersky is really setting himself up as a fantastic opener. And we do actually have a few words from him. So let's check in.
We're talking about the ninjas in pajamas. You know anything about the ninjas in pajamas?
Yeah, they are pretty good.
Yeah. So let's talk about it, Kaspersky, because for the NIP project, it's been an interesting sort of experience for us to watch. So talk to me about the Ninjas and Pyjamas project.
I mean, it's nice to be here like with people who like care to be on top in CS.
And in doing so, it's quite the challenge, right?
I mean, yeah, it's for sure a challenge. Like it's big organization, so like they want results, and like we need to deliver it.
And you have, you know, the likes of, say, Exist behind you, for example, former Ninja himself in Pyjamas. In terms of your team now, where you find yourself stacked up today against the Passion UA, how do you think this game goes?
I mean, if we play like we used to play on practice, I think it's gonna be good. Because like yesterday we played really bad and we didn't show what we're capable of, and we just show like full different game than we show every day on practice.
And so playing as you practice, do you think that's one of the bigger hurdles, like one of the bigger problems a team can face is just playing how you practice, but in officials?
I mean, we don't play like we practice. Like we just, I think it's pressure also, and like we do stupid mistakes that we cannot do. Like we don't talk too much, and like, I don't know, we just feel different than practice, but like we talk about it and hopefully we fix for today.
Last one for you this, man. Poland, you've heard of it, right?
Yeah.
Is it an exciting time for you to play here in Poland?
I mean, yeah.
Cool. Well, perhaps we'll see you a little bit later on. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, always good to hear from Kaspersky. A man of few words, let's say, but, you know, there's the little tidbits here and there which you can absolutely take. Passion UA on the flip side, this is a team with a lot to give, right? And we look at what is kind of now this more new look Passion UA, where, you know, you've got Kavem in the mix as well, and a guy who we've known from the tier 2 for a while, right? He's always been kind of a force to be reckoned with there, and it was always sort of a question of how high can the ceiling go, and he's been given his chance to play at this top level alongside a really interesting lineup, right? We know what the ceiling's like for a player like Horzog. We know what the ceiling's like for a player like Grim as well. If you can get Nyx alongside that, all playing at a high level, this Passion UA side are a difficult team to put to bed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Passion UA I kind of like as an organization as well. They've really jumped at the opportunity to pick up the majority of this team when it became available, but also showing that they are going to make a few moves and that they are interested in kind of pushing things a bit further. Like I say, there's been a lot of kind of backroom changes as well, and maybe a guy that can give us some thoughts around that. We've got the interview.
Passion UA, it's JT. How you feeling today, bud?
Pretty good. We had a really late game last night. We ended up losing that game, but I think the way we started off on the first map was really strong for us. So I'm hoping that today we can show what we showed on the first map yesterday.
Yeah, because it was a strong CT side over there on versus G2 on Overpass, right? That first half, a little tough, though.
Yeah, I mean, we started a little slow, but I think we brought it back for the first half. But then on the other maps, it was like not as strong as I'd like it to have been. We played better, so yeah.
Yeah, that splitting pistols and Dust 2, you know, that failed conversion on the second round always hurts. That's never going to feel as good. So Dust 2, the wheels fall off a little bit. Mirage, kind of an opposite to how the series started. So let's talk a little bit about it. What happened?
Mirage, I mean, we started off really slow. We didn't really have any answers yesterday. We were doing a lot of different things, being super dynamic, changing a lot of things, but nothing was really working for us. I think that during the game, it felt like we kind of just ran out of energy. So today's like a little bit of an earlier game. We're not waiting as long as yesterday, I hope, and yeah.
Is redemption on the cards for Passion UA today, JT?
I mean, I'm obviously going to say yes. I think we're going to win today, so yeah.
Thank you very much.
Cool, thank you.
There you go, the voice of JT as he is now set up and ready to get into things. I mean, an area that always is very interesting around the history of this team. A great mind for the game with TC behind him as well. Sometimes a little lacking in the server, you might say, and that kind of tends to be where this squad has been at for quite a while. They do have, again, that potential. They have a really clean kind of approach and sort of believing, but a lot of individual inconsistencies come into play with this squad. Yeah, Vito rolling along the bottom of the screen here as well. Overpass picked up by NIP. That certainly raises my eyebrows a little.
Yeah, exactly. It's a map, of course, which they've played 3 times. They won 2 of them as well. Flip side, Passionway don't mind it. They're 50% on that one. Nuke on the flip side. That one also, again, kind of raises my eyebrows a bit. Passionway are 1 for 3 in it, where for NIP, they've been kind of liking the Nuke recently. They've been playing it a little bit more. It's become actually their sort of most played map in the pool. So I guess a lot of tape to go on at the very least, but we'll see what Passionway have found out there. Anubis will be our decider in this one. And that one is also quite interesting because neither of these sides have played it yet in an official. This is the debut official on the new look Anubis for both of these 2 teams if we get there, that being the key point. So Overpass, Nuke, and Anubis being our maps. I think this one, the way it's kind of set up, it does feel like it probably should go all 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we get some fresher maps here for the B stream as well, or at least our cast, so that's good. Excited for that. But yeah, it will certainly be curious to see. It's very difficult with these teams. They're sort of low reps, low info at the moment, but they will be scrimming away, and I feel like they'll be scrimming a lot of different levels of teams and things as well. So it does certainly open the door to what we expect here. 3 maps is what it feels. I just think this NIP side, if they get all those pieces working, they're a really formidable force and not to be underestimated. Could certainly get the better of Passion UA from a fragging department, but there's a lot more to the game than that. We are kicking things off here, of course, second game of the day here on the B stream, and another team that we have to wave goodbye to by the end of this series.
I'm looking forward to this one. Let's see. Get the show on the road. For NIP, there's still the question marks about really where the ceiling is for this new look side. I think Passion UA are quite a good litmus test and quite a good start for Nyx as well, as they'll catch Khan. Head ripped off his shoulders, and they can start scaling in towards his A side pretty quickly. There's only 1 player here, so a lot of this is reliant upon the flank as Wrinkle makes his move.
See what he can pull off. Meanwhile, the frontal attack looking to try and find success here. It's Nyx who gets the drop, though. Kaspersky for the trade is certainly there. Still a solid man advantage coming through for this T side. Bomb going to get planted. And that's a big name to be finding. Snappy is far from the action. 1 versus 3. The old guard IGL, who has put together some very unlikely rosters, some very successful rosters against the odds. We'll see if he can pull things off here. He's now been spotted, so you would assume potentially not. They just got to trade well enough off of each other.
No care.
Crept in a little. Doesn't have a lot of time to work with, and trying to wait for that peak. It never comes. When it does, he loses his head. So clean pistol there for the T side.
Yeah, it was never going to happen. There was no real chance of that one. If he had a kit and a smoke, you could maybe fathom a way in which he could sneak out a defuse, but any other chance felt next to unlikely unless it was a massive, egregious overface by Passion UA. Nice start. Opening kill coming through as Khan gets deleted, and Nick's guessing it a second behind it before falling. Pretty quite solid work. Of course, this being Passion UA's pick, you want to get as much as you can out on this T side. It's a map in which, I mean, for Overpass, since its reintroduction, has sort of been considered one of the more CT maps in the pool, and it's been quite difficult for teams to get quite consistent T sides on. So if we can see Passion UA, even in the likes of kind of 4 to 5 rounds, well, it might seem low on other maps. 4 rounds T side, I've seen plenty of teams do more with less. Forced by NIP. Got the 5-7s in play, which is still quite precarious. A bit of util as well to go around, so NIP can't come in towards this round 2 lags.
Yeah, really got to be careful, NIP. That interview from Kaspersky, I think, is quite telling. That they were potentially nervous yesterday, not quite playing to what the practice expected. Hopefully not going to be the same again here today. Lots of damage. Shush does manage to take one, looking for a little more, nearly loses his head, somehow remains alive there. They surely know about him now, but he's maybe created enough carnage here for the rest of these CT pistols to get something done. That's a big find. It's all down to Wrinkle. Oh man, what a flick.
Fair play.
Not going to be enough in the end. And they do that bare minimum damage that you look for on a force buy. But
yeah.
Obviously going to lose the round.
Yeah, exactly. Put a bit of pressure on the econ. You can walk away from it being not too upset in kind of the grand scheme of things. But now it's about when you look towards this NIP side with round number 3 being a bit of a throwaway, gotta make the most out of this next gun round. That's the downside, of course, of the force buy. If it does fall flat, it does give a bit of a runway for Passion UA to get out the gates early here on their map pick. And hey, so far, so good. 2 should turn 3. Not really that much of competition. Just want to make sure of that. Mac 10 flying around the corner. Looks for a second. He'll nail it. That's money in the back pocket as well, which he'll take every day of the week.
Looking to just keep this one clean. Oh, Kvem jump scares himself, I suppose.
Yeah, kind of.
Be careful. Nearly goes down. I think that may well have been a fake dink. I'm not sure, to be fair. If he had the deagle or not. Wrinkle gets one. Looks for another. Not going to happen. So Passion UA going through the motions here for the 3-0. Overpass starts very well indeed. But now the full buy comes round. This is where we expect NIP to perhaps come alive and show some of those individuals that we've talked up.
Yeah, you're right. It's not, you know, kind of like a now or never type situation, but it's vitally important to get your first gun round on the board here for NIP, or at the very least as well, show what the idea around this map is for them. It's one that they've actually been really trying to incorporate into towards their pool, hence why the choice of sort of picking into it felt maybe a little questionable in a sense. There's a lot of tape on Passion UA, so they've got to have some level of an idea. NIP going for the spam. The idea there is quite nice. The bullets are just mere centimeters away as Grim will contact his way up connector, as he did in the previous round.
Wrinkle pushes back. Drop some utility, has to give up some control in order to do that. Looking to just fully contact it back, so dangerous moves could pay off. Flash is good. He's still feeling it though. Still wants a fight. Oh man, and contacting in again will be successful. Solid stuff. JT falls. Molotov to force him into a very awkward spot here, but he will keep them coming. He can still shoot. Will get traded eventually, but surely the damage done by the AWP. It's just down to Halzerk and Nix here to attempt this 2-on-4, and it's not looking good. Halzerk is known about spamming away on both sides. Eats a nade as well. Certainly his days are numbered. Nothing coming. Down he will go, and it's NIP with their first on the board.
And that's exactly what you want, right? We're talking about it. First gun round, out the gates nice and early, and doing it in a fashion as well that will immediately put pressure back on towards Passion UA. It's something that we expect out of Snappy's calling style, and the big thing for them is really about trying to get this young core, you know, firing on all cylinders. Wrinkle so far at the gate's looking pretty solid. He's sort of, at the very least, this kind of 1-for-1 that he's going for is pretty good, but getting him now on towards the AWP on the CT side, and especially the fact that Halzerk doesn't have the finances to respond with one of his own, it's a good advantage for him to work with. They're trying to boost right now, and they're struggling. Oh my god, they give up in the end. The X-Ray betrayed them. We caught all of that as they failed about 14 times to jump up on towards Sandbag. So instead, Wrinkle's just going to go contact, and he'll get one. Looks for a second, but caught on the retreat. Tail between his legs. He's not given the luxury of life. But Kaspersky playing around Pillar. He wants more bodies. He's catching corpses. Kaspersky leaves it all on the shoulders of Halzerk, and he goes huge. What a round from Kaspersky. It starts with a myriad of mistakes at the start, but he seals the deal on B emphatically.
That is crisp. So clinical from him. I get to catch all of it here as well. Just in and around the pillar. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's that one there, isn't it, as well, onto the player on short that you feel he should never get. But he does, and if he's awakening this early, we got Wrinkle, confident with the AWP, contacting in. Getting away with absolute murder. Passion UA are going to have their work cut out. And they have to be able to bounce back from these difficult opening rifles.
I'm still gobsmacked by that. We were just saying about getting, you know, this young core online, and Kaspersky does that. He's just such a good player, isn't he? I mean, really does feel like the sky's the limits for him. And he's under the right tutelage as well. Support a Snappy and Shush in terms of experience. What can happen, Wrinkle? Okay. 2 for him, make it a 3rd. Can't get a 2-piece as well to shut down the eco. NIP, Harvey, we're starting to see a little bit of a highlight reel back and forth from this side. Back-to-back rounds.
Well, I talked about, man, you know, the prospects are there. The ceiling is there for some of these individuals, and I think Snappy is letting them be loose in this particular matchup. Maybe it didn't quite work yesterday. They put more pressure on themselves, maybe tried to apply structure, as you do in an official. You know, you feel like you really need to stick to a game plan. Can be hard to weave in and out of that aggressive style, of that more structured system. But here they're playing a bit looser. They're having some fun with it. And it is working. It is absolutely working. Yeah, trading highlight rounds, like you say. Successful on the boost this time around, so they've worked it out. Unfortunately, there's nobody home in at short water, so not going to be utilized just yet. It's more of an A hit, more of a mid hit coming round from Passion UA. Slowly creeping up and looking to make a name for himself as well, and he will. The new addition with a beautiful spray down to welcome himself to the series and the stream. It's chaos outside of B. Kaspersky with a big old trade there. Leaves it in a 4 versus 2 and a bomb recovery for Passion UA.
This is some fun Counter-Strike. Wrinkle misses a shot. Khan gets cleaned up as well, but Wrinkle will respond in kind. Pistol fake flash thrown by Grim. He tries to bait out the AWP, but Wrinkle will not fall for your problems, and Khan gets loud. Good on him. Good on him. That transfer was really, really nice. And he needed a bit of fortune. It's a bold move as well, because he goes loud up connector. And attention gets drawn towards him. But NIP, they are having fun on this map so far. And I'll come back to it as well. I brought it up in the pre-show and I'll bring it up again, especially with seeing it now. This is a map in which NIP like. And the choice and decision of going here, it does feel super bold.
Yeah, it is true. Something went right to begin with. They look clean, but it's just kind of fallen off a bit. And that leading voice in play. We'll see if TC has managed to build the morale back up. I feel like it is one of those timeouts, more of a energy talk than a tactical talk. See if it pays off. Obviously, not expecting too much out from this round. With that half buy, if they can create a bomb plant, that would be good. They can just get some kills back, honestly, right? There's a few players that have gone quiet in these rifle rounds.
Baby steps, right? That's kind of where we're angling right now, you know, one step at a time. Let's get back into a competitive nature in terms of like just the individuals, as you were talking about. And then we can start trying to decipher plans. Let's start, though. Down goes Grim.
Snappy on the creep. A dangerous move. We'll gather some information. Nate's coming in. Trying to stack them all over the bomb site. No kill, but so much damage done. It just causes panic, doesn't it? You know, all those nades going off. Works beautifully. Ken, however, 2 clean headshots from him to maybe keep this bomb site defended well enough. Even the bomb plant is now brought into question. Halzerk on the edge of the smoke, able to find one. He's caught reloading, loses his teammate, and it's Snappy also looking clean. It's a decent try in the round, but he wanted a plant at the very least.
My God, NIP are hitting hard right now. These are some really punchy rounds on the defense where, you know, we'll keep saying it. They're looking so sharp. Passion UA, they're losing this to just brute force right now. 10-5 for Wrinkle, 8-5 for Ken, 6 for Kaspersky. It's not a bad run. Holding, finding Snappy. On the jump, Pete loses his head.
Here we go. Maybe something for Passion UA to work off of.
I think they've got to fight fire with fire. I really think they've got to get up in the face. NIP are getting way too giddy in the engagements. They're so confident to fight. You've got to take that to them.
Yeah, a lot of individual, a lot of dry moves. You can get caught. Oh, that's a tag on the AWP. That's unlucky.
Gets one, though.
He does actually get one, yeah. So it's done a lot. You look at the HP bars over here for Passion UA. It's certainly House of Cards at the moment.
He's done like 250 plus damage.
Yeah.
Tags one through the slide, tags one on the corner of that rock as well, and then gets a kill on JT. Statistically, it will show just 1 kill. Maybe if you're just looking at a scoreboard or whatnot, but impact this round is massive from Wrinkle. And information gain, too.
Capitalized on, though, is the problem.
Very true.
He's done his part. Can the rest of the team deliver? Setup for A. Pretty nice setup as well to bounce. Yeah, Ken in for one. Nades could be deadly. There's nobody else to really follow up behind Grim. The bomb itself has dropped down because Nyx, meanwhile, has been on a mission. He's discovered that the B-bomb site is clear. Kvem tries but fails to catch a rotation. So suddenly the numbers look good. They've got that bomb site controlled. Nyx is going to have to do a lot here. Oh, they seem weary. He looks kind of nervy. There's a couple players to keep track of. He does get one. Halzerk, however, behind all this, comes through with the AWP. And they will manage to take the round.
Yeah, exactly that. Okay. This is a bit more like it, though, from Passion UA. Like we said at the start of this round, I really want to see a bit more proactivity from Passion UA, especially in these early rounds. Just put the pressure on. Don't allow NIP to free roam around the map the way they are on the CT side so far. But in a bit more of a macro sense, if you just zoom out a bit, sure, they've lost a bit of control, Passion UA, but 4 rounds T side is not bad. It's absolutely workable. I've, like I said, seen teams do much more with less. So I don't think they should be too distraught with what's happened thus far.
Kaspersky's spamming away. Spots a couple of players here as well. Oh, more spams. I've had success with a full mag there, but not wanting to disperse of it just yet. They line up for Shush. He can't find the third. But he's done a lot of damage. There's still a man at the back end of the site calling for flashes here as well. Bomb plant in all this carnage is somehow going to be attempted and successfully planted. Kaspersky stays alive for one more. Halzerk trying to replicate the success of the previous round, and he might just be able to do it a bit wide. Does fall. JT, the IGL, left clutch. 1 versus 2. Knows about the first, but can't find the head. It's close, but no cigar there for Passion UA.
Indeed, indeed. Nice retake, actually, from Ninjas in Pyjamas, right? Decent work from them. And they're not too kind of wanting to fight in the early part. You know, as the bomb goes down, they don't panic. They don't get flustered. They bide their time to make sure the numbers are all there ready to trade. They can set up the gimmicks like the boost, which doesn't really do anything, right? But it still is keeping attention drawn to allow that short water move to come through. And IP, 6th round on the board. So worst case scenario, a tie game at the half. The way they're playing, they should be taking a lead. You make it an 8-4. I think it's pretty solid. A 7-5 feels like maybe a bit of a handshake with how strong the start was for Passion UA. But we'll see. Snappy, he can't even fall away now. He's stuck. He's got to fight and take as many as he can down with him. It's just a 1 and a bit of damage on towards Grim.
Ken hidden away. Could be a big spot here. Actually going to pivot into the bathroom, so maybe not. Time will tell. Wrinkle kind of faking things out with a flash there. So it seemed like maybe there's someone peeking from Divider. Man, he sets up for the second. That is insane. Wrinkle! Magnets in his bullets. How is he doing this? Oh my god. That is just insane. I thought surely traded, surely caught off. But no, he is just on another level right now.
What a map we're being treated to here. There's been about 5 different highlight reel moments, and Wrinkle, that is superb. Isolating duels is the first thing, but hitting the flicks that he finds, that is miraculous. What a round from Wrinkle. What a round. We'll ignore that missed Molotov that's just bounced behind NIP. They're still baffled by what they've just done. Sappy, first to fall, a double stack towards Long, which is information gained, and Wrinkle feels tempted by the fight here. The only issue of where Wrinkle's playing, he's starting to get to a position where he can't fall away. This is a bold move by him, but, I mean, look at the confidence off that last round. I can't really blame him.
Yeah, seems to be what he loves going for, is just these very disrespectful peaks. Now spotted, and like you say, he's made his bed.
Yeah.
He chooses to get aggressive, as do the B players. So keep your eyes on that on the mini-map. I want to see them... Ooh, net some action, actually. They do take 2. They do get the bomb. Oh, God, what is going on? Kaspersky over here with the smoke down. There's a trade from Ken. Kaspersky's fallen to Nyx, who was on B already. It's gone crazy. Ken. Oh, I thought he'd landed the heady there, but not the case. Looking for him. They'll spot him. He's left low. Bomb plant going to come in. He can't stop that. And I think surely this 2 versus 1, you feel, is not going to happen. Smoke down. Absolutely not. And yeah, that makes you reconsider pretty heavily whether you want to go for this or not. But it is that final round, so decision made. Looked like he wanted to sort of instinctually pull away, but he has to go for it. Through the smoke. Not going to happen. So at least that for Passion UA, they recover back as much as they can. A chaotic first half swings in favor of NIP. Only just. We'll see what this CT side from the map pickers has got in store. Huge gaming.
I know. For any of you that missed that first half, I feel sorry for you. That was a highlight reel montage of moments there. And I mean, credit where it's due. This is a spicy overpass to kickstart us here on this B stream. And we're looking now towards the second half at a 7-5 scoreline. And it really does feel like anyone's game. I'll say that NIP feel like they've got the better individuals, but Passion UA, we know how deep that strat book goes. Let's see, into the pistol round here of the second half. NIP now on the T side.
Yeah, should get interesting from here, I think. Passion UA, we'll see if they've got any fresh ideas. They certainly do into the pistol. Aggressive down con and short. It results in a couple of kills. And that bomb can't really get near the end goal. They have to pivot. They have to change. See if they can find success elsewhere. Oh, man, Kaspersky, that's rough. He gets sideswiped. Wrinkle trying to recover things back. He's also had a great game so far. Maybe he can do just that. Snappy finds himself in between a rock and a hard place. Will lose his head. So just Wrinkle remaining now. He is kind of vulnerable, but he's got so many to get through. Take some decent damage. They are kind of tentative here, not wanting to give him a clean fight. So maybe we worry ever so slightly. And he's playing the mind games, running around kind of like a headless chicken, not necessarily dedicating to any location just yet. He's going to move towards long. Nix is awaiting.
8 bullets.
Surely you check this. One clean headshot. Oh, it's from Nix, though. So no hope of another highlight moment from Wrinkle.
Yeah. Didn't want to go for the reload. Because he had a feeling there was somebody around bathrooms, right? Like that somebody was sort of flanking him. It wasn't actually the case. But nice work. Nice setup. And I just think, you know, I'll give the praise to Pyjamas. It's a good pistol, but I think more than anything, it was actually just a poor pistol from NIP. They're just fighting at range, right? You know, like fights down connector against USBs. You're never walking away really on top of that unless you're closing the distance, which they weren't. They were trying to take these long range engagements. Those USPs are coming out on top every day of the week. Nade over. Now soften Snappy to start as he's opted for the scout here. Hoping for the old tag 'em and bag 'em strategy. He can body shot a couple of people and the pistols can see him off. It's a hopeful one, but it can cause economical damage. You get a couple of kills on a round like this with that level of investment, you're not too annoyed.
It'll be a slow round here, I think, to say the least. As Passion UA, very different philosophy from them, it would seem. Playing things safe on the sites instead of trying to get aggressive. Ooh. That was nearly awkward.
Yeah.
So it does find it, though. A bit more information able to drop back. Scout tags. Scout tags, definitely dangerous. There's so many rifles to contend with, however. It's just not happening. Wrinkle on the Deeg might be able to take one, thanks to those low HP bars, but looking less than likely at the moment. They've got the bomb location. There's a lot of players ready to trade things off, and even the likes of JT and Holzer kind of hiding away rather than being those first faces as much as they can. Holzer to find that final kill. So very quickly evened up here now.
Yeah, exactly. Nice work. Just showing the prowess of the CT side as well. There's that argument. 4 rounds is enough. What he sort of mentioned it, and I went to a position where it's a little dicey for NIP, right? You know, you've got to buy into his next round, but of course, because Snappy bought the scout in the previous, he only has a Tech 9 with the belt of util. A lot of heavy lifting got to be done by the rifles, and especially that young core of rifles too. Only down and towards the boost, that'll stop them getting up and give short water control over towards NIP.
Moving in pretty quickly, looking for this first frag if he can. As you would expect from NIP, definitely giddy for it. Is there a flash with his name on it? Light smoke comes in, and he will take that peek. It's nice and dry, actually. Nothing off the back of it. So everybody able to walk away for the time being, but NIP's textbook aggression still finding a way to get in here. Oh, Halzer ready and waiting for that boost up. Well read, and a big name to be taking before the round even gets going.
Only down. 50 seconds. Shush looks to claim the control here towards Banana. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate. It's JT who waits lurking on the other side. Will Shush clear it? The answer's no. JT gets one for free, but will he expect the second? He goes up on high, and Snappy swings for the trade. Numbers kept in Passion UA's favor here, but that might be briefly. Kavem finds one as he was tailing back over to rotate, and it's all on Khan's shoulders, and there's no highlight reel moment for him here. Passion UA, that's quite a dominant round in all fairness.
Yeah, solid stuff from them. As I kind of expected, I think their CT side approach is going to have a much more flat line to it, but certainly going to be more replicable and maybe difficult to get through. They have more options available to them rather than leaning on those individuals. I think they've clearly worked things out here in terms of how they want to set up, in terms of the anti-strat, something that they do very, very effectively as a team. As I mentioned, you know, they really have expanded, I believe, their kind of analyst section and whatnot. So it seems to be paying off here. They were ready for that boost. They were ready for the NIP initial approach. And a beautiful round off the back of it. Timeout coming in here. NIP looking to bring back the favor. Exist getting on the microphone.
Yeah. I just think, you know, for them, slow things down a bit. You know you've already had moments where you've proven you can be the better side in the server, especially in terms of the individuals. Just taking a bit of a breather. You also just don't want to allow Passion UA to snowball. This side can really do well when they get a decent amount of control under their belt and they get that confidence really flowing through the individuals. And we're starting to get there. I haven't seen them fully come alive yet, but if we get Grim really activated, well, scenes become quite grim for NIP. It's Kvem. You'll open things up as Kaspersky goes down. Had his highlight reel moment in towards that first half, but it's been pretty quiet around that. 50% of his kills came in that one round.
It is true. There's a light kill coming round for NIP. Nothing too much here. Wrinkle moves up onto the Deagle. Toes shot off. So Passion UA going through the motions here. Since the rifles have come into play, they look decent. And they're not going to lose too many players there. Also, maybe sprinkling in a bit more aggression there.
Yeah.
To just show that they can. This is a big all round. Can NIP tap back into some of that half-won chaos? Or is it Passion UA with their patience going to find success?
This keeps reiterating that point just about how CT-sided this map can be. At the moment, NIP can barely get a foothold in. Quad stack early, B. About to move that. No con presence either, so really expecting this default to head towards this side. They might be right. Well, at least Horzerk will for the first. Kaspersky, again, the first player to fall. It's time to the hands of the AWP, and it's something that Passion UA have been so good with. That numbers advantage, keeping it in their control.
Certainly solid, and they're able to just rest on their laurels now and let the action come to them. Still not really breaking apart the nature of this setup. You've got to be careful going B if you are NIP here. Horzerk, contact move from him, and he finds Snappy. Another big name because he had the bomb. And there's nobody with him. So the rest of the team just have to make a decision now. Do we try and get aggressive and trade off that info? Or do we go back and recover the bomb? You go with the logical answer, really, and indeed try and get it back. That'll be easy, but what do you want to do with it now? Still looks like they want to hit B. Trying to boost up. Halzok's got to be very, very careful. Yeah, there it is. The slight pixel that Cairn needed to maybe create space on this B bomb site. 20 seconds left. It gets pretty scary from here. The AK's charging at you. Kvem maybe need even one more. He's dropped that bomb again, though. This is such a mess over here. It's all going to be down to Cairn. And overall, a 1 versus 3. Can he even get the bomb plant in with such little time trying to force a peek? They are not going to give it to him. Grim confirms that he's not planting, and indeed, very well done in the end by Passion UA. That looked chaotic.
Yeah, really, really nice work. JT sort of sends Grim in as a bit of cannon fodder, basically, but draws him off the plant. It's a lose-lose situation. There's just no way Karma's winning that. It's one of the few times where fighting and giving him 1v1 is actually a good thing. You know, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100 are always saying, right, about how fight together, play for the trades, make sure he can't isolate the duels. That's one of the very, very few times where isolating is absolutely the right call. Double digits, 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. Passion UA on their map pick, looking pretty damn good so far. A flawless second half, and don't look like they're gonna slow down anytime soon. Scouting an AK in play is about as good as it gets for NIP here in under 18. So it really should be an 11th.
That's the moment. Does find the kill. Might make things a bit more interesting. There's armor dotted in here now, so another rifle is actually pretty deadly. Could even swap that AK to the hands of Shush, maybe a bit more HP for him. All of a sudden, this low buy does look more dangerous than first thought. Grim on the other side of the smoke, waiting for a play to move his way, and I think might get his wish. Ken inside it, looking to create something here. Unfortunately, he's got his back turned to Grim. It's just about to go down. He's trying to find the timing. Not going to happen for him. So he will go down. Numbers even back up.
Mission gained. Many Horzok's over here. HE probably would have seen Exospersky off 1 point of HP in a dream for him. And this Deagle. And he's now all that's left as well. Down he falls. Couple of casualties. That is about as good as it gets. As Passion UA find their 11th. They are so close to the finish line now on their map pick. And IP going for yet another pause. Bring Exists back into the play. Time is seriously running out. It is now or never in this buy. You lose this one. Finances fumbled once fourth, and at that point, no more chances, really. Especially with Passion UA being on 12. So it is now or never.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, honestly. And the switch up here, it feels like Passion have done their work, done their anti-stratting, and it is absolutely paying off against NIP. Really, really cool to see that the CT setup is just so effective and working very well together. A lot of unorthodox kind of moves, and it does strike back to classic Overpass, maybe, you know, of CSGO gone a few years ago now, but just that very simple setup base, not biting off too much, calculated aggression when they feel like they need to go for it. NIP do not have an answer. They'll get spammed down. Kaspersky trying to find the first. That's a big name, who's not been doing too hot in this second half. So 12 is right around the corner now for Passion UA.
Close. Oh, snappy. Takes more damage than he deals. Recovered and way much further back. I mean, this round really feels like it is on the shoulders of what Rinku can do, and the flash is excellent. In a moment there where he could have caught one on the cross. They got a flash in for the fight, but it catches Nyx as well, so he can't swing effectively. Rinko still keeping pressure on, but they don't need to face him.
No, it's true. They don't really need to get greedy here, and that, again, feels like something that's a bit different from the NIP approach. They love trying to get those highlight moments. They did get quite a few of them, but Passion UA playing by the book. Nyx. Ooh, dodgy flash. Fortunately, gets blinded up. Not quite there on the timing. Still in a good spot here if he can make this work. Actually, not going to happen. Still got Kvem on the back end of the site. Grim distracting. Kvem does well. Grim trades off, and it's beautiful again from Passion UA.
Yeah, it's nice to get a bomb plant, but I think this is job done already. Passion UA are really playing some quite clinical Counter-Strike now. Really, really solid showing from them, and I just can't see a world you recover. 5 rounds in the hole, and that's just to take us to overtime. I think this is all but done. I mean, sure, they're going to be able to squeeze out a buy, right? That's the benefit of this loss bonus plus the bomb plant, but even then, it's not exactly the nicest. You've got a double Galil coming through just to be able to facilitate, may I say, the full belt to util. Real tough conversation to be had here by NIP. And when you look back at the parallels between the first and the second half, I mean, the first half, it was highlight reel after highlight reel, Wrinkle and Kaspersky, Khan, all having their moments. It was such a fun, fresh style to watch. And you look at the second half, they haven't got any rounds. They've done next to nothing. They've barely been able to get bomb plants. It's such a parallel.
Makes all the difference. Momentum of the first half just absolutely flattened into this second. Vem opens up. Again showing Passion UA can pull off the aggression when it's needed. JT does fall, however, so even numbers now is somewhat of a scary prospect. Mid-control for NIP. It's the battle out towards long.
Oh.
Wrinkle just gets his gun up in time. And solo movement to make that happen. Grim here quickly on the rotation to try and stop them from getting the bomb plant, but
shot
unsuccessfully. Of course, the classic, as soon as Passion hit 12, NIP managed to find a clean round.
Let's go for a save here. Plenty of money in the back pockets for Passion UA, but there's just no chance of retaking this A site. You could maybe play a bit of a proactive exit. That could be a move here for Passion UA, but they're actually not even really opting for that. Shush will hear these steps. Fem, you actually need to be a bit careful here. Nahifad is not the player. Shush lurks around that corner, and Wrinkle's not too far away himself. They're looking for the fight. Shush will lose his head. And a smoke down as well, just to keep them alive. No hunt at the tail end, though. Post-mortem of Shush. So it's an 8th on the board. It's bit by bit. And when you're at a deficit as large as this for NIP, you actually really can't think long-term. You've got to take it sort of one round at a time. That's the way they're approaching it right now. Still, it's quite a long road. 4 more rounds in succession. They finally got their first on the T side, sure, but it's going to flourish from here on out. Having what we've seen in the early part of the second half, I'm not convinced.
Yeah, it's true. Holzerk back as they blow the door open. Lovely move to get that first kill in what could be the final round of this map. Where have NIP gone? Can they, as they did so many times in the first half, defy the odds? We're hoping so. Give us a bit more of a game. It felt like a very exciting Counter-Strike in the first half, and it has slowed way down. A lurk move coming round here from Kaspersky. What does he have for us? He's actually managed to make it in pretty far. Molotov comes in. That confirms the presence towards barrels at the very least. It's just not catching that peak. Another smoke. Somewhat in the way, but thankfully, Nick's playing on top of it. Will lose his head. And now they look to burst forwards. They track him. They take down Kaspersky. Can the rest of the team chime in? Fem goes down. Still a 3-on-3, though. Still looks good for the CT side. Maybe the flank out from Con missed ever so slightly. And Grim will take it. Holzerk misses the corner shot. Looking for more, and he gets away with that. You can't be serious. It's all on Wrinkle. And he is deleted.
Yeah, brilliant work at the end. But also just a brilliant map as a whole for Passion UA. There was that blip in the first half where they lost a bit of control, but fundamentally, fantastic Counter-Strike play there on Overpass. That's exactly what you want to see. And for NIP, it all started so well with the individuals were looking so sharp, but it was non-existent in that second half, and it took them way too long to finally come out alive. You see the moments like this from Kaspersky where he shows just how sharp he can be. It's all for naught if the team synergy isn't there and the strategy as well gets overwhelmed by Passion UA. I thought JT called a fantastic game. That's a great way to start this series in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking good. Really, really solid stuff. As I feel, you know, NIP showed us flashes. They showed us exciting things, but Passion UA game plan, structure, a map that they've clearly worked on in all aspects, looking very, very solid. Very excited to see what they maybe can create now moving into Nuke. Really, really good stuff. And I feel like, you know, this is a team that ultimately should be able to impress and kind of keep that rolling, to be honest with you. There's a lot there. There is a lot there for Passion UA to work from. But Nuke as a map, it's one of those things. Are we going to get that looser style once again from the side of NIP? Are they going to try and add some structure in? Are they kind of just going by the instinct here in Krakow? You know, they've been playing a lot of Counter-Strike compared to some of the other top teams in order to get here, in order to have the VRS to be in the conversation. And I think certainly they may well have a bit more available that we've just not quite seen yet. We're going to throw across to a quick little break. we will indeed catch you for Nuke soon.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
BC game it was to use the great game from Electronic in a better way, because now they're left with this one rifle round to try and change their fortune.
Yeah, it's now or never. It's now or Anubis. BC Game banning Inferno out, surprising in this series, leaving it to a pick of 3D Max onto Anubis. A map that both teams have only played once. BC Game online and 3D Max here won it yesterday. So here we go. What's this one rifle round got in store for BC Game? Simple and Crazy start on that top site. We mentioned the Electronic and Aragorn hold of B was extremely reliable against Legacy. 3D Max looked to avoid it in this gun round. Up connector again, same play. Taking mid.
And I like that they're not keeping the triple stack here for too long. Mutir is moving away, going to try and reinforce the top site. Simple and Crazy going to have their work cut out for them. There's the rifle delivering an opening, but an instant trade back for 3D Max. Only one player in the bomb site till Mutiris arrives.
Punishing right now. Mutiris has 1 kill in the game, Harry.
We could double that here, and it would go a long way to helping out his squad. Swing wide and deleted straight away. That is a super ugly spray for Crazy, and it delivers a multi-kill in these openings.
That's it. That might be round and maybe even game. A chance for Crazy, a chance for Mutiris, but they have not warmed into this map. Simple, hot trade from Body. And nothing to celebrate in this CT side for BC Game, so it seems. Exercise even trying to punish. Save spotted.
Terrorists win.
The flash pumping, I'm gonna stay.
Ooh.
Oh, it's all going down.
Bit of a clash there. It was one of the big questions, right? Very different styles of Counter-Strike, very different personalities. And while it all gelled together beautifully yesterday, today there's a little bit more friction within BC Game.
To be expected, especially in a match like this where BC Game have not come close in their lost rounds. No nice tries, no near clutches. Flying is Electronic for his frag, but his teammates pay the price again. 3 on 4, and Lucky just doesn't want the smoke. They go into that top site. Simple's been chipped down and caught trying to reposition rather, drop that smoke. Body again punishing. 4v2. Feeling as good as done. 3D Max on a surprising map show up and absolutely spank BC Game.
Yeah, just a failure to launch, really, for this BC Games squad. And if you start slow versus a team like 3D Max, they will swallow you up. And that's exactly what's happened here on Overpass. Even this, looking forward for 3D Max and the rest of the tournament, could set a bit of a tone, right? You touched upon how they've largely dodged having to play on Overpass. Well, this one sends a message, man. That is a crazy dominant win. Rocking up, no ludicrous comeback, no signs of that ever happening in this map. BC game, they've got to lock in because Anubis calling next.
Are you guys ready to be interviewed? Shush.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You can ask Casper if he's ready.
Yeah, Casper, are you ready?
Yeah.
Is it a big event for you knowing that you're from Poland and this is the biggest event in Poland that there is?
I mean, yeah, it's for sure nice. It's gonna be playing in my country, and I wanna play like in the arena here with like Polish crowd.
Yeah. I mean, they will all be cheering for you. And how are you doing? Not Polish, but also important today.
I'm doing good. I've been excited for this event. I don't think I ever played in Krakow as well. So I'm excited to be here, and I want Casper to sit on the big stage as well and enjoy it.
So there's like extra motivation just so you want to have Casper out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I know you didn't have the best start to the year. Is there anything you want to say about, the games that were lost?
I mean, I think overall we played decent and we showed that we could play, but we just needed more practice. And I think after that last bounty, we got a lot of practice in for this event. So I'm just ready to show that we can actually play some good CS.
Yeah. Awesome. What do you think about the Anubis changes?
I mean, I played it a few times, and I don't think it's like so big change. It's not gonna change like the map so much, but I think it's good that they change something. So like people need to think about new meta and this stuff.
Yeah. Do you think it's any better for the CTs or not?
I mean, I think it might be better to City, but also because of the economy update when Anubis was not there. So I think it's gonna be like City will have more chance now on Anubis.
What do you think?
I mean, I agree. I'm pretty sad that Train is gone though. I like Train.
Okay, thank you very much. I was like, is something else coming? I like Train. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Wrinkle. Hi, Snappy.
Hello, hello. Hello.
How are things?
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. How are you feeling ahead of one of the most important events at the beginning of the year? How's the synergy?
I'm feeling very good. Got a new guy. He's really good.
Is he?
Yeah.
What's good about him?
He's Ukrainian. He's same name as me, and he's insane at game.
Okay. That's a good reason, I think. Snappy, how are you feeling? A bit of a tough loss, I would say, to Liquid, right? Are you kind of a trend that sometimes the games can't be closed out? Is that something that was discussed?
I think obviously it happened at the major and also against Liquid, but I think this time it was more due to lack of practice. And I think we actually did win some overtime games in Portugal that people didn't see because it was a small event. So I think we got over it there, hopefully.
Okay, nice to hear. So how's everything going? Did you guys boot camp at all before the year started, or what happened?
We boot camped for the blast. Yeah. And so, yeah, we did a little bit of boot camp.
Okay, what are the kind of hopeful signs that you're discovering in the lineup for the start of this new year?
I think we just need time now. I'm sure we're gonna break through with this lineup. I mean, it's been a long grind from zero, but I think this is the lineup where we'll go high.
Yeah, it feels like you're very hungry, right? To like prove yourself and show that you can play well at events of this caliber, that you can lead people to important moments from this caliber, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think this reminds me of what we did in Inns, and I think we are on the right track. So I think now it's time.
Okay. What's the expectation for this tournament?
Game by game.
Game by game. Classic. Thank you. Now IEM Krakow, very big deal always. Big proving ground for the guys. How ready are they?
I mean, it's obviously at the start of the season still. I think we had a bit of a slow start to the season, but at the same time, these seasons always tend to get long, especially for us who's like a team with some people from America, and we need to spend these extended stints in Europe, right? Yeah. So we actually chose to just practice for the Europeans, the people who live in Europe. Stay from home, and we just flew the Americans in, and we didn't want to jump straight into like an extended boot camp for Krakow and rather just like pace it out over the course of the season, because we'll have another extended stint in Europe after Krakow for like 45 days and so on. So yeah, I mean, we had some good practice online, slowly building into it. Like the flow of ideas and so on was a little bit slow during the matches at Bounty, what we realized, but I think we've worked on that and we fixed what we can. And yeah, we're coming in strong and we're coming in ready. It's also going to be nice to get a rematch against G2 from the major.
Yes, very first match is immediately G2. So yeah.
I mean, there's no easy teams here, right? At the end of the day, it's the top 24 teams, right? So, I mean, it is what you get. So, I mean, any team you're going to play is a tough team. So, yeah, we're just looking forward to some good matches.
It's going to be a fun one. I was listening to Talking Counter this morning, and they were talking about, I think it was Chad, was saying that, or maybe it was Moses, I can't remember, but they were saying, I'm so sick of hearing of these teams that they need time and that it's the beginning of the year because it's all one big season and you're always going. What do you have to say for that?
I mean, I don't know exactly what was said and so on, but I mean, I must say, like, the thing that caught me off a little bit, like, was just the fact that even for myself, like, just coming back after the season break, it does just feel like a little bit slow. Like, because you haven't been watching Counter-Strike consistently for a month or for 2 months or for 3 months, like you have been by the time you get to the middle of the season or like the end of the first season, right? So it does just feel like you're a little bit slow with things and solutions and coming up with new ideas. So, you know, even though they're saying they're sick and tired of it, it is actually a thing, and it does. I actually really felt it like at the beginning of this season. It's like, shit, like, what do we do here? What are we doing these?
I don't want to throw them under the bus. That's maybe not exactly what they said.
I also don't know exactly what was said, but I mean, I did feel it the most actually at the beginning of this season, where I was like, actually, shit, like, I just need to watch. I need some Counter-Strike to actually watch so that I have more ideas, you know?
I kind of agree with you though, because like Christmas and stuff, you know, obviously you won't be playing and there's coaching. Like
exactly, your mind's completely off of Counter-Strike, whereas for the rest of the season, you just have constant Counter-Strike to be watching, whether you're watching Tier 2 online EU or you're watching big events. You just have you're constantly seeing things. You have new ideas always ready to bring. Even though you have ideas ready, like when you're starting the season, like you just don't always have solutions ready, you know, because your mind just hasn't been focused on Counter-Strike for a little bit. So yeah, like I said, I did definitely feel it at the beginning of this season as well myself.
Awesome. At least you have one thing. It's passion.
Yeah, exactly. We always have passion.
Thank you.
Saw the two sides of NIP on map number 1. Really impressive and explosive in that first half, but just completely checking out on the T side. Maybe not enough prep and game plan going into Overpass. It may well make sense. Passion UA, meanwhile, had their number. CT side was pretty much perfect. We now move on to Nuke, which is the pick of NIP. We're expecting bigger and better things here. We saw the ceiling of quite a number of players with some great highlight rounds in there. But it wasn't enough in the end. We'll see if they can tap back into that here on Nuke.
Yeah, we just saw the real high highs and the low lows, right? So it's now about finding a bit more of a middle ground, just because it just gives you some stability if you're NIP more than anything. Nuke up next, of course, their map pick, a map in which they've been picking into a fair decent amount as well, and have been looking pretty solid, right? I think for NIP, it's a map in which there's bits to like about them from what we've seen in the past. Look at yesterday against Liquid. That was quite a rocky performance. But Liquid on Nuke seems to be a bit of kryptonite. They also beat them at Bounty too. But prior to that, I've seen some decent work. You know, we've seen at the major, wins over like Astralis and Tyloo and all the rest. So let's see whether we can get more of that. Kvem up close with the dualies. Shush. And Kaspersky with the C4 round that corner. It's already outside presence being taken here. And Kvem falls. He doesn't clear that corner.
Yeah, will be baited in. That was maybe part of the plan. Oh, nice find from JT. And Holzerk, it's worked, but he's reloading. So numbers actually go back in their favor. The B bomb site is where they want to end up. They should be able to get the plant at the very least here, NIP. Somewhat open as well. Meanwhile, Snappy is still upstairs.
All right.
Catches Holzerk completely off guard. Shush on the Julies looking good. Retrieved earlier on, of course. So all going to be down to JT. He can't get anything done. NIP open up with the pistol.
Good to see as well. Even just on a more micro note, just for Shush, right? He had a really poor first map. He really didn't offer up a lot at all. Looked out of his depth for a guy that is normally quite consistent, and it's good to see him just get out the gates nice and early here, right? Found a bit of form, nice and sharpish, looking kind of solid. If he can translate that in towards the rifles too, once again, that's where they're going to put pressure back on towards Passion UA. And we talk about it in sort of a similar vein to what we talk about with Overpass in terms of the CT-sidedness of this map. And for an IP, I always say it, golden number. If you can get to 5 rounds on your T side, I'm pretty happy. So a pistol round, and if you get a force fight behind it as well, that's already 2 or 3 rounds of the way there.
No, very true. They've got an idea here. The force comes in for the CT side, and it can be pretty effective on Nuke. Ben for 1. Oh, nearly 2. Not quite. He's doing damage. He's surviving. Just about. They are able to take him in the backside. It's JT that keeps things interesting here. Wrinkle, quick moves, trying. Get up top, and he will get there. Molotov slows the roll of the rotation tip. It's already broken. What's the plan? This is kind of awkward, honestly, as they're slowly making their way in. But you feel it's this AK of Kaspersky that's going to do the damage.
Really nice open bomb, and that Molotov allows for it. Kaspersky gets a couple, and he tucks himself in towards single. That should be all she wrote in this one. They tap on towards that bomb, but they're not going to be able to get him off it. They're not going to be able to defuse. No chance. And a combination play of Kaspersky and Snappy seal the second in place as NIP start well here on the T side of Nuke. Nice work. Nice round. And again, I'll come back to it. That combination play with the utility and that plant puts you in a really good spot for NIP. It gives you so many different angles you can play from in the post plant. And Passion UA simply didn't have the util, the firepower, all the time to break down that defense. So, nice work. Of course, with it being a force in the prior, they don't really have that much money here for the third. So it should be a third on the board for NIP.
In theory. Still got some scary pistols. Tiny bit of armor for Grim, so keep your eye on him if he's able to get his hands on to an AK. Oh, quickly outside. Maybe the player spotted there. Tough to say.
I think so.
Above the smoke. You would assume so, but they're also, you know, it's just one guy.
He shifts the whole way, right? And the second he spots something, you see him immediately kind of like make noise, and he starts stepping. So I think he did. And now they're a known quantity down towards Secret. But again, does it really matter? I mean, you look at the buy that NIP are up against. It shouldn't be that hard to break this one down. Oh! Okay, I thought that was Nyx for a second. Yeah, Grim, here's the shot. If Nyx had got that flick, that would have been ridiculous. But Grim actually gets out.
Yeah, he's the only one that's really done anything worth noting, though. I believe it was only a Mach 10 on the other side of things. It's not a super scary weapon. It will be dealt with in time. So, NIP rolling up to 3. Nice and clean. It will be guns out for Passion UA. After a really effective CT side on Overpass, I'm quietly hopeful for what they've got in store here.
Really got to make something as well out of this first gun round. If you come in towards this first one, you fall quite flat. It will look quite akin to sort of how things were, you know, initially panning out in towards Overpass. Obviously, in the end, they're looking fine for Passion UA, right? But that first half, there was real periods where they weren't super competitive just because NIP were rolling through with the firepower alone. JT will open things up. He'll drop a nade. Grim gonna add another to his tally. We keep talking about how notable he's looking, but in the edge of that smoke. Killer response. It's good information, though.
It's true. Certainly something that they could work with. Persky slowly clearing angles. Meanwhile, in the hut, also relatively slowly pushing forwards to just gain more and more information. Really going to be beneficial for Passion UA. Yeah, Grim with a big drop. Catches that straggler who was carrying the bomb. So really great frag to find. Some light spam. They should get the plant here, but can they hold on to the site? Kaspersky, as yet to die, looking to keep it that way. And another hero moment perhaps going to be required from him. Will be traded by the fire, but it's Ken to clutch up. 1v3 overall. Not able to get any more, so closer, damage done, but it is that first rifle for Passion.
I mean, still getting a bomb plant on that round's not bad. It starts quite well with that JT opener, and he very, very nearly gets a second on towards Calm. But in the end, all that matters is utilizing that first gun round, right? Making the most out of that first investment. And now it's about finding consistency off the back of it. Chain that together into a bit of form to keep the pressure on towards NIP. You can go back-to-back rounds as well. Financially, you put a lot of pressure on NIP too. They would be able to buy in towards the next, as long as they can get a few kills, but you want to keep that just looming in the back of their mind. Keep them distracted in that sense. Take can be sent over towards the CT though. Passion UA lose this round here, and the investment opportunities become pretty minimal.
Shush. Oh man, how does he get away with that? Just a generic missed shot from Halzerk ultimately. JT gonna drop outside. Quick execute coming in. Are they gonna follow it downstairs? Are they following it round? This is the guessing game, and that bomb is headed towards hell. Fem's got to be careful here. Completely discounts it.
Yeah, no,
not aware at all. Yeah, it's totally valid, but all the same, he really sold hard for the squeaky push, and now things get kind of weird to deal with.
Nyx is in trouble here. There's 3 different angles he could potentially fight from, and he probably has no idea about the possibility of heaven. He's kind of periodically checking it, but he should be dead to rights here. He doesn't punish Snappy going down the ladder. Yeah. Only one for Grim. Quick trade by Kaspersky leaves it all on the shoulders of Halzerk. 1 versus 4. It's unlikely he even gives it a go, and if he does, his chances are, well, slim to none. Let's see. The first is where he falls flat, and there's an AWP there for Wrinkle if he wants to pick it up. Nice work. Nice response by NIP. It's a pretty dominant round, all things considered.
Certainly. Yeah, looking good, and a great response from them. Just able to burst a bit quicker. Looking far more comfortable on the T side here, I think, with some quicker decisions and more mid-rounding. Finding a lot more success. So, Passion UA, as predicted, going to have their work cut out. I don't think they really want to let it go down to Anubis, because that feels up in the air for both of these teams, really. Fem with a nice find. Snappy tagged down slightly. Grim with a nice find. Hold on. Might be onto something here. There's some armor in here. Try and get a gun back, but 2-man advantage right now.
Oh. That was very quickly brought back level, but only briefly. Grim tries to pressure Kaspersky, who is 1 foot in the grave. And Nyx will join. Once again, all on Halzerk, but with how much damage has been dealt towards NIP, and he's got a bit of a gap in behind. I'm not going to discount him here. He might be able to find a bit of timing as long as he wraps through towards ramp, but he's going to go the other way. You hate to see it.
Oh, there's some shots. Maybe thinking getting down the vent. Yeah, he is going to do that in decent time. One plank comes in. Definitely still on here. He's sort of ahead of all this utility at the perfect moment. Opens double. That's crazy. Ooh. Takes the fight and wins it. It's low HP. Kaspersky up top, though. You're going to be expecting him up here. Both windows shot out, mind you, so really sneaky moves from Halzerk, certainly on the cards. Creeping forwards. Is he ready for the angle? He checks it, doesn't know how low he is, doesn't know how good the fight could be, and the aim punch gets the better of him. Damn, if he just went wild, if he just went for the fight, I think he gets away with it. And that, I have to say now, misplayed in places from Passion UA. There was that moment where Grim chases the kill, Nyx chases the AK, and if they'd just gone together, it's that one kill that makes all the difference, right? Really shaky stuff there.
It's kind of rare that you say it about Passion UA because they're all, you know, pretty decently experienced, especially guys the core of this side, right? You know, you're looking at kind of your Grim, your JT, your Halzerk, those three in particular. You know, they've been playing at a top level for such a long time. Like, they all got rookie errors, right? Those sort of mistakes are things that people of their sort of level shouldn't be making, or you're looking towards someone like a JT to rein them back in. If they play that like a pack, if they play that considerably slower, they probably just win that out on merit alone of the numbers. But again, they just make it too easy to isolate. Credit to Kaspersky though. Really, really well done to him. He's so low, such an unorthodox angle, and then also spotted too. Just nerves of steel. He very consistently keeps this team competitive. I mean, he's 12-1 right now in the first 6 rounds of play. Such a good showing from him. Khan's making a move outside. Oh, he can catch a reload here. He can catch a reload. Khan always in the back lines. There's two up for grabs, and he gets both. Freebies as he looks for more, and he'll nail it. Grim hits the deck, and that's more or less around all but done already. Kabem can get consolations, but it won't be anything more than that.
And played off the park here, it feels like. Really, really, really crazy stuff. NIP. This is kind of what we expected. After we saw that first half on Overpass, we were like, okay, these guys are going to go crazy. They're going to be playing aggressive. They're going to find these individual moments. And it just didn't happen. But here on Nuke, getting a lot more of that. And looking really, really clean. Great mix-ups. Great subversion of expectations, you know, depending on the utility and whatnot. It's fantastic so far. And Passion UA just do not have an answer.
Yeah, they just get overwhelmed. Dink, but it's Grim who walks away alive and actually only takes a minimal amount of damage in the Dink noise, but 85 is pretty alright. It's not the worst buy in the world for Passion UA. It's workable for a half buy investment. You got 1 M4, double MP9, 5.7 Deagle. The only thing that you're really lacking here was 2 things. It's a kit and a util. Look at this by Shush. Look at the information he's got. I mean, the only issue is that windows aren't broken, but he can just wait here. He's got plenty of time to work with.
Why not, right? Just hold the line. Gather some info from an interesting spot. Ooh, wrinkle seen and deleted. She's going to try and make a move. Grim, though, no maybe chance. For the first time, we see a player posted down below. Shush doesn't act upon it, but it still feels pretty good, right? They've gathered more info. Spersky with the catch. Gonna need 1 or 2 more of those. A lot of isolated players, in fairness. MP9 traded quickly. Bomb plan is on the cards here. I think they should get away with that at the very least, but it's a recovery of weapons. Halzerk has to be very careful not to go down early in proceedings. The rotations are going to take a while to get here. Finds a timing to get across, but still nervous for the fight. Really trying not to give his position away here. Ken spots 1, looking for the second, and he might just get it. Clem is left so very low. Grim knows about him, doesn't know about the planter here, but still manages to find the fight. Down to the 1-on-1. The HP bar so low for Ken. And it's a hard stick.
Oh, no.
Nade goes in, doesn't really do too much. It might actually have found him if played correctly. He gets off and Ken wins the spray on the pre-fire. Unreal.
I said it at the start of that round. The only real issues for Passion UA in terms of a half investment, no util, no kit. If Grim has a kit there, he wins that round. He stuck it all the way down for about 6 seconds. When they missed nade, I thought he was just going to stick it all the way. And at that point, you're so far invested in towards the defuse, you may as well just stick it. But he gets off and he loses his life. Nice work from Khan. A little bit fortunate that there isn't a kit. If there was, round lost, but if buts and maybes, the absolute is another round on the board for NIP, making a 7-1 scoreline. Such a nice buffer zone, but not only a buffer zone, it's on the T side of Nuke. This is brilliant. This is absolutely looking like this third map's going to be locked in place, as we expected when we saw the veto.
Yeah, absolutely right. Passion UA maybe have impressed once already this series. This is unfortunately some of the inconsistency that does grip them at times. Another timeout coming in. TC trying to keep things high. Getting the fist bumps going. But we'll see here if there is that change up. There's still space and time to recover this half, but NIP throwing a classic in the mix after the timeout, charging in, and wow. That is one way to send a message and just completely destroy the hopes of Passion UA. Oh my god, that's insane.
Yeah, that's something. That is something. I love those kind of calls, though, because first and foremost, if you're NIP, you've actually got the breathing room to be able to go for something that is a little bit more, you know, unorthodox, if you want to put it that way, or a little bit more risque, right? Because if you lose a round like that, you're going to gift guns over towards Passion UA and probably even just warm them up a little bit. But on the flip side, winning a round like that just mentally booms the opposition. And that's probably what it's going to do towards Passion UA. That is a show of force. It's also just a statement as well. We are better. We believe we're better. We're playing better. And we're going to show how. Fantastic work. I know it's still the first half, but this map feels all but done to me. I did kind of feel that there was a bit of that in towards map number 1, and we saw how the second half went, but this is a whole different kettle of fish.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it's now a question of whether Passion UA are going to be able to just salvage anything, or if the game is over in one half, so to speak. We have had a crazy comeback yesterday, of course, but usually you can only cash one of those in per tournament. MP9 starts off well. Able to back away also, taking the fight to NIP, which would be nice to see in some of the rifles. They seem to be doing it in a lot of the low buys and getting kind of close, but then the weaponry lets them down, or the lack of utility or lack of kit. So it'd be cool to see if they do that in a rifle within the next few rounds.
Yeah, agreed. You know, these lobby crunches, especially when utilized well, are really quite fun to watch. Like you mentioned, is these sort of ideas that gimmicks, so to say, that feel like they give you a bit of an opportunity. JT spotted towards Secret. Horzog also tagged as well around main. So despite the numbers disadvantage, NIP are gaining good information here about what the setup is. I think they also are realizing that there's quite a bit of presence towards A. Hang on. Can I hear this? Yes, I was going to say. They did. It might not matter, though. Extra Spursky. Rare to say that he loses that aim duel, especially at range to an MP9.
Oh,
what's
happened down there? I think JT had knife in hand. Not expecting him to go down the vent, I suppose.
Yeah.
That really could have been a game changer. Speaking of knife in hand, though. Good them. Right place, right time. Shush very low here. Trying to just keep the pace up, but it's not going to work. And them with the 1v3 out of nowhere may well have given a lifeline to Passion UA here. Let's see.
Yeah, what a wild round to walk away with. Of all the rounds as well to walk away with Passion UA, it's that one, which is a question mark for sure. But the one downside, sure, it's great they've won a round. I think they need to be getting bare minimum of 4 just to even have any level of a foundation here for Passion UA. The downside is, though, and this is coming back to the point that you brought up in the previous, is that we only see those sort of rounds where they're a little bit more gimmicky or a little bit more aggressive on the lower buy. When we get them in towards the full buy, they're just getting ran over. And it's also a sort of a round that ultimately isn't replicable, which is not a good sign. You want to be able to win a round and be like, okay, we won because of this. We can do this again. You can't really do it with the round they've just pulled off there. It's a 1v3, and credit to Kavem, but you can't rely on those round in, round out. And a few questionable moments as well. I think Exaspersky losing his aim drawn towards Silo. That feels like it's unlikely to happen again and again, especially in the form that he's in. So yeah, it's great Passion UA went around, but we've got to find better ways to win.
No, this is true. And back to normalcy. Wrinkle's going to open up against the AWP, who does indeed try and employ some of that aggression.
Horzok's tilted. He looks tilted.
Yeah, maybe playing that way as well. I mean, the rest of the team might be joining him soon, to be honest, Nao. It's not going so hot here. Losing a lot of just straight-up Angels. They're all over, right? This doesn't feel, at times, like the most tactically in-depth T-side you've ever seen. And that can be pretty frustrating to just get blindsided by a guy that's out on A somehow. Yeah, it's tough. And they're getting sniffs of rounds with these low buys, right? Which is really confusing. And then when you've got the stronger weaponry, you're just getting rolled over. It's like, oh, what are you doing wrong? Is probably the conversation. JT giving this a good go here in the 1 versus 3. That's clean. Oh, he's so close, but not quite. Not quite. And that, honestly, is the case for a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, fair play. Not a bad effort. Credit where it's due, but even still, another instance, like we mentioned, about those kind of full buys, as you were kind of just briefly talking about. It's the decision making. Like, you know, I talk about Halls, like it feels like kind of a tilt swing, just flying towards outside through those smokes with an AWP. Just such an easy one for Wrinkle, who's going to win the foot race to get up on towards Silo, and then wins out the aim duel. It's not exactly like Wrinkle's running away in the numbers department either, but he can at least close them out every day of the week. Pop shot outside. Horzok down a 3 and 11 half for him is definitely not what you want. I'm somebody who's so influential to the successes of Passion U8.
Nix looking to make a play. They both had the same idea. It will be the tease to come out on top of it, and it's going from bad to worse here now. It really is. Just as they think the worst of it is over, NIP are able to just rip a new one into Passion UA here. Grim and Kvem to try their damnedest to keep this one going. Immediate trade comes out. Kvem alone as the bomb is getting planted on A. They're weary of him. Gets one, but now loses that surprise. So I think it will unfortunately spell the end for him. He's not really near the bomb site at this point. He's trying to go for a reposition, trying to catch a kill before he fully commits in. Fortunately, there's nobody around him. So what do, right? Just charge in and give it your best. They know about him by now. Surely not a chance. Does get another 7 HP the difference here. As he's, you know, making it look a bit doable, but unfortunately just delaying the inevitable. Double digits for NIP. Kind of unbelievable after that first game, but the Nuke looks a lot better. We'll see if it continues in the second half.
Welcome back. What a first half. 10-2. There is not much of a competition in this one. Ninjas in Pyjamas are looking electric in the server, and Passion UA are looking very, very flat indeed. And I've got to be honest here, Scrib, I really can't see a world in which this is recovered. I think already, at least for me, my mind's turning its attention to that map number 3 of Anubis, and it feels like a bit of a waiting room until we get there.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it a bit. Some of the players looking kind of tilted, and the rounds are tilting the way they've been played by NIP. Really hard to deal with, super aggressive, and just players where they shouldn't be, maybe. So it's a question of how long until map 3 at the moment. Alzo with the P250 starts off well. Keen shot from him on this bought up P250, so not necessarily a raid boss. They got Kvem on the raid boss. He will also find success. So pistol starts off well. That is something for Passion UA. I hope for their sanity they're able to convert from here.
Up close. What have he got for us? 1. Looking for the second as well. Won't find it. A trade out, but Shush goes for 2. Which that in itself was going to give a bit of room to work with as Karnstoolies are in behind pretty sharpishly as well. He might have found a timing. He's looking the wrong way. Look, turn right, turn right. He turns right a little bit too slow. He does get the kill in the end, but unfortunately not to be. The numbers game is won out there by Passion UA, and they start the half well.
Yeah, solid stuff. At least they've got that going for them, right? And again, a thought-out round, an executed round, and it works well. It does seem like they are trying to apply a lot of system here today. They're kind of against the antithesis of that, the master of the mid-round over on NIP. So we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of work to do before we start getting hopeful and whatnot. I'm quite a, glass half full kind of guy when it comes to the game of Counter-Strike, but I'm going to take some convincing here, that's for damn sure. They're up against the Force Buy as well, so there's always potential for NIP to just upset them immediately. JT leading the charge, takes a bullet in the chest, but delivers one in the head. An advantage, UA.
Snappy moving back over towards lockers. Could catch timing here. Oh, actually, he might. They're jumping up in towards heaven. He's reclaimed a bit of space. Khan is actually the one who's really in trouble. Pop shots on the ladder are hopeful. He's dead to right. Shush, needing support but not getting it. And Snappy may have got a bit of timing in behind, but I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference. And he can't even find the body shots through the railings. Only the 1 casualty. Pretty simple round, all things considered there for Passion UA. And, this is the right steps to recovering a deficit as large as this.
It is true. It is certainly true, and I think we're wanting a recovery here. We're wanting another exciting game. So, should be a third. Small overspend in places. This is something that happened on the T side now. I think we quietly noticed it, that not every buy round was fully fledged, so it's maybe a bad habit of NIP playing in that tier 2 1.5 kind of circuit. They might be able to get away with it there, but here the Force Buy surely not going to find success, so keep your eyes on it. That's Kaspersky in the next round, kind of neutered, in fact. Decent bits of damage here, but still Passion UA looking good with their stronger weapons. 5-7 does get its kill bonus, but dealt with quickly. Eagle's not landing either, so just 2 remaining now for NIP.
Oh, Eagle, not connecting. He's getting hunted, but no chance there. Maybe at a moment where he could have got one. Oh, Kvem letting him know. I feel it's pretty early to be letting him know. I mean, Kvem individually is doing pretty solidly, but you're still 10-5 down. You've still got double your rounds, and you've still got a long, long road to recover this. You go back into the buy for NIP as Wrinkle pulls out the big green. I think in particular we're looking towards those 2 star riflers for NIP, Khan and next Kaspersky. But Wrinkle's going to make a name for himself outside to red, finds the first and falls away unscathed.
He loves those round the corner shots, doesn't he?
Yeah, the fadeaways.
So sharp. Yeah, I think that's kind of the perfect word for them. And he delivers quite often. those types of kills. It allows him to be dynamic here and just completely change up his position. Ooh, Kaspersky goes down untraded. That's the one to watch. The AWP as well scared off from Heaven. So bomb plant coming in. Site recovery going to be required from NIP. They do have this flank. Are ready for this flank in theory. Oh, spotted the second as well, I think, Grim. He's not wanting to take the fight. The AWP takes him down, though. It's all going to be down to Nyx. Quiet game. Maybe the flank not spotted. Ooh. Yeah, he does actually get caught by it. I thought the shoulder spotted, but not the case. And immediately NIP are able to answer.
It's a great response, right? It starts really well, but you can just see when the rifles come back into play, they just regain all the confidence that they had in towards that first half. Nice work. Up to an 11th now as well. The finish line's in reaching distance, and you can still see that Passion UA, they look a little checked out. And I think potentially there's even a world in which saving that mental for the Anubis. The Anubis is still such a question mark for us. Both of these sides haven't played it yet since its reintroduction. It does get a little close, sure, but NIP, it never really felt like that much of a doubt. Potentially the last hurrah here. There is some residual cash for Passion UA. You got 1.2 for Kavem. Holzer's got enough for actually an AWP in towards the next round as well. Nyx just shy of 2 grand. Speaking about the aggression of Wrinkle, he goes aggro towards outside last round. This time he's pushed door.
Slightly interesting move, but he's again very confident. Got the outside control coming in here, Passion UA. Can he do anything with it? Can seem to be caught, but actually does find the kill. Traded instantly, though.
Still numbers. Favoring NIP very briefly, just as I'm getting the sentence out. It then goes back in their favor. Kaspersky had an opportunity for a freebie for the first. He is labored in this engagement. He's running low on ammo, and he'll lose his head to Nyx. 1 versus 1, but where is Shush?
Big question. He doesn't rightly know. On a very late flank here. Nyx is taking his sweet time and looking for the bomb plant. We'll see. There could be a window where you catch him.
30
Especially
seconds.
if he's going up Heaven.
Speaking of. Oh, no. You might be right.
Yeah, he's going to get him. He's going to get him, surely. That's so unfortunate. Right place, wrong time for Nyx. Their hopes and dreams, again, just being squandered.
A little too slower. If he was a little bit more confident in the play there, he gets up in towards Heaven, bomb plant comes through, and it's such a long rotate from kind of below silo all the way around in towards the A site. Not to be, it feels like, for Passion UA in this map. A lot of small error in the judgments and all the rest that have cost them, and that's another one of it. Potentially the final round as this map point NIP, and Snappy wants to try and seal the deal here, but Halso's got other ideas. Nice find.
Yeah, good stuff. Group up a little bit, but they will manage to get down here and at the very least attempt to stay alive. So, a test for NIP. We'll see what they're capable of here. Do have a couple players in close proximity to the B-bomb site. Molotov not quite going to reach. An aggressive move from Cairn costs them another. Wrinkle will manage to take down one of the lurking players. There's another one up there, though, I do believe, so it gets kind of weird. And just Kaspersky downstairs to try and deal with this bomb plant. He's going to be the only one left now as well. Patient play nets him 2. As they come to him, he doesn't have a kit on his back, though. That's going to make all of the difference. Tap onto the bomb. The spam coming through confirms that he's maybe not on it quite yet. They're really going for it here. He might be able to isolate twice, but he's not going to have a lot of time. I don't know that he quite has time. This is going to be close.
I think he's got it.
He may well just have it over the line. Yeah, to be fair. Oh, man, it's so damn
so
close.
He's got it. He's got it.
He has.
Beautiful.
He has indeed. I saw someone leave on that Passion UA side, and I was like, oh, okay. They must know that he's got it. The defuse comes in, the 13-5 actualized. Super one-sided stuff there on Nuke, and certainly some frustration setting in for Passion UA on map number 2. They wanted to have this one said and done, because that Anubis coming up next. It certainly is up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. There was no real competition there as well. Credit where it's due. It's just a fantastic showing from NIP. I mean, Khan looked electric all the way throughout. 22 kills and 11 deaths for him. Kaspersky as well. Similar thing. 21 kills to his name, 11 deaths. They were both brilliant. That dynamic duo of firepower brought into its full effect here, and Pyjamas just didn't have a response. Flip side, Kvem had an alright game. Grim had a couple of moments, but simply across the board, it just wasn't enough. And I think now for Pyjamas, they need to use this 10 to 15 minute break in between maps and really reset, because I brought it up in the first half. They looked a little checked out, a little tilted, and I think it was costing them in a lot of the judgment calls they were making. That's a great response. That's a dominant map coming through from NIP. And now we set our sights on a really, really interesting decider. It's Anubis up next, and it's a map in which both of these sides haven't played.
Hi, this is Basement Dwellers' first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
I mean, it's not a one-man game, right? The whole team capitulating to a degree, not being able to close any rounds. 3D Max with great reads in that first half, great mid-round moves, punishing towards the middle, where BC Game tried to take numerous times. But I gotta say, BC Game's util was really bad on the T side. Like, they didn't have good mid-util to stop Lucky. Their mollies didn't do much. Their smokes didn't block him. Aragorn, get that out. They're coming. He's caught with nades out.
Yeah, you've not built the kind of repertoire to get respect from 3D Max in this game. They see that smoke come down just a second late, and they're going to walk right through it. Rotate out here towards mid.
Okay,
Simple, keeping money in reserve, playing the D, gets cut down. Crazy will wrestle back with two of his own.
Gotta win this.
So a chance at the retake. Mutiris and Crazy side by side have got to combine if BC Game want to hang around in this series, and they get annihilated. So many chances to close on Anubis, and you've only got one thing to worry about in this final round. Simple saved so he could bring out the AWP. He wanted to get to Donut at least once in this final round of play.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing Deagle in the previous round, keeping his MP5. It's a desperate game for BC Game, and it's just a bit of business here for 3D Max. Stage 2 awaiting them. 9 chances to close out on T-side Anubis. Simple takes his AWP down to the dark, finds his pick that he's been waiting for. And so puts that AWP to use and keeps mobile, getting involved elsewhere.
I think he feels it too. He feels that he's a lot more locked in. He's finally gotten switched online, but to have that feeling in round 16, 3-12 down, map 2 after getting destroyed on the opener.
He likes to hear that smoke. He's not overplaying the man advantage. Locks in a bomb site with Aragorn. Contains mid, allows a triple B. 3D Max far from committed to anything right now. They're looking at middle. No fight available. B hit it is. And so it won't be down to Simple in this round. It'll be down to the defense of this B site. Crazy. 13 and 13. He's got the numbers. Can he hold strong in this site?
Electronic with the flash. Blind is Crazy, still gets out with his. He'll hold the line for a double. That molly nearly spells his demise. But Nillies aren't going to cut it here for 3D Max. They give up on this round. They'll let it pass them by.
Go on then, give us another legendary comeback. Why not?
I will say, I still don't think it's going to happen because 3D Max are playing really, really solid. They've got a lot of ideas. You know, that's like tip of the iceberg stuff right now. They're trying not to show too much on this T side. But Simple's had an undeniable uptick, and Crazy has actually been solid all throughout this map. You've got 2 of the 5 players feeling a bit more activated.
And you've got nothing to lose at this point in the game, right?
Yeah, right.
Apart from the game, just round by round Counter-Strike here for BC Game. 12-4. Bit of a broken buy. 1 pistol, 4 rifles, 3D Max. They have the room to just throw in some rushes here and hope they can win off the entry.
Exactly, yeah. That's the one huge benefit you've got calling from such a massive lead. You can explore the full breadth of the strat book. You can play with pace.
And Aragon, you know, we saw that 1 round on A, not really getting any respect, expecting it, delayed nades. He's 4-12, so might be tempting here for 3D Max. Not in this round, they're spread thin. Let the rifles work it. Simple smoked off. But even this fight is a bit more uncomfortable. You can see him like looking towards water. He realizes nothing's guaranteed. You could just be punished from down below. Simple smoke. Won't be respected. So they take the mid control back.
Do have a nade to break open this smoke. They're just going to swing on around it. Simple caught, scoped in on that smoke fade. Now it falls to Aragorn. He's had a really tough time and it won't get any easier here. So yeah, it's not as dominant a loss as they fielded back on their pick of Overpass, but that is where the list of positives begins and ends for BC Game. 3D Max do not entertain the comeback. And teed up now in a 5-on-3 post plant. They're looking to move into stage 2 here and now, and they will do it cleanly. No challenge for 3D Max. And stage 2 awaits. You said that this team wants to level up, that they want to try and go further, hit harder in 2026. Well, this is a nice way to do it. No sweat versus BC Game, and now the Simple squad dropping down into the lower bracket. This is a tournament, Taz has said as much in interviews, where every match feels like a final. There's big implications on the VRS. You've spent a lot of money to try and secure these future invites. To do that, you've got to come out.
Aaron, hi.
Hey.
Hello, I just heard tons of praise about you from your teammates. So how does that make you feel?
Heartwarming, I would say. Yeah.
How do you like everybody in the team?
Everyone is perfect, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. How was it playing kind of your first games, and how do you feel prepared for now a really, really big tournament?
Feels very different from my previous team. Like, feels really wonderful. I would say everyone is really active players, I would say. So yeah, it feels fantastic.
Okay. Is it, when you say active, do you also mean like in the comms in game and stuff like that?
I mean, in moves, in calls, in suggestions, like mid calls rounds, end round calls. So yeah, it feels really good.
Okay. What's the biggest thing you want to prove at IEM Krakow?
Proof that we are tier 1 team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good luck.
Yeah.
Hello, JT.
Yes.
How are you? Yeah, that is you.
Doing good. I kind of hate media days, so it's not my best day, but yeah, I feel fine.
Me too.
You too? How do you hate media days?
I'm kidding. It's fun, but it's more fun when people, actually want to talk. But I get it, though. There's a lot going on. Did you already do? You're doing a skit, I think.
I'm doing a skit?
Oh no! Spoiler. The team, perhaps. I think maybe.
Honestly, I don't know anything. I just showed up, so I'm hoping I'm not doing a skit, but we'll see.
I'm sorry about that, media services, but yeah. How's work? How are you, Dan? Do you also hate media days?
No, I just hate this guy.
Why is that?
Don't know. He's just bad vibes. No, I'm joking. I love this guy. And I don't mind media days. It's a part of the job, so just gotta do it.
Yeah, you just gotta do it. No desks to smash in media day, though, so...
I mean, desk smashing, I'm reformed. That doesn't happen.
Really?
Yeah. You can kind of approve.
He's lying. He's actually lying. Okay, maybe he's not banging this, but a little rage here and there, but...
Not really. Not like the last 6 months or 3 months. Like, I don't know, we'll see. You'll see, but I'm reformed.
But I always wonder about that, because don't you get yelled at by your managers because your hands are literally the most important thing about... I mean, that sounds a bit bad, but you know, when you're playing CS, so your brain also, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, not like you punch hard, like to break your hand.
It's not usually the desk. He usually punches his own leg.
That's true.
So his hands are usually fine. It's his leg that gets bruised.
That's true. Yeah. But there's... I mean, you could make, I guess, some money if you do punch the desk. I mean, Nico's punch desk sold for, I think, like 20,000 or something. Was it worth? Something like that, so...
Don't give me ideas.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Third and final map of this series. It has been a very up and down experience for both teams, but NIP tapping into an extra level there on Nuke. Absolute domination. Even the low amount of rounds that Passion UA were able to get just did not really make a dent. Absolutely wonderful stuff. Could have been even more one-sided if not for a couple funny rounds. But yeah, NIP looking so solid on Nuke. And if they can get that again, a T-side like that on Anubis, it really could be over quickly here for Passion.
Yeah, there really is a lot to like from what we saw from NIP in towards that second map. But all of that kind of goes out the window when we talk about map number 3, Anubis. Neither of these sides have played it yet since it's been reintroduced in towards the pool, so we're not really too sure what to expect. So we're coming in as neutrals with this one. There's no real favourites off the back of it. Sure, NIP might bring a bit of momentum, and they're looking mighty sharp indeed. Let's see if they can translate that in towards our third and final. Our decider here, loser of this, we say goodbye to.
Absolutely. Oh man, they line up for Wrinkle. Oh goodness, he does eventually get them. The harder shots landed. Oh goodness gracious, we might be in for it once again. JT is alone. Versus 4, a bomb to recover. There's a smoke on the A bomb side, but there's nobody here. He was part of that execute, but it's just not worked out at all, has it? Absolutely rolled by Wrinkle. What a series this man is having.
Yeah, exactly. JT, what do you do? A near impossible round. A 1%er. Now the chances of him recovering this one, he's not going quite about it because he knows he's got next to no chance. It's Snappy who seals the deal. A little grin from JT. He knew that was basically impossible. Well, perfect work from Wrinkle. They line up. They're not even really thinking about that being a plan of where they can fight from. And attention was drawn away by Shush so expertly. A bit of a human flashbang. Perfect work. You love to see it. And RP getting hyped, which is exactly what we want to see. Keep up that momentum off the back of a fantastic map number 2 of Nuke. And roll through with it in towards the decider. Double MP9, triple M4 for them. There is a bit of an investment, tiny bit, being just a deagle for Kavem, but that's as good as it gets, really, for Passion UA. So it should be a simple second.
So you would think. M4 looking for a long-range fight there. I think maybe spotting the corner of a player, but nothing as yet. They're just waiting for one of those overfaces to land in that deagle crosshair. That's the only hope that Passion UA have here. Going to be a curious map, I think it's safe to say. Both these teams limited experience. Not really got the reps to go off of. That's probably the case for a lot of teams at this stage, to be fair. But what do we make of the Anubis and how does it feel? You can kind of tap back into old results as well. NIP, pretty big fan, I feel, of this map at one point in time. Some of them said they like Train. So we'll see here how it pans out. Here comes the Deagle, finally, able to get in the mixture. For a couple, in fact. Nothing more than that, no bomb plant, so it's decent. They'll be happy with some damage.
Yeah, again, you know, sort of the buzzword, but silver linings. Like, you just take what you can get, really, in a spot like that. But goes the way as expected. This first gun round is the big one we hone in on for Passion UA. First map for them was fantastic. Really got to see, especially in that second half, just how good things can be. But when you think about it in a sense, sort of like 3 out of the 4 halves of play so far have gone the way of NIP, right? The first half of Overpass is obviously very, very good for them. So, Passion, we haven't seen enough so far in this series to show us why they deserve to be taking this. But this is a good start. JT and Nix both getting into the action. Wrinkle will be swung through with a flash from Snappy, so he'll bring one back.
Still looking good for Passion UA, though. Really good, in fact. They are threading the needle to perfection. Out through middle, on towards A, looks to be the case, and I think that they will have plenty of time to get the bomb down, get into comfortable positions. That's not good for NIP. They need someone in there to stop that from happening, and it's just not going to be the case here. You might even argue for a save, to be honest. They're just so starved of info. HP bar's not ideal. Yeah, not really got a chance. So they're holding the extremity, see if a kill comes their way. Not going to be the case. So it will be a back off here from NIP.
Yeah, just keep on to what you got. And the round sort of felt already done by those sort of first engagements, the first 2. Shuffling guns away. Feels relatively unnecessary, to be perfectly honest. But either way, looks like they'll be fine saving. No one even close to the hunt. Passion UA, first gun round, first round on the board. You'll take those, and only the one casualty too. Yeah, really pretty happy with that. We said for them, right, it's about that sort of 10 to 15 minute break in between the maps, resetting mentally. It looked a bit checked out, looked a little bit tilted. They weren't exactly playing or calling a good game in towards Nuke. That's already much better. The ebbs and flow on towards Anubis, I think, are a little bit easier for them, especially if they want to play a little bit quicker, a little bit puggier. They can. That's nice. But with the saves, NIP can reinvest back in, no issues.
Yeah, looking to answer back. And trying, really forcing it. Wrinkle goes down super early. There's a follow-up over there, maybe. It's tough to say. Kaspersky, the trade guy right now, does eventually get one. Bring it back down to a 3 versus 3, but much quicker, much more aggressive from the T side in particular. JT is deep in towards A main here. This could be big. He's really not being considered. They've taken their eyes off of the A site as well. Obviously going to move back in, but they're not going to expect him up so much. He's got the info. He misses the chance at a frag there, I feel. And therefore might be able to reset. Take a couple down with him. No, JT moves up silently to drop him, so that's surely another save from NIP.
Yeah, he knew that was going to be overlooked. That's really, really well done. I guess the save really depends on whether Kaspersky can get anything early. He's going to be sent in to have a look through camera. Got the support of Snappy. They're giving this a look in. First information, first fight. Kefem lucky to stay alive. He's met with a Molotov as he starts to burn. Kaspersky for one. Hang on! Hang on! Retake's got legs, but it's all on the shoulders of Snappy. Captain Fantastic cannot convert. It's Horzerk who comes out on top with a two-piece to seal the round and a second for Passion UA.
Huge. Absolutely huge. I mean, it comes closer than it feels it should have done. But a really great find. Snappy seemingly having a couple of issues.
Looks technical, right?
Technical
Rather than
standpoint.
tactical, yeah.
He's also knocked his camera out of focus. There we go. Oh,
yeah.
He's gone. He's gone. He's going to be a blurry boy.
Put your hand closer to it and then pull it away. This is the tech. We all know it. We all know it. Yeah, but he immediately on the cams after that round looked down to his PC. So, he's typing something, so it looks like he's logging back in. That is, I mean, of all that time to get a tech issue, unless it was like after he died and then like a cable got kind of pulled out by his foot or something, but that's unfortunate. But yeah, something happened. Checking now whether he actually even dipped out of the server, but looks like he was logging back in or something. That is a bit of poor fortune. Oh, he's saying when he slammed the desk. The lip read of the actions.
Sort of reactionary move.
Yeah, slammed the desk after losing the round and is what logged him out or something. Just when we were on the video in between the maps as well, talking to Horzerk about slamming the desk and how he slams his leg rather than the desk. Snappy should have taken a leaf out of his book. If he hits his own leg, he's still in the server.
True. Smart guy, really. There is an argument to be made. Maybe just don't be slamming anything.
Just don't hit anything, really.
Get on top of that. But, you know, I've been there. I've been there once or twice. Not for a while now, though, to be honest. So, you know, I feel like something you maybe have to get on top of as a pro player. It's tough to say.
Yeah. I've never really been like a rager. I've always sort of been, I just watch reels. Just check out. If I start losing, I'm not playing well. Yeah,
it's either like you're so hard zoned in that you know you kind of let the emotions take over, or you just kind of check out and not be bothered. Ooh, big flash, baby. Grim does manage to deny them outside of B main, so nothing happening. Will be advantage to Passion, and they're expecting some kind of a move. Will they expect the second reaggress? Unfortunately, the flash just ahead of it there, Wrinkle, and he will get blinded by it, so no opportunity for him to net a frag.
Smoke down to slow them down. I mean, there was a fair decent amount of information gained. Hang on. I like this. JT's gun barrel's there. Oh, but JT's going to get a kill. Kaspersky wasn't close enough to be able to punish prior to Snappy falling. There is a recoverable weapon there. That's the one thing. Nafalas will dip back towards the site because he knows his presence still. But Kavem catches Wrinkle, who was searching for that weapon.
Oh, big finds here. It will just be left down to Ken. He's got the weapon to fight, but the trade is instantaneous from Halzerk. Passion UA looking pretty good, you know. T-side's got some more energy to it. There, Anubis in the back pocket, perhaps, right? This is the danger of it coming out and you're not having as much info to work off of. Like I say, though, the changes, not huge. I mean, the pro players will feel the window changing towards mid a lot more than you or I, but still not massive. Not a lot to contend with.
Yeah, no, agreed. Let's see, double nade on towards Khan's position, and as Wrinkle and Snappy fall around him, this low buy being swept aside. Not even breaking a sweat. I say that before I see Grim spray. A little labored, but he gets the kill nonetheless.
Shush all alone. Are you a shush or a shoosh guy?
I'd say shush, but I feel like it is. I feel like it probably is shush, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's how he says it. I feel like I've heard him say that, but I think I just like instinctively go shush. But there's a few things that other people say, like some people say like exercise, but I say exercise because that's what he says, right? Because he's French.
It just, I think once your brain's like set on it as a commentator, you have to just kind of go with the instinct and not fight it too. It takes a bit of work. I do remember like the first time. Yeah, go on.
I was gonna say, like, when you have players like, you know, Flames, who's like, oh, like Flame Z or Flames, and he's like changing between the two. You gotta like get one, stick to it, because once you play like one big tournament and they're calling you that name, that's it. Like, you're stuck with it.
For sure. No, I was gonna say about Kaspersky. Like the first time I casted him, that was a tough one, man. That was a tough one. For sure. You know, Casper Sky is kind of what your brain reads, so I try my best not to like focus too much on his like the writing of the name and just try and pull it from memory. But yeah,
smart.
Thank you.
Double nades once again in towards his mid position. Passionue are playing a pretty relentlessly quick mid control as they're set up. We saw them do it in the pistol, and obviously that didn't work out. But since the guns are coming into play and they've got the util behind it, it's been pretty rewarding for them, at least in terms of just information.
Not given the fights now in IP, playing much safer than I feel like we've seen them in this map so far. Just letting the utility and the control happen. Oh, do have to be careful here though.
Hang on.
This con area is huge, of course. And they're keeping half an eye on it. Wrinkle chimes in. Kaspersky tries his best to roll around, but able to find the first. He does get the second. JT treats him out on the low HP. Meanwhile, the push in at A main does go successfully. It's Snappy that sneaks in behind enemy lines. 2 big kills from him, leaving Holzerk against the world. A bomb to recover. Decent amount of information. That's about all he's got going for him at this moment. Snappy, I was going to say, overswings. A missed AWP shot, though. And this gets very strange indeed.
20 seconds.
Holzerk moves in to get that bomb back. He does not have a lot of time, and back turned. Oh, this is tough. He manages to get through, though, somehow. Just one fight to win. Only a few seconds to do it in. Oh, he's not considering at all. Josh will take him down. And that's a tough one, but it is NIP back round with a round.
There's just so many angles that they had to clear. So many angles and so little time. Nice work from NIP. I mean, how JT gets away with a kill? He gets dinked, and then he's a known quantity, drops the smoke and fights through it to get the trade. That already felt like maybe Lady Luck was looking down favorably, but nice response, nice recovery. NIP once again make it a 1-round game. Passion UA going to call for a pause. Both sides now taking tax as they want to discuss this first half as well. in a decider with tournament life on the line fundamentally is massively important. And P9 for Snappy is as good as it gets for him as well. So if Passion UA can respond and steal back another round, not only do they once again bridge the gap of that being that 2-round buffer, but they also break the econ of NIP, which should turn a 5th round into a 6th pretty swiftly.
Yeah, curious to see now Passion UA in prime position to just really shut things down here. NIP, meanwhile, as you would on Anubis, scrambling to get as many rounds as you possibly can on that CT side, so they have to be able to capitalize here. Still going to be some work to break the backs of Passion UA. They've built up a good bit of bank. Snappy out through mid, checking the window, but JT has crept under. It's not the most reliable of spots. Seems to be weary of it. JT's been pretty happy to try and take connector control quite often. Snappy thinking about it. He's got to be very careful with how he plays things here. JT, back turn. Kaspersky's there to thankfully find that kill and help his captain out, but that was nearly a messy one.
It's fine. Grim for 2. Yeah, gets it. Trade will come back 4, so 3 versus 3 ensues. Snappy saw 2 in towards water a moment ago, so he's got to know this A-pop's a possibility, and he's a little too late over here to deny. He'd gone further down mid. A taken. Bomb will go down momentarily. And this is a really difficult retake. There's honestly a world if they can't get an early kill that they might be tempted to save here. But Snappy, that is such a bold move. Pushes the smoke, finds the kill, leaves it all on Nyx's shoulder. Can't even catch Shush. No, he dives down from the heavens. An angel sent finds NIP the tying round of a 4th.
Clean stuff in the end. Some shaky moments in the middle, but very clean in the end indeed. And a big, big find. There is that bomb plant. So I would suspect a reinvestment. A couple players, well, I think 3 players were on $2,000. So should be a reinvestment here. It's, not perfect, but it will do the job for Passion UA. This is the big round, of course. NIP to take the lead, break the bank, and really start threatening a decent first half here on Anubis.
All right. Pop shot, misses. Takes Kaspersky for 1. Wrinkle! We'll get one of his own, and it's just a complete shutdown. Dissecting the offense here, heading towards this B site and leaving it all on the captain. JT will get 1. It's a consolation, but that is all it is. Brilliant work from NIP.
Yeah, again, able to hold the line so very effectively. Passion UA still have the rounds to work with, but it's starting to get away from them now, where it felt like they were looking good. They had a great half on their hands. 4-2 at one point. That has been squandered now. It's NIP with 5 rounds already on that CT side. Should be a 6th. Big question's going to be raised of the rest of this half for Passion UA if they are not careful. So, yeah, maybe a timeout ahead of the next rifle round required.
Flash does nothing to Snappy. Gets 2. He's so close as well to catching Kavem. 98 points of damage, but it's 100 to kill. So the Deagle gets 1, but again, it's probably nothing short of a consolation. 2 versus 4 with Kavem 1 foot in the grave. There's no way they're getting a 5th here, surely.
I thought for a moment Ben might be able to find something, but not the case. Wrinkle at range with the USP. So looking very, very good now. Passion UA going to have to turn things around quick. This is starting to get out of hand. NIP, meanwhile, looking very clean. These late round moves, really, really good. The retakes, the coordination, the buy-in and belief of the Snappy system seems to really be there for these boys. And, you know, good vibes. We're seeing all these interviews and whatnot, like the lobby, the in-between games, etc. Really looking like they're enjoying themselves and they're all getting along. Kaspersky loses his head into the start of this round, though.
Connell dipped back. Smart move, I think. He was a little bit exposed. With the numbers not favoring NIP. Not what you want. Grim is hoping there's an overextension here. Wrinkle, he's got the right idea, though. And the bomb's actually rotating over to join Grim. Oh, spots his hand as he's throwing Util. Wrinkle's in trouble here. He's got to hit shots. He's got to try and fall away. Gets the first. Nice work. And he resets as he looks to try and isolate more. And he gets so close to the shot onto Grim, but close is not good enough. They've taken the site. And with it, probably the round. This is a difficult retake.
I was going to say, like, in my head, I was thinking this is where he does his best work, but we're robbed of another highlight from Wrinkle. Do they actually want to go for this? It's a loose extremity kind of move, and it really depends on if Snappy's able to find something or Ken's light peak finds something. We'll get one. Another in here, though. Oh, goes ahead of the flash and finds the kill. Snappy will go down, but maybe he's gained that information that they need. The nade to finish off another. The Molotov to force it out. There's a smoke in the way. There's a smoke in the way. The molly is good. He's on the bomb. Grim moving in quick to try and take him, and he just about will cancel that defuse. Low HP as well. There really was not a lot in that. Nearly comes off for the CT side.
My God. My God. That was mighty, because I thought the round was all but done on the first engagement. What a half we're getting here, though. Very evenly matched. With a 7-5 half on Overpass in favor of NIP, and they let that one slip. They're hoping for a 7-5, but they're not hoping for the second half that they had over there either. Triple Galil for Passion UA to round out the buy, so they don't get the fullest amount of firepower. They're stacking up and they're looking towards A here.
Yeah, something that feels different for them, actually, and just bursting through quite simply. Ken hidden out. The back end, only one for him. The trader of Snappy is here, looking for multiple, and he gets them. Oh, my.
Wow.
Triple for Snappy. Who else? Absolute machine at the tail end. And it will make things very interesting here. A safe CT half moving into that scary T side for NIP. Welcome back in. A close first half to make things edge of your seat stuff here for this series. Oh, yes. Emotions running high. How about that? We've got a new contender. We've had leg, we've had desk. Now we've got slap your own forehead. As a bit of a way of cooling off, it would seem. Either way, we're going to find out. NIP, I feel, with a really good first half to work from there. Yeah,
I agree. I think there's just a little bit more on offer from them. But we saw them get a 7-5 and then squander the second half in map number 1. And I'm wondering whether there's going to be more of the same. Well, it started that. Kevin will find the first. Horzerk falling back to the site. Got the right idea, though. And Horzerk will nail the shot. Down goes Shush as they try to contact towards B. And that's costly. This is exactly the same way that things crumbled on Overpass. And NIP, they do not want to repeat.
It is true. JT finds another head. Looking good. Oh, man. Nyx deletes can't. And it is all left to Snappy, who is also deleted. All right. That is hella clean stuff in the pistol. Snappy looking a little nervous as well. So this second half may well start to see some of the cracks showing on Anubis, right? It's a new addition. It's not a brand new map, but you still have to quell some of the doubts that you might have going into this T side.
Yeah, you're right. See, low buy for NIP. No surprises, really. Just the Deagle, which has already hit the deck. Will be recovered by Shush, but should be a simple 7th put on the board. And Shush already getting tagged as well. This is that big worry, though. We did see in towards the overpass. I mean, it took something ridiculous, like 8 rounds of play to see NIP put another back on the board, and that is the thing that worries me a lot here.
I'm with you, man.
I'm just checking now, right? It was a 7-5 CT side, right? From NIP. They went 1-8 on the C side. And Passion UA streaked massively. It's the thing that worries me here is that it feels like they do a lot of their best work on the T side because of just the individuals they've got. But I'm concerned now. It could be more of the same, especially the way Passion UA have started.
Well, we'll see. This is the barometer, isn't it? This opening rifle round going to give us a great idea as to how things might unfold. Again, it's quicker movements from NIP to just try and get some control, try and take some early fights. Some spam down from Passion UA in towards Canals here. Looking to maybe re-aggressors. 3 of them stacked on top of each other over there. They just want that one kill, and they will get it. Wrinkle as well. You know, they're the types of players, the types of names that crop up in the kill feed that maybe make you hopeful a big scalp to be taken.
Haven't smoked down. Keep attention drawn towards A for now, but I do wonder where this bomb wants to go. Nyx is playing in that close water angle, and he's got a pop flash to work with as well. And support, too, of Kevem, who really doesn't need to peek. Kevem can play up towards Cake, and especially the more time ticks, the better. Nyx goes early there, though. So flash in, but one that'll cost his life. Horzerk will get one. Kevem trying to buy a bit of time, but a molly will flush him out. Horzerk dips his head in for 1, which he gets, his second of the round, and there's 2 left to find.
Yeah, not looking too good here for NIP. They'll do their best. Ken in an advanced position, but there's so many players on the other side of this. He could get good timing. Can he find multiple, though? Yeah, is the big question. Unfortunately not. Snappy hidden away at the new box. Oh, they line up for Snappy on 1 HP. You can't be serious. Another big moment for the IGL. He lets them know. He lets them know, and I'm pretty sure he's saying he was 1 HP, so trying to set some tilt across the other side of the server. Absolutely ridiculous stuff.
It's a mental round to be taken. Again, you can go back to that point and say, is that one that you can make replicable? Probably not. You can't keep doing that or banking upon it, but You'll take those every day of the week. And now, having been given a lifeline by Captain Fantastic, utilizing. Also making a move. He had a pretty decent round himself in the previous. A couple of quick kills, but it's JT first to 4. Horzuk, we're needing 2 from him once again, and there's the first, which he does without taking too much damage. And they've reclaimed all of this water control. They can't really go towards A here without it being an absolute bloodbath, and Shush just overlooks Grim's angle. Unfortunately, this round is falling quite flat for NIP.
Yeah, maybe expecting a sacrifice of control on B, but not the case. Passion UA, some very interesting ideas. Really goon squadding, I believe they would call it.
I beg your pardon?
You know, going around together. It's a term. It's a thing. And then just make it. But either way, it's finding success. They're finding big frags. Kaspersky, though, he's back in with one. And suddenly the B-bomb site is vulnerable, actually. This gets very, very messy all of a sudden. Rim, flash, through the smoke. Nearly spins around, but not quite. The 2-on-2 sets in now, and a lot of control for this CT side, it feels, but Wrinkle just mows them down. Another low HP conversion out of nowhere. Absolutely insane.
Another really, really good recovery, right? I mean, it's a round in which it feels like in the early to mid part of that round, like, it's all in favor of Passion UA. They've got complete control. They've got information. I mean, think about the water control they take towards A. Horzo gets a kill as well. I mean, everything points to how Passion UA should be taking that round. And again, they let it slip. That's tilting. And not only did they let it slip, but look at the reward that NIP have been gifted now. You've got a 2-round buffer zone, and you've broken the econ of Passion UA. They should be taking a 10-7. That is a tilter. I mean, credit where it is due, NIP backing themselves to the very end of these rounds, but feels like 2 fumbled by Passion UA, and I think, again, this is where you get worried that, similar to Nuke, they might get a little tilted.
It is true. It does set in, and we saw kind of a curious interview, you know, between JT and Halzerk, talking about Halzerk's emotions, let's say. Trying to be reformed. We'll see in the server, of course. Anti-eco going well. It's just the 2 aforementioned players left to try for one. JT fails. Halzerk is nowhere near the action here, but it will be that double digits for NIP.
Now goes Halzerk. Flawless round. Simple stuff. All right. Concerns for sure for Passion UA on their 2 fumbled rounds, but they've not got many chances left of staying alive here in the tournament. NIP are 3 rounds ahead and 3 rounds away from eliminating you here from IEM Krakow. You're very much in that now or never territory. You lose this round, finances are feeble once again, but at NIP on 11, most teams would force buy there as well. So this could potentially be your last true full buy. This is the one that makes the difference, hence why the pause comes through. Second utilized by Passion UA as TC really wants to reiterate the importance.
All right, let's see. As you mentioned, do or die. A lot on the line here, as we've talked about previously, but just pushing deep into the tournament, deep into stage 1. More prize money, more VRS. And it will potentially come back to haunt you later on in the year. The cutoff comes around pretty quickly, actually, for that June major. So starting the year off well is pretty paramount, it feels. NIP have just gone through the motions with the utility here, but not much ground being gained yet.
Horzuk dropped. Shush opens proceedings as he's left, reeling but alive, and ultimately all that counts. Give him pulls one back as Khan falls. He's pretty impactful in terms of giving them the space on the site, and Kvem sticks around for a second. Down goes Wrinkle. 2 very important kills there.
Yeah, really going to give them a chance back in now, it feels. Grim watching for the drop here, but not going to come his way. They are grouped up to try and hit B. 1 flash is all they have. Shush on 4 HP. So, not a great look. However, JT kind of clueless about their location, honestly. He thinks they could be in behind, and in doing so, he has perhaps abandoned parts of the B bomb site. Looks round, but just meets the eyes of his maker. Snappy catches Grim. All the info goes out the window. And Passion UA, some false info from somewhere has cost them this round.
Yeah, I wonder, really, for the likes of NIP, how much they want to hunt now. I know Shush is low, but surely you got to realize how feeble those finances are. Even just 1 more kill on towards Passion UA is going to put them in such a bad spot. Nick Kaspersky might get a chance at it as well. Nix is having a look. No, he goes out the other way. 11th now, and sure, there's a save of a couple of weapons, but Passion UA have fallen so flat in this second half. Got 1 more pause to work with, to be fair. But I wonder what they want to do in terms of the investment around number 19. Do you half buy around these guns, or do you go for the full force and try and play for the win? Looks like it's option 2. Full buys coming through. Double MP9 for JT and Grim Horzuk. Enough for an M4. So with the saves, they can squeeze out that second investment, but even still, tough road ahead. And the deficit's growing.
Yeah, not looking good, man. It feels like you are really going to struggle here. Kvem trying to abuse the angle ever so slightly there. Shadow spottable. That's good to know. He's not going to find the kill, though. Just tagging Wrinkle pretty heavily. Pretty tense round here. Passion UA need to be able to find it. They again are so panicked on these rotations, man. We've got 4 players on the move. Shaping up towards A. Some sort of a read. Nothing coming off the back of it, and it's not like NIP are dedicating to either bomb site just yet.
Gonna pop flash the 2 in towards main. Maybe they get a bit of contact. They might. No. Then they come. No one there. Nothing heard. Not steps or response of util or spray. That's why this rotation comes back over towards B, and so far that feels like the right call. Bomb in towards E-box and mollied out too. Sub 30 seconds. They don't have a lot of time here. JT, he could be incredibly important denying the C4 going down. They can play the clock here, play the time. The CT side might work in their favor. JT for the first. Snappy falls, but Carnal responding kind, and with a double for him and 1 for Shush, they've got a plant out of this with just enough seconds on the clock. And now a 2 versus 3, but with NIP, 2 of their players barely alive.
That's insane, the fact they've been able to break into the bomb site like that. Unbelievable. Can they hold on to it, though, I suppose, is the question now. That 1 smoke available. There's no kit. I don't think there was 1 dropped on the site, so going to have to get on it pretty quickly here, fellas. They've used a lot of time. Nix goes flying in, but surely just does not have enough time to get this done. Oh, man, he'll find all the kills, but it just does not matter in the end. That bomb going to go off, and it seems like this series is slowly unfolding for Passion UA.
Fair play, though. Nice little spray through the smoke. He controlled that one really, really well. All for naught, of course. Means absolutely nothing. Map and series point. NIP. Oh, man. We might be about to say goodbye to Passion UA, who unfortunately have looked lost here on this map number 3. Not exactly the debut into the new map in the pool that they wanted, and it doesn't get any better. Wrinkle will find the first. Kvem Nice response as he scoops up the AWP. And he gets flashed into the fight. Does he want to test? Wrinkle, he does. And it's a test. He comes out on top.
Advantage Passion UA. Open a prayer here. Slow walk up towards the A-bomb site, but they actually bail on it. The jig is up. This B aggression is going to give a lot of information to Passion. Whether they're able to do something with it remains to be seen. Timing kind of across the board, actually. Oh, shush, man. He just creeps in. Finds the side of Kvem. Could really make a difference now. Nyx is isolated and forced away at the very least, so they create space for the plant. And the kills keep on coming through. Is there a trade here? No, JT finds himself a double. Snappy left in the clutch once again. He's blinded but not finished off. Brings it down to the one-on-one. Can he close it out here? Or will Grim delete him? It is the latter. Passion UA stay alive.
No celebrations, though. Very muted there for Passion UA. They know that road is still very, very long to recover. And not a bad effort by Snappy. And once again, another round in which, yes, there's a win that comes through for Passion UA, but it's so expensive. And this is becoming that consistent issue. Timeout taken. Second called by NIP. Plenty to discuss for Exist. 4 map and series points to work with. So I don't think they're under too much pressure. It's just about not giving a lifeline to Passion UA. Don't allow this side to snowball. And the vibe seem pretty chilled. Wrinkle get out the AWP. Is a one-in response on the flip side for Passion UA, despite Fem looking pretty good with it. Nice shot that he wins that head-to-head. We go again. 12-8. No long-term econ obviously means kind of nothing really for Passion UA, but for NIP, if they lose this round, that's when the road starts to open a bit for Passion. That's Wrinkle first to fall.
Okay. Could be worrisome here for NIP. As you say, it's not over just yet. Passion UA seem to have found the ability to get those openers relatively consistently here. Very, very spread at the moment. NIP looking for maybe that kill to get them back in. Ken making noise. I suspect it'll be a B finish. I'll have to wait until that smoke goes down, of course. Shu's trying to play above it. Might even call for a boost here as it's, you know, a little deep, this smoke. Trying to spot the very, very top of the head. Not happening just yet. Ken going to go down. There's Shu's chance. He will capitalize on it. So, Olzerk up close. If he gets cleared, if he gets melted, which it is unfortunately the opposite. Okay, it's JT that helps out there. He seems to really be stepping up these past few rounds. Double kill for him. One against the AWP. Passion UA have turned things upside down.
Yeah, leading by example. That's for sure. 3-round game. Money going to be looking a little thin as well towards NIP. The opportunity is starting to present itself to Passion UA. Like I said, look at that bite. Just upgrade a pistol. They go for a force bite here, though. They want to reset the econ. I guess in a couple of cases, they had money to work with, but even still, I feel like the force bite here is a really bold move. They're just hovering around that double eco. Hence why they've gone for the investment. Triple Tech 9, double deagle, and a similar amount of util. 4 smokes, 1 flash. That's what they're wielding. So enough for an execute, maybe to set up a very basic post plant, if they can get there.
Yeah, strong if.
Yeah.
At this point. Again, just starting things off in a very similar kind of way. Definitely had their wings clipped in the past few rounds. The confidence taken down a notch. JT creeping forwards, gathering some info, of course, but he's looking for that opening kill. Maybe a bomb drop. Really getting away with a lot. Calls for some support, but they have to be careful here. AT. Ooh, barrel spotted. Yeah, I don't know about him now. Ken finds one. Could be messy, but the scary guns are just around the corner, so they don't really want to take these fights on that T side. Meanwhile, up towards B, there is a gap. Kaspersky has found it, and they could capitalize.
So whether they can get a plant out here. Hang on. There's the capitalization as Horza goes down. And a smoke down as well should allow Snappy to cross. Wrinkle still drawing attention away. Bomb goes down. Oh my god, he will finally fall. But again, he's just a bit of a bait and switch. He's just trying to draw eyes away from the sight. Oh, for one, Deagle pulled out, but he can't quite connect as Grim brings it back to a 2 versus 2. But both Snappy and Shush are so low. So experience has got to pay off dividends here. They haven't cleared Snappy. He's got him behind and he gets one. JT, where is that second? Another tap on towards the bomb. Shush will clear, but head ripped off the shoulders. And another huge sigh of relief. It is not a bad effort by NIP, but it's Passion UA who walk away with the round.
Shush got to take that trade, man. He played it safe. He played it, long game. But then also forced the swing. Slightly awkward moves from him, I think. Not quite sold on either decision. But like you say, it's close. You don't expect them to get that close, but definitely a winnable moment in there. I think Snappy not getting fully cleared potentially was that winning moment. We go again. And we maybe go again after that, because it is the half buy here for NIP.
They could be good. Less than I thought, to be honest. Kavem should be dead to rights, and he is. Fair play. Swinging a fine with the support of the flash. There's an M4 scooped up. There's armor to go around as well, so it could be a bit of a pass the parcel type movement here with that M4. Trying to see if they can recover another gun.
JT, on his usual adventures through canals, will now move back towards this B bomb site. Try and even the numbers up. What is going on? Passion UA, bro. These rotations kind of wild at times. They have to be very, very careful because it is unraveling up through middle. A bomb site, super vulnerable. Grim here in good time. Catches the back, spots the bomb. They're still all over 8. He's brought the numbers back in their favor. It's really going to be tough. They're lacking some info. Don't quite know where to look.
Oh, no.
As they swing, the pistols will demolish them. That is wild. JT left it a ludicrous 1 versus 3 here if he'd be able to pull this off. I don't think it's going to happen for him. NIP against the odds. Abused the over-rotations. Maybe started to notice as the game comes to a close. Can JT save them once again? First is clean. Couple more. Oh, not ready for Kaspersky behind Cake. And it will be NIP to take it. It's a lot of work for them in the end, but they survive.
Yeah, they're really made to work for it at the end, but for NIP, fair play, right? You're looking at that performance, and especially considering the sort of fumble of that overpass, which at one point looked unbelievably solid for them. What a reverse sweep they're able to pull off, and a really decent look in towards their Anubis. There's a lot to like. Sure, there's stuff to work on, don't get me wrong. It's far from being perfect, but for your debut on that map, I think there definitely is a lot to like. A really, really interesting looking NIP side. I'm still liking what I'm seeing from Khan. Granted, not the cleanest of maps from him there, but as a whole, I think he's going to be very, very important to what makes NIP tick in 2026. Passion UA on the flip side, it still seems like the same woes as of last year, where we're very unclear in terms of where's the direction of this side, and it just looks like a little bit of a lack of identity is maybe the way to put it.
Yeah, they have an approach, the CT side there. It's kind of creative. Unfortunately, they get punished, but a lot of the time those over-rotations were seemingly smart and created aggression. I think system-wise, their sound just feels like individually they maybe lack that extra oomph that they need, particularly in matchups like this. There's a few conversations around JT proving his worth, but maybe the rest of the squad is what gets called into question. So it's very, very tough to break down and to know, but that's an NIP that are kind of all over the place in terms of the tactics, right? They're very, very individually based, very trying to force frags, force fights, and ultimately it does work in the end. But I think better teams, I think teams that could have had some individual moments of their own, some highlight moments of their own, may well have punished them better. So you do have to look to NIP and sort of the longevity of it. But yeah, Passion UA, they lack some of that spark that they really do need, really, really do need.
Yeah, and on the flip side as well, you know, for Connor, he walks away with the MVP. I mean, a lot of it off the back of that first map, sure, but as a whole, I think for me, he's a guy that I think is showing a lot about what he's all about. I think we saw it within the kind of the tier 2 or tier 1.5, how you want to put it, where he is very proactive, very prevalent in what he can bring to the table. But fantastic to see. If he can support Kaspersky in the firepower department, NIP can start really punching above their weight, and they're already starting to show moments of it.
Yeah, no, it is very true. It is very, very true. And I think, you know, the one thing that we set up for them is kind of the potential behind this roster. It needs to be a bit tighter, I think, but that's maybe something that they realize. We saw a couple times as games got a bit closer. Yeah, the vibes are good, but sometimes that means that you're not quite checking yourself and staying locked in. But still, a clean victory from them. NIP will indeed knock out Passion UA.
It has reached that time of the event where we unfortunately have to begin saying our goodbyes. Standing here with JT from Passion UA for a departure interview. What do you have to say in your own words, JT?
I mean, today was a really bad day. We didn't play very well, but I'm super proud of the boys of getting this far, and just want to look at the positives.
Well, looking at those numbers that production just threw up there, the positives few and far between. Perhaps you should change your names to Passion NA for Passion Not Applicable. Because clearly, you were missing that in the server today, Jimmy. I'm gonna ask production to bring up that stats packet just one more time here of Halzerk and his performance in this series alone. It's not looking good.
I mean, he had a really bad game, but usually he's a really solid, great player. And when we lose as a team, so.
Look, JT, I know how difficult this all must be, so I don't want to keep you here too long or really kind of keep you guys any longer than I have to in this moment. And listen, JT, looking at those numbers, you could be prime Glaive. There's not a whole lot you're going to be doing with what you've got on the plate now, is it?
I mean, like I said before, Halzerk's been really great for us. That's just how CS goes, and there's a lot of great teams here, and sometimes it's difficult to compete with their firepower.
Firepower indeed, for what was in fact a cremation, both inside and outside of the server. Well, I think that's a very fitting segue as we close the book, or I should say the casket in this scenario, and what has been a predominantly underwhelming display of Counter-Strike ability. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to do the honors. And what was already a dim light is now completely extinguished. Counter-Strike is a very punishing game at the top level. But fortunately, for our premium subscribers at home, that punishment doesn't have to end here. Halzerk, please, do the honors.
Bro, I'm never wearing that.
Well, I'm ready.
Hi, this is Basement Dwellers' first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
And greeting Counter-Strike fans and maybe even Counter-Strike haters. I don't know. Maybe you're watching this tournament too. It's Legacy versus Foot. Last game of the day here on the B stream. And we are taking it away. I'm fine. Joined by Cole Extra McHenry. An elimination match between two teams who could easily find themselves in stage 2 and definitely could have found themselves in much better positions considering the leads they had on day 1.
Yeah, I mean, we get to see two teams that are looking to bounce back after finding out and realizing who they're up against and the experience running true here. But for, you know, Foot versus for Legacy, both these squads are rosters that are going to look to bounce back here today. And I guess they get the benefit of, you know, two young teams battling it out against each other to try and stay alive here in this tournament. The pressure's still going to be on, right? Elimination looming, but expectations are high for both these squads.
Yeah, some a devastating results yesterday, especially for Legacy, who found themselves up 10-2 versus the likes of Simple and BC Game, and then it all vaporized away, and the Simple show began. That ended today very promptly, though, versus 3D Max. So maybe looking for a little bit of revenge. We'll see. And on the other hand, though, we saw here on the B stream, Foot were up 12-5 and could have knocked down 3D Max, and then 7 rounds straight, overtime loss, and a blowout on map number 3 turned it into this matchup. They've only faced off against each other once. This was back at the CS Asia Championships all the way in October of last year, and guess who won that tournament? Legacy. So we'll go ahead and see if Foot can put themselves in some sort of, maybe not tournament winning just yet, but this could be perhaps the start of a run.
Yeah, I like to take the look here at this this graphic because it kind of shows, I think, what it should be an inherent advantage in the vetoes for the side of Foot, just given that the Inferno kind of avoidance comes through here. They have had some tough times on Anubis, but Legacy haven't even played it yet. So there's going to be some interest there as to if Legacy want to pull through with some tricks with Inferno likely going to be out of the cards, what that's going to look like here in the map. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how that's going to shape up and seeing what these two teams have planned for each other in their next confrontation happening a couple months later.
Yeah, being able to ban out Inferno, a huge advantage. We'll see what Dumao has to say about this matchup.
Legacy is about to take on Foot to stay alive at IEM Krakow, and I'm here with Dumao first off. Yesterday, the game versus BC Game obviously didn't go exactly the way you would have hoped. Can you tell me what you have identified that should have gone better yesterday?
I think we lost a bit of ourselves in Overpass this side. So I think after that we didn't deal very well in Inferno. starting Inferno, because I think we were a bit disappointed with each other and of mistakes, but at some point we have to let it go and be better as we try every day. So I think today it's a new opportunity to show ourselves, like really for each other and be there and just play our game as we do it every day. And yeah, no regrets about it.
Yeah, no regrets indeed. Is that something you found that happened more often, or was that really unique to yesterday and the fact that it was the beginning of the tournament that you guys kind of, I want to say, fell apart a little bit, right? Because you weren't playing the way you usually play.
To be honest, I think it's a unique situation because I didn't feel that as a unity, as strong as it was yesterday. And I think that starting a new season and being a good tournament, show ourselves, it was a bit, how can I say, I think today we will be more up, you know?
Yeah.
And ready for the new opportunity. And that's it, just play as we do it on practicals. It didn't happen on practice, so I think when you play in a tournament, you deal with more emotions, everybody. And I think after a loss, after losing a match, you're ready to deal with these feelings better, you know?
Yeah. That makes sense, but you got to be there for each other, of course. That's what being a team is. Now, your versus Foot, and it's kind of an unexpected opponent. I would say it's not someone you have experience with. How hard does that make it for you to step into this game, knowing that there's so much pressure because it is an elimination game?
I think Foot is a great team. They're playing very well, but I think we have a same level and same play style at some point. We haven't even things that is very similar from each other. And even the team play style in everything. So I think it will be a good match. And it will be, for me, it's 50-50. But as long as we play our game and we just go down playing our best, I'm happy. But of course, you're searching victory. And I think that if we play our best now and just focus on each other and have a clear comms, we can win. Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me, I'm not exactly aware, but what are the similarities between your two playstyles, you would say?
I would say like a bit of more contact and explosion game. And they change sometimes, but it's their main identity. Yeah.
That's true, and that's also how we love to see Legacy play. Thank you very much and good luck. Obrigada.
Yeah, talking about similar playstyles between these two teams, very just brute force Counter-Strike both these teams play, really trying to leverage their individuals. Dumao, always a soulful leader here for the side of Legacy. He was kind of the only one chirping, though, in the previous game versus BC game. I saw a lot of the other teammates of Legacy kind of just go quiet, not even just in the server, but even outside of it. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more energy from the rest of the team going into this match versus Foot.
Yeah, they said it's a new day, it's a new opportunity, and so I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more of that energy out of Legacy's camp. We know that they can get loud, they know that they can get in their face and put the pressure on their opposition, but that's what they're looking to do here today. And we take a look at the vetoes and you look at Dust 2 to open things up. I do feel like Legacy, again, as I mentioned earlier, not being able to get off to what is one of their most popular picks in Inferno out of the gates. They have to lean in on Dust 2 to open things up. Still a map that they show some promise on. As they highlighted, it's a map where you can really rely on players like Dumao and Lotto to get those explosive contact plays. But the same is true in return here. You're going to look at a tough team in Foot to try and take down and challenge on that map. So looking forward to seeing, one of these two teams bounce back from yesterday. That's always the good news, is that, while one of these rosters is going to be eliminated, you're going to see both these rosters that kind of folded underneath the pressure yesterday be able to rise from the ashes.
Yeah, I think talking about some of the vetoes, the Dust 2 pickup for Legacy has kind of been a shaky map for them through and through. I don't think they've always had maximum confidence on this, even dating back to the Austin Major run. So, talking here for Legacy, it could be a scary series for them. Obviously missing their ace pickup, and Foot looking to come through with some clean gameplay. We'll have entertainment here in the battle to the bottom. It's elimination between Legacy and Foot.
See who's going to come out on top and kick things off on Dust 2. Ready to hop into the action here. Util set looking nice for this T side. Got a couple of smokes and a molly to try and escort them on into the play. We see some aggression coming through here out of foot, out of the gates. They're pressing fully in towards the tunnels and taking over that map control right now. Trying to set the tone here. So this mid utility is forcing them out of the line here, but that's Demon in the lower tons, able to snipe away at some heads here. 2 quick headshots offered up here from Demon, looking to come online today in map 1.
Yeah, this is a guy who had a really quiet series yesterday and was touted as one of the top prospects too. That's a great start for him. Now, Symmetry, as the pronunciation goes, top of the site. Can't quite find the headshot just yet, so Lotta will break through. Bomb plant could be available. Nissim needs to break through one more player. Longs tucked away here at the Gandalf corner. And the bomb being planted out in the open. Longs with 1 and a second. Nissim, low HP, 1v3. Tough scenes for him. Now running out of ammunition, reloading, and dealt with. Pistol round for Foot.
Good to see that he's able to immediately pick it up, right? And the story for Demon yesterday was that it was all going to be okay because he won a couple crucial clutches on Anubis, and we thought that was going to push them across the finish line. Turns out 3D Max had other ideas, and were able to silence Foot when they claimed map point, and series point for that matter, on that second map. So the reality is here, you're going to want to see him come through with 3 maps ready to play. Starting off on Dust 2. Looking good.
Some cheeky business, I should add, as well. Assassin bought a scout and a decoy, threw the decoy, and then sold the scout. But I think that's all the tricks that they have here for Legacy in this kind of round.
Wasn't it Legacy that initially did the whole like scout and then pick mid and then sell?
That was Audic.
Someone else
that was
bought...
Audic at
PGL, yeah, that's right.
PGL Bucharest. Just some nerdy history from yours truly. Only the number 6 Brazilian team. Legacy trying to put themselves on the board to be closer to number 1. Glock kill for Dumao on that fully Brazil stickered pistol. Love to see it. Now Lonk's also struggling, eating a couple dinks, but that's it. Yeah, I mean that was quickly patched after that was seen.
Yeah. It did feel like that was a bit of an oversight there, but you know, one that I guess is a little bit understandable to miss out on. But you know, these CS players like to min-max everything, as we can see from that new Mirage Windows smoke. You know, every small detail to give you the slightest advantages is going to be picked up.
Also, I've seen recently that the Doors smoke lineup, teams have found new lineups to throw it from as well. We're talking about the one that blooms on top of the door. If you've been watching a bit, some people have found lineups that also work from T-spawn. I assume they have to also be pixel perfect though, so... Shall see. For now...
Perfect nade.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage on a Dumao, the guy who always wants to be leading from the front. Now, Nissim, though, hits a timing, sees a barrel, and does collect a kill. Dumao down to the nades. Cat execute still going through, though. Players starting to fall. 2 versus 2. You still have Demon over towards Long. Trying to cut the cross. Gets a dink, but no kill. The HE will do it, though. From down low, Demon finishes off the round. It's 3-0 for Foot.
And a little bit of backspin on that HE right there. Demon connecting some tough headshots to deny the cross comfortably. So Foot, despite a bloodbath there, and some great util setup there from Legacy. You can see their, you know, contact plays and then how they get so incredibly explosive. And, you know, that's that familiarity in between these two teams here. Understanding what they're going to do. You can see that Foot are putting down early utility to keep them at bay. Very clear priority from the CT's side to make sure that, you know, Dumao can't get up to these same antics that he's so effective at.
Right Foot have actually left long empty. So this long pop coming through is free map control for the side of Legacy. And if they want to go for it, Symmetry on the line misses. Fortunately, does not get headshot by one of these Tech 9s. Could have been up hitting the floor. Reaggress coming through from Cat as the reaction. Symmetry not going to have any opportunities, or will he? Catches Lux over the smoke. Now the site cross becomes a little bit more precarious for these Tech 9s. A bomb plant will be allowed. Just the money. Another missed shot, but bailed out by the teammates. Sadzin will get taken down by the jumping M4. And some elation there from Foot to get off to a great start on Dust 2.
Yeah, like that they're bringing the energy early right now for the side of Foot. Trying to build upon these leads. Had a lot of good starts versus 3D Max, all of which, you know, came through in the first 2 maps. They didn't really get much going on that decider of Dust 2, so it's good to see them coming through and being able to establish a good foundation here. Legacy still having a tough time breaking through. We got Dumao with the long spawn. He's given the op, though.
Oh, boy.
We'll see what he can make happen here. Going to look for an opening pick. Last time Long was left completely open, and they put a high priority on controlling Cat and middle.
There's a terrible era where Dumao was the primary opper for this team. But now, double nades, still gets the kill, still holds the line. Krabeni as well, blinded up, nearly goes down to the second op shot. Opening pick and some for the side of Legacy.
For a little bit of re-aggression here through the tunnel side of things. Taking some util damage early and kept at bay. So great punish from this T side to work the map. And Dumao gets himself into pit. It continues using that AWP. Double opener coming through from him. So adds in a player that's not too nervous to set his teammates up no matter what the situation, and trusting that Dumao can get the job done. Mission accomplished. They find a kill on B as well. They're crossing in comfortably through the long side with no resistance, and Legacy going to put one to stop the momentum of this Foot camp.
As well as these players on B are boxed in. So you can only imagine the type of team Legacy definitely would like to hunt. But a very simple round there from Dumao, just working that AWP. And Foot, who are very aggressive, very individualistic, looking for their own individual fights. That op is there to punish them at every turn.
Those double HEs go a little too deep right there for them to have much impact. Maybe designed for what would be a late pop out of Legacy as opposed to the early position from Dumao. And so without any long door smokes out of the spawn, able to just rush things down, and Dumao can continue to hold his pose, catching Krabeni running away from Long as opposed to getting committed in towards the pit side.
Yeah, that's the random nature of Dust 2, where you're just playing by spawns. You don't actually have like a full read on what the opponent is going to do. So the previous round, they went for a little long pop, having a long lurk proper. And then just spawn-based timings. Sadzin takes the op and puts it to work. Symmetry down. Dumao eats the flash. Right to his forehead. Down to 24, and somehow makes his way out of that situation.
Survives another HE as well. Still kicking. Might get that chance at an op again if Sads is willing. Looks for a little bit of information out towards Long. Flashbang to just put the pressure on, show that there is presence here. And Foot, if they wanted to aggress forward, might be stalled out by that. And you feel like in this 4v5, you want to take some control back. You want to identify where the attack's going to come through. Right now, trusting in a bit of a gambly setup here in this 4v5, you've got a single defender here. And Jugs working his way towards middle and responsible for B as well. Might not be the worst thing, though. The pathway's looking more and more committed up the catwalk here. Seeing those mid-B util, Jugs forced to run away. Flushed out of this early presence towards middle, and Lux is going to turn the corner.
Flash forward. Yeah, Jugs forced away. Lux clearing out all the angles. This is, but I mean, Lux is about to find an open B site. So once he does, there we go. Legacy do reposition accordingly. It could be a huge risk if there was a player in upper tunnels. Crossing their fingers, though. Legacy will work this out. This is insane.
Oh my god!
It almost works out for the double. Still, this will be a save from the side of Foot. It's a B-site post plant on Dust 2. Time to get out, but Nissan wanted to make it entertaining.
Thank you very much. Nissan putting on a show here, as is the rest of Legacy. I got to give a lot of credit there to Lux being able to bail them out of that position. Lotto going to consistently pluck away at these saved rifles. So only going to be walking away with a single A4 here for Laux. And again, Lux calling his teammates over, giving himself enough time to go and clear out that B side. Just a contingency plan there. If they realize there's a little bit too much resistance on that A side, and Legacy are able to make that snap-second decision with limited time left on the clock. That is tough to do, but some more promise shown out of this T side.
Especially from Lotto, who had a miserable day yesterday, especially on Inferno against the likes of BC Game. We know how capable he is. If Legacy have a good year, he is one of their stars. He is one of the people who will bring them the big victories and the big clutch moments, and just was missing. So good to have some nice frags, at least to get the confidence going, as we do have a timeout here from Foot. Julio going to step in. I'm seeing Foot go for a lot of sort of anti-strat setups. We saw in that 4 versus 5, they just stacked long because they're expecting a long pop so frequently. You talked about that double HE earlier. That is meant to counter the long pop. Then they place 2 players in a mid-round to try and counter a long pop as well. They're really trying to read into Legacy here, but they aren't biting just yet.
All staying a step ahead here now as they get those guns out for the second chance, and already Zadzine using that op effectively again. Now he's got back-to-back opening duels. Mal was able to use one for an opening pick as well, and Gravini trying to strut through middle. They've already got the site under lock and key. Nissa made the play. So it should be pretty comfortable to bring that bomb on over. And call it a day here for another save out of Laux and the pistols alongside him. Mission accomplished here for Legacy as they get right back into the swing of things.
Yeah, this is just the eco here for Foot. So going for some desperate mid peaks. Start off. And Dumao, a little bit of stat padding towards the end. Oh, there's even a flashbang for him. If he wanted it, but he didn't, so that will be an AK handed over, and perhaps a little bit too much allowed here by Legacy. It's so funny, his teammate just had a flashbang at end and just like, no, I actually just want to take the dry fight right now. Could lose a lot more. Legacy, these kills, not super meaningful. Foot have money to buy next round regardless. This will actually hurt the T-side economy more as Demon now with an AK in hand, and that one's going to sting just a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of a tough finish right there. They try and go hunting. They do get punished. Just a lot in their aim, and these riflers and be sidelined for Foot to hold on to a couple nice weapons. Pick up some better guns here. As you said, Demon on an AK on the CT side. Always quite nice for him. And a tag this time coming through. Some retreat. Able to find that opening. Damage. A couple missed opportunities that didn't cost him in rounds prior, but they're going to queue up for an explosive B execute. Laux trying to hold things down. Is able to avoid the initial flash here and still find himself a follow-up. Yug's looking for the multi-kill, but he can't complete it. And Lux makes the breakthrough frag there to secure this bomb site. Still, though, low on HP. Retake utility looking a little bit dry for Foot.
Doors re-smoke coming through. I'm not sure if that landed properly or not. So Lux underneath the window gets found.
Oh my god.
Boost up as well. Gets the spot onto Sadzin. Both players looking to come through in the window. They have dropped into the site. Satson can be overwhelmed by multiple players. First shot's good. Round the site, gets the no-scope and the clutch. Satson with an electric moment for Legacy as they're holding on to their dust too.
It's good to see him step up to the plate as well. Opera that I usually highlight a lot more for his ability to support what is very strong riflers. But having a chance to step up in the clutch like that there, that's going to boost the morale of this squad here, who's looking to bounce back on this T side. Another big victory here for Legacy. 4 in a row now. They continued to shut them down. Sadzine, big piece of the opening damage here. Was able to close it in the last.
And that's the type of stuff that Legacy need. It's momentum building rounds like that. It's one that gets the whole team cheering. Yesterday it was kind of just Dumao doing a lot of the screaming and Lux giving the fist bumps. But at that Austin Major, it was everyone on form for Legacy. I mean, that's just constantly going to be the bar that we set Legacy at, is what they did at that major. And there's always that capability for them. And maybe it's that weight of expectation as well that could harm them just a little bit. They know what this group of 5 is possible.
Does add a little bit of extra pressure there, where at that major there just wasn't no expectations for a team that initially wasn't going to be there. But now that you've been able to lock that in and kind of become a staple at these tier 1 events, want to get back into that form here, and they're sure looking like it. They're playing without fear in every one of these rounds. So much proactivity coming through out of Nissim and Lux. It's enabling the calling and finding the gaps in the defense in a big way. And it's in certain rounds feeling like big risk-taking measures coming through out of this Legacy camp, but they keep on calling on the money. I mean, Nissim's walked into open B bomb sites, lurked out middle on a solo effort. Sadzin fighting forward here through suicide, looking for this angle. Almost catches a glimpse there, and neither one of the operas is going to fire off a shot just yet.
Well, actually, it was Symmetry who missed. And now Lux pushes right behind them all, extinguishes as well, and is already flying up catwalk. Fearless from Legacy, as we should be used to. Lux already on the A site. Lotto running out long. No fear for Legacy right now.
This is going to be a safe call with Bomb and T-Spawn. They're going to look to add to the eliminations in this round, but it's going to take them a little bit to recover that bomb and get it back on track here. And now you wonder in Foot's camp how long this bomb is going to be planted, what the big idea is. But they're not going to budge off this B bomb site. Lotto's still very careful about recovering.
Not sure if they ran T-Spawn to go save.
Oh my gosh, that would be devastating.
Now they gotta be wondering, like, what is taking so long for these guys?
They're probably gearing up to think this is going to be like a B execute after they plan on A. They're just giving themselves time to get ready, but just got to deliver the package. Then they can start to hunt here. The money is pretty stacked up here, and I wouldn't mind seeing Legacy at this point in the round and at the half for them to go aggressive. They can expend pretty much every gun, probably barring Sadzin, on trying to get these exit kills now.
That's gonna bait forward Nissim. Jump spot into the corner hold. And a smoke in the tunnels. I think these players should be able to hold on to their weapons. It's looking. Might as well keep his weapon. Did he go down to the bomb? Yeah, he will. So money stacked high though. Legacy don't care. They have enough money to buy for the rest of this half. And you could just see again, momentum is this team's signature. As Lux with 1 kill takes it all the way to the house. Into that A site, extinguishing his own molly.
partially off the luxury of this aggressive stance from Sadzen, covering off middle, identifying where the op was. Now Lotto has an op that he's bought of his own here, looking to press the issue towards long. This time the proper util set to cover off their bases here towards that long side. Aggression in through the lower tons, and Nissim instantly dismisses Lonks in his aggressive stance here. Opening picks have flown in the favor of Legacy in a big way. And when that takes place here, you're going to feel like any sort of CT side aggression is impossible.
Legacy still need to work for map control, still need to not fall into the gamble stack, which is leading into this B site. Demon is on catwalk and not CT spawn, so we can't really contest the mid to B.
Smokes in towards ton, buying some valuable time as well. We'll see what the end goal is. Long is the big gap in the defense right now. Starting to inch their way through mid to B with the bomb included in the mix. And this cat re-aggression is going to come through. There's 20 seconds left now for them to make a move.
Here we go. 4 players in through mid to B. Fast flank from Demon. Full sprinting through. These kills not coming in for Legacy. It is a mowdown. Instead, 5 consecutive kills from the Foot defense with seconds on the clock. Pressure's on and they deliver.
We saw a big change up right there, and where Lux had such a good stranglehold on the calling, he was constantly finding the gaps in the defense. This time he walks into some well-defended B sites and a quick flank from Demon to help out there and put through the extra luxury. I mean, you look at Sadzen's position. If he's able to just post up on that window, you get punished on that peak. Instead, he gets knocked down, and that re-aggression through middle works wonders. Out of the B side. Careful with the jumping on the catwalk. These riflers are looking sharp, and Krabini able to walk away with his life. Demon is going to catch a early lurk out of the smoke there for Lotto to get shut out of this round. That risk taking starting to get punished, and finally a man advantage for Foot.
Yeah, Legacy here. Oh, that's a miss smoke as well. Finally, I was talking earlier about that long pop strategy for the side of Legacy, and that finally came through and was handled by Demon. Now double opping in the on the T side with 50 seconds on the clock in a 4v5. A bit awkward here for this. If he's going to walk forward here on long, and Symmetry is holding, and Nissim will think twice.
Bomb, no. Yeah, he's responsible for that bomb. Can't afford to lose it solo and long. They're going to jump out of this cat util, smoke for the molly, but they're realizing they're already getting shut out. They're going to continue to brute force their efforts here, and Dumao trying to lead the pack. It's going to need some instant entries here, and the player tucked in towards Goose is going to look to play spoiler.
Yeah, Demon. Easy first missed op shot. Spray transfer for the last. And some excitement here for Foot. Long's trying to inspire the troops. It is even here on Dust 2. Much better performance than yesterday from the side of Foot. Now, talking about similar play styles, the explosiveness that we've had in this game has been great, and especially for Demon, who has stepped up his level from yesterday. Sad performance versus 3D Max, alive and angry today. 12-7, nearly 100 ADR in that first half. And now he gets an AK on the T side to put that 70% headshot percentage to use.
You know what the best part about this half is? You can't give up a big lead if you don't have one. Both teams maybe going to be happy with the 6-6 scoreline. Had a bit of a choking problem for these rosters just yesterday. But we're all knotted up here as the momentum swings have gone back and forth. 2 rounds in a row for Foot to close after 6 in a row from Legacy. These rounds have come through in chunks. We'll see who's going to lift off here first on the pistol. This is an aggressive stance here from Nissim. Playing up close and personal with the dual Berettas. Looking to disrupt this play before it even lifts off, but he's overrun by 3 players, chasing him down, and the double entry onto the B site is working. Double entry on the lurk as well from Symmetry. And this is going to be a save out of Lux here if he can get away with it. Holding on to a flashbang and a smoke.
Dang. I mean, there's one thing that Foot are great at, and that is winning pistols, because everybody can hit shots on this team. Just all of these young fraggers, man. Average age 19 years old for this Foot roster. Can imagine that these players will be some of the future greats of Counter-Strike if they keep up this form. Legacy will have to shrug that one off. As Foot laughing, they don't even give Legacy a chance to play Counter-Strike at the pistol.
Yeah, I don't mind the setup right there. Nissim in a great position to disrupt. But jumping around that corner, I think that's the best way to handle those dual Berettas. As soon as that takes place there, the round just gets so much more difficult. And good way to open up proceedings here for them. Force buy in order here for the other side. Legacy trying to keep the pressure up. With the 5-7s in the mix. Put a lot of early utility towards long, but they're starting to readjust the setup here. It's going to come down to Nissim buying time here now. He's got a smoke to do so, but might be tossed in a little late. Up close and personal here with the 5-7 finds the first. Still plenty of ammo to look for follow-ups, but he's traded out as quick as can be. And Kerbini sealing up the kills on the aggressive plays here, but jumping through the door smoke is Lux throwing some pandemonium into the round here. It's just Sadzin. With a 5-7, he doesn't last long, and Foot will punish the force buy.
It was a nice try, though, from Legacy, considering they had the extremely fast rotation. If Nissim maybe played for his life for just a few seconds longer, that round could go easily awry, considering he got that initial kill on the hold. So maybe a small mistake there from Nissim, but a great idea for Legacy. Doesn't quite pan out, and that leads to a great start from Foot. Could they slingshot that into a potential map victory? We'll see, as there's another B play right into Nissim. Flashbangs forward, but no instant 5-7 headshot he was looking for. And so that shall be round 9-6 here for Foot.
Great early momentum here, back to back. Comfortable B executions. Dumao gonna dole out a deagle shot there and a little bit of pressure. Shadow seen an awkward angle. I mean, that's a single frag here. There might be guns to recover. At least walking away with some prize in this round. Dumao gonna look to route through the upper tons, I'd imagine, to try and pick up a weapon of his own. Overall here, Foot showing their form, dealing with the pistol buy-ups. That's so nice of Sadzin, making the move, shuffling that AK all the way over, toss it down to his teammate. So they can hold on to a couple weapons here.
Terrorists win.
Well, they say if you don't have a lead, you can't choke. So Foot in the devastating position right now of having a 3-round advantage. Just lose a lot and you'll never be known as chokers. There's a chance for you to like make a sly comment if you want to, Cole. You know, you could mention the team name.
I'm trying to think about what's
a player.
I'm not going to mention a player, but definitely want to be in the position. I guess at least where you're coming close to the victories, no matter how heartbreaking it is.
Look, I mean, we could take a pot shot at one of our own.
Don't do it.
All right.
Not a day after.
NA day?
NA day, yeah. It's too soon.
Have a little long pop here from Foot. And Dumao pressing mouse one. Doesn't even see the target. Still gets one. And Nissim taking space off of this. But Jugs is just waiting. Oh, footsteps made. Now Jugs knows too. So this long pop that's come through, surely Foot with this information will spin it back.
I think so. I just don't know. Oh my god. If that was registered, the Lux can't make the escape past the crosshair. Symmetry able to find a nasty connection. Nissim doubles back here. Still could be in a position to win this duel, but Jugs just turns the corner and dismisses him now. Even with the preparedness. Quick headshot doled out, and that B side is again completely wide open for the taking here. Demon, I guess not too interested in winning this through the bomb plant. They want to end it through elimination, and poor Sadzi, he's got to make good on this opportunity. The bomb is heading his way.
He's getting wall
tagged through the wall. He's still unknown though. Misses his first opportunity. Won't get a second one. Demon rips a headshot through the box to claim the finishing blow.
And Long's talking down his opponents. What are they doing? This is the question. Total outplay there of Dust 2 from Foot, owning every part of Dust 2.
Oh, man.
That B-side lurk, you can see what it means to them. Foot definitely did a lot of anti-stratting and nearly a kill onto Lotto. That's a leg shot. Not even a wall bang. Jugs flying through Long, nearly gets visual as well on another Legacy player, and Foot have the momentum right now.
They're playing full throttle. And you got to be careful. Symmetry's been good on this shot last time. Almost finds it again there. Trying to break a hole open with that smoke. Mao consistently trying to press the issue, but knows it's still the danger zone here. Zadzin's still able to afford an AWP. It's a credit to the couple of saved rifles rounds ago, but not having this long control and running a little bit dry on utility for this CT side is the big problem right now.
Gonna be the Long commitment here. And Longs gets across for free. No one's here on the site. They've got no mollies as well for the retake. Nothing to shut them down, just the guns in their hands here for Legacy. And Lonks can't take any of it away. The FAMAS here from Dumao playing close to the smoke will get dealt with, but quickly traded by Lux. Playing together here for Legacy, starting to lose players. The flank being watched for.
Oh, man.
But Nissim still hits the shots. Jugs, 1v3, can't hit a headshot. And Legacy scrapped through with FAMAS's and no utility.
That's massive right there. They had so many opportunities to let that one slip with the low HP bars, with the lack of utility. Getting onto that A bomb site felt impossible, but that one smoke offers up a lot of opportunities for Legacy to link up on that hold. It looked like for a split second there while Foot were crossing in that Legacy were going to look to deal with the lurk and give over that A bomb site free of charge. But able to get back involved just in time. Keep Foot in the arm's length. See that Legacy round? You haven't seen them get loud just yet. They're staying calm, cool and collected after that last round here in the second half and trying to continue their efforts before they make sure to let Foot know here. They can win this one though. Money's in the doldrums for this T side, and it's definitely going to be a big boost in the momentum here.
Oh
my god.
That wasn't even the Opper. That was Demon. Standing 19-8.
Looking like a whole new beast right now. revival for this player, man. Huge signs swinging in his way after such a difficult day yesterday. Started to come online, but it felt like it was a little too late. Now looking to trust in him to lead the pack out towards this long side. He's going to spot out to Mount and delete him. Takes a nasty angle and finds another opening.
One egg, he gets another.
Oh my god!
Oh, Demon is on a rampage. All headshots. I mean, look at the way he's clearing everything. Just pristine flow state from this guy. Will finally get handled, but there's no escaping here for Nissim. 11-7, and it's looking like Foot are the animated team. We're used to Legacy screaming and shouting, but this team is finding their mojo here on Legacy's map pick. Oh my god, he just basically one-tapped him.
Look at the angles he's taking right there. That is just smart movement coming through the long side, finding the opening duel there on the short aggression, which in theory could have definitely caught out the opping presence, but still being, as he's boosting up his opper, an active part of that defense here, and it's getting a little bit desperate out of Lux. Dry run through middle. Immediately punished. Dumal looking to back him up, but he gets mollied off as well. They have to be forced into a more passive stance here, trying to elevate on the boost now.
Whoa! And Lux just fully wallbangs down Lotto. Had to have been multiple headshots there too. He somehow wins the fight onto Dumal, and then there's the third. This map looking over. Long's thrashing them. Foot obliterating Legacy right now. He just wants the 4K. He doesn't care about the play.
Why don't you spam the door again? I'm right on the other end. I would not feel safe if I was him.
Oh my god. It's just too easy. Perfect flow state for the youngsters of Foot. Now, I will not lie. They have found themselves in this position before. But I feel like we're just seeing different levels out of Foot than yesterday. A lot of their rounds scrappy. But this is just an individual takeover from the team. Average age 19.
Lotto just got blasted there. Not a chance. Pop a shot off. Long's on an absolute tear. And again, like you said, we've been in this position with Foot before. I'm not as fearful that we can see this Legacy team dig as deep as a roster like 3D Max and, you know, take things round by round, pull off a comeback. As we saw yesterday, when things start getting a little bit awkward, when the rounds go awry, Legacy get a bit quiet. Have a tough time recovering. And now more than ever, you need that energy, you need that surge, and they found a good gap here. Mid to B smoke coming through here. HE looking a little bit late. A lineup almost working up for Kerveni, but he gets devastated there by the op shot there. Sadzin,
oh my god,
trying to hold things together. It's still Lonks looking to close things down. Symmetry on a lurk here towards middle, staying nice and cozy. And Foot looking to coast to the finish line.
Oh my goodness, the individual ability here from Foot. They came through. They were unstoppable on Dust 2. A little consolation here from Lux. See if you can make the stats look better than 9 and 16. A Demon and Longs. This was their map. Non-stop headshots from these players and these rookies looking on fire. They don't want to get eliminated today. They want to give themselves a chance to climb the VRS rankings, and a good performance here at Krakow could put them in major contention. They know what's on the line. They're up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, it's just a huge opportunity at hand for these youngsters, and being able to turn up like this on the opening map after what was a bit of a devastating day that finished out on this map of Dust 2, where 3D Max handled them They knew what slipped on Anubis, took it into the decider. They couldn't get things going. You had Legacy looking like they were going to do more of the same here. And it looked like when Legacy were capturing some of that ground, some of that momentum in that first half, that Foot could fall into the same old trap here. But they take over on this T side. And when Foot have an opportunity to dictate the pace, they take full advantage. It was Lonx playing fearless Counter-Strike. It was so many opening duels out of Demon. And for Legacy, too much firepower to handle here on the opening map with Dust 2.
Now, well, Ancient is just around the corner here. It's a bit of a staple for Foot. Now, they did have to deal with a bit of a comeback from 3D Max yesterday on this very map, but I think things are just a little bit different today. Demon, again, talking about this difference in performance that we saw from yesterday to right now. He was bottom of the board. Now he's playing at superstar levels here in IEM Krakow Stage 1. Foot don't want to get eliminated today, it seems.
Yeah, just putting on a real show for us here right now. And I like to see that out of Foot. I didn't want to see this roster have the same old struggles of yesterday. And again, being able to lock themselves down a very comfortable opening map here, not letting the lead slip back, not letting Legacy get a leg back into this one is a great sign for a team that had that struggle yesterday.
Yeah, and so we're getting ready to go into Ancient between Foot and Legacy. Getting ready, toss this one off to a break. Get set for Ancient.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Heavy God, at the same time they took this banana fight, walked out Boiler, and Elige was playing safe on Trash. So the fact that Heavy God hasn't been spotted by the pit anchor, but Elige will be in library in time. Can he get anything done on the cross?
Oh, we can definitely get something done. Heavy God goes down, bomb is spotted, and 2 across. 3 bullets, reloads in front of their faces. Has he got any more? Needs to buy time for Crimbo to be a part of this.
Crimbo has the kit.
Yeah, and he's trying to buy time for that. Not in a hurry. Alms and Mattis both sticking on site. Trapped by Elige's position. Nice angle from Mattis. He punishes Elige. Probing prematurely. No time for Crimbo to really make a round out of this, and I think he's acknowledging that, starting to back away. Going to try and do some economical damage on the way out the door. Just the one.
You could see that even with the way that Crimbo was pathing away, they didn't know where both players were. So I think in that moment, Elige thinks he can isolate a fight on the site, and he didn't know that both players, they still didn't even get the information that both players were there after that exchange went down.
This was impressive from Malbs. Usually you see that top sandbags position. I think, no, it's just a bit premature. Starts to pull the trigger, and this, yeah, I love that angle from Mattis. Saw how much it punished Elige. I wanted to see Mattis opening onto Ultimate, because that was 3 kills in the round from him, so
yeah, I think if you're starting 3 banana, normally you just want your A players to be delaying. If you have an AWP, it can make things a little bit easier on you, but having a rifle like that, almost feel like you're throwing your life away. The buy's not great for G2. Still trying to be quite impressive on this banana control, and Elige is more than happy to fire back to delay and look for any damage through the smoke he can. Another 3-2 start. And that's quickly subsided. Nurse is cheated back over.
That's an interesting depth for the smoke, like on the logs of Broom. Alms is ahead of it.
He wants this.
Yeah, Shui, you're in a lot of trouble. How's he done that? He gets one. Moving with the FAMAS, finds a headshot, and Elige feeling like a lot of work to be done if they were to commit here. Just kept at bay by the flames.
He needs to play side-side. Ultimate's going to want to take this angle.
Okay, that's going to be really nice.
But if they search, it's this half-wall boost that I'm worried about. The fight might come quicker than that anyway.
Ultimate's on the line. Just a reaction speed test, and Mattis just crouches into the AWPer.
It's all about the heavy god lurk again for me.
Wait, why does Elige look like he's pushing that smoke? He's pushing the smoke. This is uncharacteristic aggressions, and it's met with an AK bullet. All right, then. Kind of feels awkward now, doesn't it?
I can catch the... Oh, no, the bomb's passed.
Still?
Well, I know where both players were. AWP on B, Crimbo aggressive. A site should be open. Where does Hunter want to use this smoke after the plant? Will it just be for Moto? Look how disconnected. It's going to take a good 10 seconds for Ultimate just to rotate over here. Crimbo, and they know where Crimbo is, so it's either through apps or short. If they get the nade in pit, you can take Heavy God out. Hunter's actually been proactive, playing through this long smoke, so he is buying some space. Burrows into Moto. Got to get a move on, boys.
Could be one hell of a HE if he gets it right. Heavy God, on your head, son! Dunked on! Hunter the wrap. Oh, no, elects not to.
Yeah, it's not a good plant.
No, it's a good plant from this side. Gonna need some covering fire. Here is Ultimate, and he's not gonna miss. Nails it with the AWP. Fourth for Team Liquid, seventh for Ultimate.
Yeah, a little bit dicey there, wasn't it? So for me, again, it's the Heavy God lurk that opens up that round. He found the timing on Nerds on the long side, and Elige playing for Info at the same time. So those stereo frags coming in is what felt like it was gonna cost Liquid. This is where if you're Heavy God, right, you're playing in this position, you're thinking, why is he got an nade so late in the round, right? Those tend to be quite frustrating when someone has an incendiary or a HE for those type of moments. I think they know they probably could have snatched that one away.
Well, if I show you the radar as the bomb goes down, you've struggled to explain it. Actually, no, you wouldn't, because you actually described exactly what was going to happen.
You understand Hunter's move too, right? And the reason they plant in sight is because you're worried if there's somebody library or you know has Crimbo data back apps that can't plant default, but then round gets away from him.
I mean, you're anticipating a late HE like that.
2 MP7s, and this one Heavy God and Sampias.
Heavy God had a fantastic T-side on the first map of this series.
Elige is the one operating with the MP9. Let's see if he just charges down Banana. It'll be a two-player A start, so G2 maybe a little bit more worried about something. Sorry, Liquid a little bit more worried about something faster towards A.
Ouch, Malv swallows. 45 damage from a HE grenade. Man Incendiary is destined for a little more, trying to flush them forward, and they will have here that audible. Not the most perfect of HEs, doesn't do any damage, and now flashed off of the CT line. A third man coming to peek in, it's Ultimate, just in time, but a missed shot between the wickets. Would have loved that. And with confirmation of the AWP's location, Heavy God might start cooking.
He's found some good timings and moments so far, and it's a complete reroute. Nobody stays Banana. Shui cheats over to make this 3 strong on A. Sampias tasked with throwing the nades, a supportive AWPing piece. And they're about to erupt through middle on the fade of this smoke.
Yeah, off you got, Nerds. Shui tries to draw attention and segregate, and actually Sampias is alone. The resweep from Nerds. This is a great isolation of the fights. He can't get 2. Brought down by Malbs. Converging into the site, Pit's still occupied. It's Shui onto Malbs. It's Crimbo, though, on the truck. If he can get 1, deny that bomb, it's awkward. G2 in trouble. Hunter takes a heavy bullet from Elige, and he's left alone. Should be 5. Liquid, solid as a rock in the defense.
Okay, we'll have to be a partial now, and maybe into the following a sore tactical timeout to start having a conversation, because again, it's a strong start into map number 2 for Liquid.
Really liked that kind of combo of Nerds and the Shui Incendiary. I think he may have heard the push of Sampias and knew he had someone dead to rights on that clear.
He did have a couple of, like, in Banana as well. The HE was good, and then the Incendiary that lands that flushes them forward. They were definitely being harassed by the utility thrown by Liquid.
Yeah.
So what's the strat right now? It's a car smoke that Elige is ahead of.
Flash.
Gonna get blind.
Elige. Oh, he was looking at the floor, but it doesn't matter. Still sufficiently flashed and executed. So now you've got a rifle and a man advantage.
Yeah, this is the double-edged sword of wanting Banana control, right? You don't want to let Tech9 just have Banana control to do a B execute, but at the same time, if you play forward on your own, that can happen. Now they have a rifle, now they have a man advantage, and they can still go for the same plan that they were hoping for.
Also, twice, Ultimate's been on this very line. Are you going to be surprised if he's there again?
Surely they smoke first.
Yeah, he's going to get 1, but they're coming quick. He's going to get overrun if he's not careful. Shui cannot give his life up. He must maintain some site presence, and more than that, he's found a headshot. They're closing the gap, throws out the smoke. Tech9s are coming for him, gets overrun. Cover from Ultimate. It's a no-scope. And Amalb's finding him eventually, gets a bit lost in the sauce to Shui. Altus Deeg is known to be deadly. He's already demonstrated that thrice. Needs the ace. Ultimate last seen towards the ruins. Crimbo's utility kind of tells him where they both were. Now he's found himself an opportunity to try and manufacture the 1 versus 1.
The only safe spot.
Oh, just perfect from Ultimate. Creeps into the line. And his 3rd frag. I don't know how that no-scope covering Crimbo, it really did save Crimbo's life. I'm curious to see how far of a long-range no-scope that was from Ultimate. But he's got a bit of a smile on his face.
Yeah, and he's having a good map, right? 10-2 right now. Yeah, important kill from Shui, and then the defensive smoke. They're sure able to use it against them. For Malbs, there was very tough, right? He can't plant anywhere in the site. Get to first oranges, I suppose, but even still. So this is it. This is a similar time as map number 1 where Saw took a timeout and they were able to have a spurt of rounds to get themselves back into the game. As far as Inferno is concerned, I think 6 is good for the CT side for Liquid. They can make it great with 1 or 2 more. So how do they open this round? Do they want to just take the pace out of a game, which is what we saw on the T side of Mirage, going default spreads, allowing the Liquid squad to really just siphon through their nades and then just grouping up for the finish. Crimbo playing for info again through Boiler, jump spot. Well, no, just strafes past. Wants to delay their timings for the default of Apps and Boiler.
Silent mantling.
That's very efficient. You don't need to go on the stairs.
Yeah, none of that. Don't want to risk being spotted out by the mid-aggress.
Also want to jump past that window.
More forward position from the sniper.
And it is a tempered pace, right? They're not really jostling for banana control in the same way. Trying to be a bit more methodical about it.
Oh, he clips him.
8.
Bang, the 1-2 punch, that's lovely. Whoa, that's not so great. Nuts burns down, force wide, spam doesn't quite connect. Oh, but the nades do. Ouch! G2 off the back of the timeout, and they've got a 2-on-4 in their hands.
I'm going to take a look at the util in a second because as Ultimate puts in another, it's just some pies. A lot of the time, they're in these like blender scenarios where the nades that are coming in from Liquid are great, right? They're doing a lot of damage. They're also being distractions.
Like every time they get a little bit of a foothold, there's like an incendiary flash, a HE, something to make them uncomfortable.
Yeah, and it's not always doing a huge amount of damage, but it's still causing chaos in these scenarios.
You do hear some bias. Sure, you got the bomb down. I figured that was all you're going to get, a consolation prize. But a conversation about the clutch is... Ooh, that was lovely onto Ultimate there. This is what you're saying. I mean, every time I see Ultimate or some bias with like a rifle, they do look pretty comfortable with it.
Right.
Pretty comfortable.
I think this is the thing in CS2. It's tough to be an elite level AWPer. So we're spoiled by players like Molodoy.
How many do we have?
Onesies. Well, Zywoo.
Yeah.
Onesy, Molodoy, Shiro.
And then it gets a bit like, you know.
I think Wonderful definitely had his moments in the
Wonderful
major.
Torji, like how much do you...
Right, so exactly. Simple.
Simple, obviously.
Of course. Okay, so these last patch of rounds have been close. You know, 2 or 3 players surviving. So it doesn't feel hopeless for G2, even though the scoreline doesn't look great. But you're running out of chances.
Oh, and he's running up mid. This is very aggressive from Shui with a full belt of util as well. He just wants to be a bit of a destabilizing presence. He's completely pantsed them.
A shock here for Legacy as they get destroyed on their map pick. Demon and Longs ripping them to shreds as Foot take it 13-7 and now moving to their map pick of Ancient. Looking strong, looking like they have the momentum versus, well, what we know as the momentum team.
Yeah, Foot taking control over on Dust too, looking phenomenal in their effort to try and get back on track here after some missed opportunities yesterday and showing that they can definitely do the damage here. Legacy is going to be in hot water now looking at this map of Ancient, what they have to do to complete the mission, and they got to survive on a map that hasn't treated them all that kindly in some of the domestic games that they've been playing this year so far. So we'll see if they can right the ship, get back on track here. It's going to be tricky though.
Yeah, Ancient not impossible here for Legacy, but it's still going to be difficult as well, as it's definitely a foot comfort pick and pistol rounds. Oh my god, it's 3 kills from Nissim! All across the board, straight in a line, but a couple players have been gooshed up, and Krebeni, since his blood in the water, hears these players running away, knows he has a timing, as well as Demon has walked out onto the B site unbeknownst to Lotto.
That's been really interesting here. A lot of in between them. Got the pressure through Red Room as well. But he's going to try and make happen here. Demon, sneaky business, but being watched by the duo. And he gets instantly sidelined. Sad's in first bullet out of his gun works wonders. And Krebeni going to have to complete the ace here if he wants a chance in this round. At least the bomb down, though. I'm just going to be punched in. There's some low HP bars. He's looking to take the fight through CT right now, trying to isolate these targets, and claims one of the first kills here and gets out of dodge.
He's anticipating that both players are coming from the same position. It is possible. Krebeni not the ace. A headshot through the boxes there. Zlotto shuts them down. Finally, Legacy pick up a pistol versus this very firepower heavy foot team.
Benny was a big piece yesterday. I felt like, being able to frag incredibly well. Backing it up with the calling to boot means that you've got yourself another piece of the puzzle that can heat up, and that 4K already showing his form here. Of course, with the bomb plant, with the 4 kills, he's going to go into a rifle, AK into the mix. But they're going to look to keep the pressure on. Legacy CT side start is usually one that offers up a little bit more difficulty for them. So maybe trying to get the hard half out of the way first. A walk out towards A that looks like it's a bit under defended. Sadzine with the Hamas and Stowe, but you also got Nissim close by and towards Donut.
Oh, and the long-range weapons putting in work. Nissim! Oh my goodness. Back-to-back 3Ks here. Again, some days he's missing. Not gonna lie, but some days he's Nissim. And it's looking like one of those maps. Honestly, Ancient is kind of his playground. He's had some of his best performances in his career on this map. Always me talking about the Austin Major, but in that playoff qualifying match versus Mouse, Nissim fully dominated the number 4 team of the world. So
it makes sense as well that someone who's a little bit more on the supportive end can have this much impact on Ancient. I feel like there's the positioning wise, maybe barring an A anchor, unless you get a lot of executes and attention that way, it comes down to like everyone having to have their impact. There's a lot more, I would say, strong positions defensively that are going to get a lot of early attention, perhaps. And that's why Nissim's able to lock down on this map so effectively here, combining with Lux. They've got a great mid-hold going their way. Collapse coming through there, and a quick 3-0 for Legacy to lift off on this defense.
Now the AKs come through, and all of these players with headshot capabilities, we saw it all through Dust 2, and we already have the first timeout here from Legacy. Really wanting to make sure that this goes their way. They have extra money. They are on a bonus here, but a big question is maybe they could just bring the op in a bit early and try and shut down Foot. Not even give them a chance. This could be a discussion, but the fist bumps across the board, and it looks like he's trying to go into this round with a bit of a plan.
I mean, if you're going to stick to the rifles here, gives you some extra opportunity to try and play forward on the defense, take map control. Allows for Sedzine to make moves through middle if he wants to, or towards the case side. He'll choose middle. You can see with the whole host of defenders ready to go. The HG battles back and forth. Get a glimpse of the barrage of utility here, but there's Lance already stepping forward through middle, breaking past the smoke. It's now a collapse attempt from Lotto, and he'll trade to himself. But a bloodbath in towards middle. Demon next online in a 1v1 now. Out of the gates here, and a mind game in between Dumao and Krbeny with 1 minute and 20 on the clock here. Who's going to be able to catch who off guard?
It is all chess pieces pushed forward into middle. Everyone trading out everything. And it is a pawn endgame between Dumao and Krbeny. Playing here from the elbow. Dumao trying to keep head on a swivel, trying to clear every single angle. Krbeny will pick up the bomb. Dumao will. When will he check mid? When will he realize the bomb is gone? I think the answer is now. Dumao now on the chase here onto that A site.
For the bomb plant here. Dumao's following his footsteps fast. And he has the back turn, but it's an identification now. Krbeny knows, and he's going to tuck behind the big box here. Looking for a swing, and he catches Dumao with a molly out just in time. Krbeny able to open things up on the gun rounds with the 1v1. And the bloodbath goes in the favor of Foot.
Dumao laughing it off, of course. Krbeny give him a little wave at the end. And, I mean, at the last possible moment, he could have landed that headshot, too. Because Dumao did it proper. He went for the jiggle, and as he was about to fall off the angle, pulls out the molly, Krbeny swings. And the mind games. It's now a fake A-site execute. Smoke's obscuring the information. Whereas instead, it's looking to be a B-site play for the side of Foot. Advancing forward, Lotto here up on the catwalk. First kill's good, but not ready for longs up close. Instant trade. Then there's Sadzin, though. And Demon not fast enough on his headshot to trade that Opper out. 3v4.
That was that big gambit towards the A side, but they don't really capitalize off the back of those rotates that they get initially. And so now they're left on limited utility, forced to execute into this B-bomb site without it. Some good repositions offered up already. Setting up Dumao nicely. Contact play coming through from Krbeny. Looking the wrong way, though, this time. Dumao able to get the better of him. Demon looking for the trades here. And stuck between a rock and a hard place. Trying to flush out this duo. Nissim looking to give him a swing, but there's no advantages given over here. Finally, Demon gets an opportunity, but it goes missing. Just a lonely lurk here. Left for Foot. Might try and hold on to his AK at this point. Legacy hold it together.
At least an interesting tactic brought forward there by Foot, but could not capitalize quick enough. Again, trying to play this really explosive Counter-Strike. It's all about hitting that headshot. And if Demon converts on a Sadzin, that's incredible amounts of space in the 3v3 for the T side. All of mid control, all of B lane, cave, and the pressure's on for Legacy. But Demon unable to thread in that trade. It's a critical piece of that round. So 4-1 here for Legacy.
It's a good sign that they're at least getting those rotates. So you look at Foot and the utility usage, they are a team where if there's smoke, there's fire. There's probably players around the corner there if they're throwing that execute. So they got what they were looking for initially. With all of the conditioning that's set in with this team. Not into position to strike in time, and as you said, missing out on some of those trade opportunities. Limits the potential. Nice HE out of the gates, and an opening pick for Sadzin. Sticking around towards middle. And finding himself an opening duel. Gets to fall back in towards Donut as well. And gonna get a swing there. Krbeny finds the headshot, though. That is ridiculous. An op could be recovered for Demon now.
Yeah, that's Foot in a nutshell right there. Can I do anything with it is the question. Single smoke and a flash. Forward positions as well for Legacy. So despite that incredible shot, There's compensation.
Well, it's going to be a tough player to get past right here in this position, especially without the armor. You're going to need a whole lot more out of Krabeni and his headshots. Doesn't quite get a visual. And now you start to realize Dumao already fighting forward. He's not going to allow this bomb to comfortably make it up the ramp side. But if they can pressure through cave, that could be something to note here. Demon trying to make a lurk with this AWP as well.
Just Dumao on B. If he goes down to some sort of Deagle headshot antic, it's possible, but aim punch sends the aim flying. Symmetry walking up the ramp, and just a single bullet needed. Krabeni also armorless here, and Otto will swoop in to make sure nothing happens out of that, as Legacy firm grasp on their lead.
Starting things off nicely here. Controlling this defense so effectively. Even though Sadzin gets sent to the back of his chair, the rest of his teammate able to close it out. Timeout here where we see Coolio trying to get everyone on the same page. Able to build up this roster, and when pieces have been plucked out of his squad, identified and built back better here in terms of a roster now that, you know, Futures Longs, who's I guess now the experienced piece of this team, given his history.
Yeah, talk about a journeyman. That is Longs. Honestly, had a moment where he was like, this guy is the next big prospect. We'll hold that thought. Jugs flying up at the moment. Longs will go down. Flashbangs and chaos. That's the name of the game between these two teams. Can't even have a lore session while these players are still full sprinting at each other in a 3 versus 3. Demon up close with Krabeni. Nade to break the smoke. Sadzin as well wants some action, but Nissim finds the smoke spam. Already a flank in this round 2. And just like that, Legacy will pull off the retake. Similar styles is the name of the game between these two teams. And we have an entertaining match, that's for sure.
Yeah, sometimes you cast some teams where it's tough to break down the history, and it's definitely Legacy when we see them consistently in these events, and same is true for Foot now as well. It's just such a pace to play here in this matchup, and we're trying to put full throttle down on towards that B bomb site. Enough damage to hold things together. The counter utility breaking open that smoke, and most importantly, not allowing for Foot to gather control of that back of square in towards cave. Anything of that nature made difficult. Out of these Legacy players making the quick rotates here. Another scrappy buy-up coming through out of this T side. Another heavy start towards B, eating a lot of utility damage for Krabeni. Trying to scale his way towards cave, but that's certainly a good way to slow them down.
Oh, but an entry running through the smokes blind will actually work out. There's no one on the site proper, so a bomb plant available here for Foot. Now the thing is, they have to find a place to stand, and that's great starts. They get the back square, they force themselves through the smoke. Sadzin down, Mac 10 from Krabeni. Chaos again on the V site, and this time Foot will find themselves victorious in this one. Krabeni to get the next. And on the Tech 9s, Mac 10s, it's upgrades for everyone. Lotto sideswiped, and Foot with their second.
Trying to build up that momentum right there, trying to encourage the troops there for Laux. A big breakthrough round right there. A difficult B hold to crack on the open, but this time they finally are able to break through and take that control. With the post plant, you see those important kills taking over back square. The round gets infinitely more difficult there for Legacy. The pressure's put on them here. We've seen the big swings in momentum, but the last thing you want to let is for these opening players on Foot to get hot.
And Dumao trying to play spoiler, but instead handled Otto making a play himself. Jugs watching for it. And now Sadzin in need of a highlight moment for Legacy to maintain their lead.
We have another molly to flush him out of this position as well, which is going to be a big question if they're able to spin it in the right location. They're still huddled and looking to take control of Cave. Flashbang might force him off the line for a split second there. There's the molly coming through here. Sadzin forced off the angle and has to reposition.
Yeah, and no offense to Sadzin, but the 1v5 a little much on this B site.
Oh yeah,
this will be the plant. Fortunately, they don't lose all their guns. This could have been an economy breaking round to the side of Legacy, but they will save.
Kind of a smart decision there for Sadzin to back out of that one, to be honest with you. Could have tried to play the hero, look for a highlight play, but gonna back out of this and call it there. Give themselves some efficiency in this next round. As you said, they lose everything here. It's full eco territory. The Foot start to find their stride on this T side, and a lot of B executes called in to get there. Kind of avoiding middle in a certain sense there, and being able to get your pieces where they need to be. Lotto on an aggressive stance to Mao trying to get aggressive. Legacy don't want to let up on the control that they've been able to take. They've got good utility that's doing early damage on the Foot as well, but not being able to capitalize on the kills is haunting them. They want to fall back into a passive defense. Here's the big question, because look at the start again. 5 players running towards that B side. They found what worked for them. They're not going to change things up.
It's a perfect call. There's only one defender here. Sadzin will at least get the pick. Long falls, but they want more. They want to pressure Sadzin here. You can see at the back of the site. Layering with mollies on mollies, but Sadzin still finds another kill in the chaos. Now Lux picks onto Kriveni. Demon finding it hard to get any space to stand. Missed smoking towards the long side. Demon needs a highlight moment. 1v4 on the site, surrounded. Time ticking in his favor, though. And a second headshot as well, but eventually overwhelmed. Dumao will not give him a place to stand behind the smoke, and Legacy come through with the retake.
Nicely done right there. Feeling the pressure on that B bomb site, but Sadzin able to threaten a couple of crucial kills. You can see he's quite happy about it. Trying to boost up the troops here on the Legacy camp. And 2 kills before they even get those numbers punched in, where you saw the amount of utility, the pressure that was put onto his op. There's no safe place to stand there in between mollies, managing to threaten a little bit of impact before he could call in for the cavalry. It's a good look at a Legacy. 7 rounds already on the defense. T-side is where they can do some of their best work as well.
And Foot going for their usual late mid pop that they love to do even versus 3D Max, but Legacy are not sticking around to test that execute. Instead, they'll continue holding in the back line. Sadzin off-posted, missed, having to back away, drops a molly. Dumao pushes forward, though, maybe some disconnection from the side of Legacy. A lot of damage, but no kills, 4v5. Impactful kill as well for Kerbeni. Nissim sidelined. And Sadzin once again on another solo site hold mission. But Lux trying to help out. Cuts down Longs. Some fear here into Foot. Jugs does press through though. And now it's just Lux. 1v2. Switches out guns. And has a chance to maybe even stop this bomb from coming in. Symmetry posting up on CT, and instead of going for the plant, baits the shot. Lux, genius level, even clearing the flank. Symmetry pushes forward. Lux knows where the next player is. He turned it into a clutch. Genius stuff from Lux. In-game leader leading by example, and Legacy are back animated.
Oh, read like a book right there. Lux playing some smart Counter-Strike in that 1v2, and Foot feeling bloodthirsty or not able to close it out. can't find themselves a comfortable bomb plant. Lux just dancing in between those two angles and being able to isolate 1v1s. Another round there, and you know that's going to matter a lot for Legacy. Watching their leader pull through a clutch like that and save all those opening doors that Foot were able to find and shut it down. Looking for one extra here. Fast up the shelf side. Missed opportunity. Lux survives again. Being able to avoid Demon in this fight down range here, but there is some aggression from Dumal. Down the ramp again. Looking for that similar level of success that he got in the early part of this half, but smoke. He's not going to respect it. He's going to push right past his own util, and it does end up punishing him. Same duo goes down, and Lotto and Dumal, and a missed shot from Sazine forces him off.
Yeah, Molly as well. Flashes up, totally suppressed in the final round of this half. A player just hiding in the smoke. Lonks getting a bit disrespectful here. This is looking a bit hopeless here for Legacy. Headshot threaded in from Kerbeni. There's one back. Surely not, right? No. Jugs, instant headshot. Lux, needing an even bigger miracle than in the previous round, is dealt with. Foot at least score themselves to fourth. They still show off their firepower, but Legacy are an animated team, and they're not done with IEM Krakow. Dumao once said in an interview that he wants to play Counter-Strike with no regrets. And in fact, for Legacy, it's not about how they exit the tournament, it's how they're happy with their own play, and clearly not happy just yet. They want to stay in this tournament and prove even more. Both teams getting very loud as we're midway through map 2. 8-4 lead for Legacy, but any lead can disappear if it's between both of these teams. We'll see how the pistol fares as Foot. We know how capable they are.
This T side is what Legacy are looking forward to, that's for sure. Seen some great T side performances out of players like Dumao and Lotto. And trying to find a little bit of life here on this map of Ancient after Dust 2 got out of hand quickly. Positioned themselves in good lead here out of the gates, and now look to close things out in a half that they are comfortable with. I'm spotting in.
One player stood up.
That's the information.
Yeah, if they both all stayed crouched, they would have been invisible to the jump spots, but alas, here comes the A split, and there's actually 4 defenders here. Dumao trying to dodge the headshot, impossible to do versus Symmetry. Losing 2 already, sensing the stack, wanting to leave the other way. 2 players chasing. Lotto walks out onto B. Nissim trying to cut off a rotation potentially. Demon steps out.
God.
First bullet of the round is a kill. Lotto has flanked, but it might not matter. Nissim has to make some space of his own. Necessary in the 2v5, and that's a great shot back. But immediately it's sidelined by Jugs. And now Lotto being read into right now. There's only the one real threat. It's from that B site. Demon holding. And delivers. Sharp on the headshots, as always, our Foot, and Lonk's back animated as well. The screaming match continues in this elimination game.
Dude, he's letting that scream linger too, man. He's letting it all out, making sure that Legacy know, and some good reactions from Foot right there. They not only stopped that initial attack there, not allow Dumao to pass and those Glocks to overwhelm them. They got a firing squad waiting for them, but then not giving Lotto a chance to make his alert at least impactful as well. They quickly recover and shut down that bomb positioning here, and the footsteps heard inside of A main, met by a Molly. Gonna slow their roll. See what can get up to. Hard cleared, so absolutely nothing. Gerbini gonna claim a freebie there. Take over this this B side of the map here, in which Legacy would have liked to fall back on.
It's lore drop time as we have the huddling of the Glocks inside of T-Spawn. Talking about Lonks' career, did you know that he played for Falcons, by the way? Very funny.
Yes.
A terrifying part of his career. So he's really hyped up when he was joining Sprout back in 2022. He's just a 17-year-old prospect and was doing really well at some of the lands that they were playing at. Got the call up to Falcons. At the same time, Boros joined the lineup. But Falcons made some changes, and Modern and Snappy, some pious when that change happened, he was put on the bench. And then headed over to that ill-fated Bleed lineup that we'll talk about. Played again, stepped back in for Falcons midway through 2024 after the Boros incident. And then got removed, went back into the Tier 2, Tier 3 doldrums, even playing for a local Romanian team known as Nexus. And then, miraculously, got the call-up back to Foot and can still show that he's got it.
Yeah, I felt like after being such a journeyman, he talked a little bit about that time with Nexus, playing with that Romanian squad that's been, ever established. They've been a team for forever, right? But I feel like that was a little bit too much of a task for a player that's gone through so much, for him to kind of enter into, struggling in online matches and things of that nature. It's so good to see him back and playing at a Tier 1 level like this. It's got to be a breath of fresh air that he can bring in, young players that just know how to make the right moves, know how to win, and even doing so on land now. Happy to see that sort of revival for a player like him. that removal from that Nexus squad was a little bit contentious, if you remember. There was some drama there as well. So I'm glad to see that he's able to move past that and enter into this roster and look as good as he has been.
Yeah, I mean, he's surrounded by players that are similar to him. On the Nexus squad, I will say BTN is in contention for the longest single stint on a team, and Nexus as a team have not broken past the top 40 in those 10 years. So just talk about the expectations for Longs as a player, as Symmetry forced out by the Molly and into the AK of Lux. His first gun round for the side of Legacy, a necessity. The Demon answers back. Players looking the wrong way. Longs does good work on the MP9. Demon a second on the FAMAS and keeps it level. 2 versus 2. This will require a retake potentially, but Jugs is still here in towards Donuts. Planted safe away from him. Will not catch the cross. We have a solidified 2v2 here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Krabini to find impact now, trying to make moves with this MP9 and getting cut off by Lotto. Tough fight ahead. Krabini, not proud about his charge through the red room and a difficult spray for Lotto that he can't complete. It's just Sadzi now. Cut off on the left side of the site here. Jerk should be able to call that over. There's a little bit of utility left, and it's quickly dealt with. Krabini picks up the rifle and uses it against them. Time for the defuse as well. And Foot hold their own on the bonus of all things. Had MP9s in the mix and still managed to make do. A huge luxury of a round there for Foot to close the distance even more.
Yeah, that's a bonus round pickup. And the final timeout called in for Legacy here, as their money is not good. Wow, worrying signs. The game has just flipped. They have to make a decision, a tough one. If they force here and lose, Foot full control of the game. The money's great. Op out for Symmetry. Oh, man.
Just used the last time out, and I think there's a little bit of that feeling in Legacy's mindset, and it's always tough to get past after what happened yesterday. I mean, for both these teams, to claim a lead and watch it slip away. You see on the other end of the server, they're right across the street. How joyful this Foot roster is to close that distance. You're gonna be feeling the weight of that bonus. For a player like Lotto to miss out on those sort of kills, you know he's so good for it. Could be cause for some panic stations. Not just yet, though. Legacy still have a lead. Can they make do on this half-buy?
Trying to force out an A split. Op, Symmetry, seen. Lux trying to bait the shot. Instead, he steps forward and hits the flick. And already part of that donut split dealt with. Legacy trying to reposition, but they've used all the gas in their tank, essentially. Now just hoping Jugs makes a mistake here. And he doesn't. Jugs actually clears out Dumao. The players in middle getting picked apart. This round going nowhere. Fast for Legacy. Otto just trying to get antsy around the smoke. And peppered with bullets. Done. Flawless round. 4 Foot. Great footing. Good finances for the CT side. Is a dream. They have a straight shot at a potential 2-0.
Yeah, taking over right now the control of this one in the second half. I mean, you mentioned it, winning the bonus, but then cleaning up the next round in flawless fashion, not dropping a single body, being able to hold on to those AKs. Definitely feel in the Legacy camp that the job just got a whole lot more difficult closing out. See if they can make moves to open up these rounds. Be able to fight for mid control. You're going to do so again here. Going to meet minimal resistance. Just an HE attempt on the smoke. Blown open from Lounks. Trying to press the issue, tucked in towards red room. Now trying to avoid the spam at this point. Recycled utility here. Krabini in a tough spot. Lots of ATs, lots of mollies. For some wall bang damage. Lux will be able to avoid. Lotto trying to send it back his way as well. Eventually forced off the line here in his stance here, but this is some great positioning. This is Foot trying to press the advantage. Jugs at any given moment can start to make strides through A main. Whatever instincts that he has here could catch Legacy with a lot of information, but boosting above that smoke. Sadson reads into it.
Still a two-player defense, though, and one of them is Demon. Gets the headshot on the spam.
There's the aggression through A main.
Yeah, but it's going to be late. It won't quite catch the players as they cross, just barely. That was the bomb. Last in tow. Jugs doesn't find it. Instead, he'll come back in through A main. While Symmetry steps forward. He's cutting off this site. He's isolated all the players here of Legacy into Donut. Not a great post plant here for the Brazilians as Nissim caught out. No coverage. Clean retake coming through from Foot. It's got to be Dumao on the op to do it all. Needs to cut the cross. Double swing inbound. And it's instant from Demon. Oh my goodness. Shredding Dumao with an instant headshot. More talk from Locks. This is what it means to them as Foot take the lead.
And again, just a huge revival for Demon today. Looking like a brand new man as he hops into the server and is just instantly dismissing these Legacy players. Not an easy task to do at all.
Oh my god.
But a pre-fire. Doesn't even give Dumao a chance to find the shot. The guy that we know could be so incredibly quick.
Oh, fast out mid. Long's gonna be in some trouble, or is he? He steps out with Demon, and the round is done instantly. And 3 versus 5. No game to play. Symmetry does miss, and caught, and B-side open. A mistake here from Foot. But Sadson not launching himself so quickly. Maybe hurt the player burning. And then, oh my goodness. Demon instant headshot once again. And Foot have a handle on it. Ancient is dominance. My god. I mean, Foot right now are hitting the type of shots. They're hitting the type of shots you see like on Instagram Reels, dude. Like, what is this? I mean, turn this Demon game into a TikTok or something, because these shots are ridiculous. Good entertainment for the Zoomers out there.
Yeah, what it looks like to peek into Demon definitely needs to be looked at right now. I wanted to see that that headshot that he got on Dumao from his perspective. Just didn't get a chance to strike. And that's what everyone facing Demon right now is feeling. While Foot lose a little bit of control, there's always just 2 more around the corner that are punishing. Any sort of ground that you can gain out of Legacy is getting ripped away from them swiftly. It's a half by here. Again, every round that rattles off, Footer screaming, staring you down, and Legacy have to face that head on. And again, they've used their last time out already. You can see the pressures rising in their camp. So no time on their end to dictate the pace and slow the way that Foot are playing these rounds out. But Nissim going to speed things up, and that's a big entry that they need to find. Nissim backs it up with a double this time. The script's been flipped, and Legacy gained ground on a scrappy half by here. Could take it all the way.
Sure. That's the way we're going to pull it back, right? The momentum of their own. Lux holding this close off angle with an AWP. And Lonks likes his AK, so he will keep it. Momentum is the name of the game between these two teams. Again, both such explosive Counter-Strike rosters. It's really been Foot doing all the screaming, though, today. Even when Legacy pick up rounds, they're locked in. And I honestly feel like that's when Legacy are kind of at their weakest, is when they don't have the momentum and the flow state across every player on their team. Kind of got shut down yesterday by BC Game, and it definitely has left a bit of a mark on them. And Foot still in the lead, still saving guns, and still with good money. Legacy is that round just a flash in the pan.
Just requires a Nissan double entry here. Has been a bright spot on that first half. I was looking super promising, but that is the only round they've been afforded so far on this T side. Requires a Nissan double entry. Can they replicate that success here? Trying to get Numau set up. HEs and flashes just leave him limited. At least he escapes with his life, but lucky to even do that. Mid-hold has been very strong at the foot in the opening stages, and it's going to queue up for a fast reaction. Lotto, is he prepared for this aggression down the ramp? Shadow gives him up, and the flash goes over the head of Kerbeni for an easy pick.
Four versus 5. They've only got a single smoke, single flash. One player's worth of utility across 4 players. Legacy will have to rely on their explosiveness to win this round.
Literally, they just tossed an HE to cross through Donut. Spotted out nothing, and they found a vulnerability in the defense right now. Jugs turning that corner, doing even more damage to Dumau, but Nissim does it again. Another breakthrough moment, sidelined by Demon, though. They make the cross in towards CT spawn, trying to make some strides on him, but Sadzik can't follow it up with a kill, and that leaves Bomb on the floor, and Dumau, low on HP, cannot recover. All on the shoulders of Lux without the bomb in hand. A smoke to try and scoop it up. And maybe it can at least give him a chance, but there's this flank that's still formulating. Kerbeni looks like he's the contingency plan if need be. Demon just spams him straight with the USP. And Foot get right back on track.
Just 2 rounds away. And Demon hitting everything. Proving himself to be the superstar that people are anticipating.
Question about it. On that that list there, the top 50 prospects, he wasn't quite showing his full form yesterday, but this is why they touted him in that list. He's showing the firepower. Huge gap, though, could be exploited on this B side. Overlooked. Lux speeding things up, doesn't check the cubby, though, and Demon does it again. More damage on this B hold. Consistently finding these headshots and now staying alive and staying elusive, trusting his teammates to back him up here. A 5v3 advantage as they can't take the space in towards Cave.
Yeah, we've got a flurry of frags, a team kill even in the mix from Demon. And so it's Sadzin. 1 versus 3. And now getting flanked. Peeked from multiple different angles. Demon just needs to not give his life up, but a molly is perfect. Nowhere to stand here for Sadzin in this clutch. This could be series point legacy. Another lead could be blown in this tournament, and this one to knock him out. Sadzin caught, and Foot. Series point. From down 8-4 on their pick. Demon showing up to be the superstar of this Foot roster. And to give themselves a chance in stage 2.
I mentioned that flow state right now. Demon's absolutely in it. Every move he's making is the right one. Being able to link up with his teammates in Cave by pushing that smoke. A little bit of risk taking, but with the chaos that was being put on display there for Legacy, they couldn't gain any traction. And Lonks tucked into the cubby. Taking a lot of damage. They're going down to 6 HP. Chance to stay alive here for Legacy. Taking down a heavy hitter. Kerbeni's also been heated up, but he goes on checking the corner there. Lotto gets away with the freebie. There's a nice dismissal there as well. Sadson with a Tech 9. Follow-up damage. Lonk's gonna have a tough time committing on this hold in the red room. Maybe it's time for another star to show up. Symmetry. Focused in, almost hits the collateral, will take one instead. Having to dance in between this temple position, finds the follow-up as well. Can he keep it up? Close range duel, given over by Lux. He won't fully commit around the corner though, so he'll stay alive for a little while longer. Looking to get Demon online in this clutch here. A 1v3 required, the fitting player to try and close it out, but Lux catches him, moving past the smoke. And Legacy are going to stay alive another round longer.
There was a moment where Symmetry, unscoped as well, had an opportunity to actually land that shot and get them back into the round. So a timeout will come through from Foot to settle things. This is an economy-breaking round for them. Down the stretch, not another overtime game for this young team.
I mean, they've been in a position, series point on the line, where the pressure's on you to close it out, and finally Legacy pull through another round out of the hat. We'll try and play aggro there, get forced on back. Coolio trying to keep his team's nerves nice and low here. So we see this, what could be game-defining round come through. Close it out here, you're going to make your lives way easier. If you miss it, money's going to be a bit low, the problem's going to arise. Both these teams' leads, not necessarily any guarantee of closure. They have one more round in them, that's all they need.
Every opening pick means the world here to Foot. Any double kill pushes them forward. This bracket.
Looking for an active play here, but the speed defense is
Solo
going to be
B
left
defense.
vulnerable in the meantime. They're trying to recover mid, but Benny going to be put on an island here. Has to buy a little bit of time here. That smoke's going to help out big time. The K pressure coming through, and it's another kill from Nissim to open up proceedings. HE to blow from the smoke. Doesn't allow for any visual here just yet. Demon looking for some smoke spam, but it's actually the Opper that is going to equalize.
Otto holding this line, gets blinded and dealt with. Symmetry knows, clears forward. Demon nearly to spray transfer. 2 versus 3, 1 versus 3. Elimination for Legacy as Foot will continue here in stage 1. Jugs letting them know this 19-year-old squad will continue playing here at IEM Krakow after being down 8-4. They pull off the comeback against a huge favorite in the form of Legacy. Big time ranking increase for this young squad. Legacy will have to bow out.
And it's a good feeling here for this Foot squad. You just managed to bypass what haunted you yesterday. You see a turn up in the performance from Legacy when 12 is hit by Foot, but a timeout called. Nerves get cooled off, and they close things down in a 2-0 fashion, making sure to make good on this closing statement here. Taking down Legacy, you tried to put up a good fight there, but like you said, you know, that one defeat versus BC game on Overpass definitely felt like it was lingering here today. And never really got the energy, that momentum that we know and love out of this team. The screams, the loudness out of a player like Dumao didn't feel like it was present, and that showed in the server.
Yeah, just a bit disappointing, right? Flat is what Legacy felt like today. It was really Nissim bringing in all of the highlights. There wasn't any crazy maneuvers as well from Dumao that he was able to get away with. The team wasn't really in the same flow state that wins them tournaments and lets them pull off big upsets. Instead, it was the mentality of an average team we saw here from Legacy. We know what their peak is like, but sometimes their floor could use a little bit of work as they bow out in last place here at IEM Krakow.
An exciting recovery for Foot. They're going to look to continue the conversation for a team that needed a win like this to kind of nullify the pain of yesterday. And you can tell how much it means to this squad to keep up the conversation, to try and fight for, you know, a stage 2 performance as well. Still in the cards for this squad that's looking to pull through some big victories. And again, you know, a nice strong 2-0, being able to work through a couple different maps, being able to come back into Ancient as well, down 8-4. You know, all of these are defining aspects of this team here and looking a lot sharper today.
Yeah, I think for the side of Foot as well, they have a huge opportunity in this bracket. They need to pull off a big win. They will be playing against the loser of Liquid versus G2 as well. So a very difficult opponent in front of them, but what could be a career-defining match for them as well. This is, again, their very first IEM. And for the side of Foot, anything is possible. Any win is growth for such a young team. I mean, of course, we're going to be seeing more of them in this tournament, but we can also just see what their potential is like. This singular win, for the record as well, Cole, gives them an extra 30 VRS and tons of ranking points. They are putting themselves in major contention with every win here at IEM Krakow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big detail here. And again, an opportunity to move forward into the next stage, staying alive here as well. So exciting stuff, but we do have, I believe, an exit interview going on there with Dumao over at Legacy. So we'll go and send it off to that.
It's the end of the road for Legacy here at IEM Krakow, and Dumao. Just gonna ask the open question first off, right? What went wrong today?
Today was, to be honest, now I'm thinking because I don't know, but at least we did what we expect to do as a team. But they played better, so for me that's what happened. I don't know about details now because too much things, but that's pretty much
Yeah, of course, we talked before the match and you were saying how yesterday you felt like you lost yourself a little bit as a team. And I do think that in this case, maybe a similar thing might have happened with Foot being able to come back, right? Is there some perspective you have on that, on some things that you really do need to kind of work on going forward?
Yeah, of course, we have to work a bit of ourselves as a team, to be more a unity in hard times. But I think the game was 50-50. Our expectations was easy. The game wasn't being easy, you know. We knew it, but I think for now, its most part is we have to work a bit on ourselves as a team, so we don't lose ourselves when we are playing. But to be honest, now I don't know too much about details, just about feelings in the game. So a bit of a hot head, but that's it. Yeah,
no, I understand it. So I'll let you go. Thank you very much for this.
Cool.
Sorry, man.
Thank you. And so we are back in. Yeah, some words there from Dumao about his elimination. Definitely higher expectations there for the side of Legacy. We just know what their peak can be, but unable to really hit that. And that kind of finds them as a squad who can get upset left and right or fall apart in certain matches. It's a really live by the sword and die by their sword of what that momentum is on this squad.
Yeah, and I mean, again, for a team that we have high expectations for, showed their peak. Disappointing to see them go so early, but we do got our 3 teams that were eliminated here on the B stream. Bait going out early as well. Obviously, they've got some new opping into the mix. Passion UA looking really good on Overpass, but can't quite flesh out the rest of their vetoes. And then, of course, Legacy, who felt like they started off this event with heartbreak and just never got to recover from it, could they?
Yeah, it's just so many just advantageous situations and big leads as well, and just broken through by the firepower of their opponents. That is what this Foot roster really brings to the table, and that's what allows them to pull off these upsets. So just got to have some cleaner gameplay, I think, here from Legacy. And I think it's just a mental factor, more so than what Dumao was saying. It's not just the team. The team played fine, but mentality on an individual level was missing.
Yeah, not the same fire that we expect out of Legacy. I'll hope to see them soon, but for the upcoming matchup, still a lot of teams being able to progress forward. Paravision continuing a very exciting story and making it to the next stage. I think expectations set very high for that roster, as they've been showing consistent form. The Jane Revival looking back there, 3D Max capitalizing and looking so much stronger today. I know they weren't super happy with how they played yesterday, even though they got the victory and took it round by round, but ending up in a position where they're able to sweep BC game, doing so in pretty easy fashion is a great story for them.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we're seeing this matchup between Astralis and NRG. Bro gets take on his former organization. It's always spicy with that one. And NRG looking for a potential big win to advance into stage 2. Considering those list of eliminated teams, it would be a big surprise for NRG to push through. We also have Gamer Legion and Heroic as well in an elimination game and BC game versus the Ninjas in Pyjamas. That's going to be a really, really fun one. And we're putting together our schedule as well, as the G2 Liquid game is still ongoing as well. So Foot are still awaiting their opponent. They can go ahead, lean back in their chairs, and go ahead and watch a little bit of that game.
Yeah, I mean, whoever it's going to be, right, Liquid or G2, it's going to be another one of these tasks for a team. Whereas I feel like experience-wise, you know, Legacy and Foot on a similar path, you're looking at, you know, whoever they're playing up next, and it's going to be that similar fashion of having to take down a roster who's looking sharp, who has that experience, and is going to be able to pull back any game. So Foot going to be put to the same test that they were on their opening day.
Yeah, looking for that big win right here for Foot tomorrow, as we're getting ready to set it off for tomorrow's matches as well. Schedule looking to be pulled up, I believe, and checking on that. Yeah, because we're still waiting for Liquid and G2 to finish on up. So do tune into that one, as we're going to close it down here for the B stream today. We will go ahead and see you all tomorrow as IEM Krakow continues. Stage 1, final day. Check it out.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is it?
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Chex, and the City of Krakow.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, This is Basement Dwellers' first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Possible, and right now that bar is 4.
He's talking directly to Shuey here. It's rough when you take a look at the scoreboard as well. Crimbo, Shuey, and Nerds, 8 frags combined.
I just took my ear cup off. I'm going to do that more in the timeout.
Did you hear it?
I think I can hear it.
Oh, that's cool.
If I do it.
Okay.
Especially if they're directly below us. So this isn't a force buy. This is just a half buy, and they'll...
A half buy that you really need to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, you know, you could have had 2 bad buys, or you can have at least 1 good buy, and maybe a bye-bye.
Bye-bye-bye.
Oh,
they've even got the
harass
geeky
nade.
HE.
Man, come on.
It's supposed to be hard to throw. Oh no, Crimbo, Windy in his room. Oh, it's just a disaster. Mattis runs into the site and just ends the round. That's it. That's round 9 for G2's T-side. He's such an asset for G2, is Mattis.
Yeah, good pickup.
Brutal, brutal.
Him and Heavy got very excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think supported by the likes of Hunter and Sampayas, you've got a really solid core.
They're winning 9-2 with 4 openings on the T side.
4 openings on the T side.
Yeah,
for
right.
9 rounds.
Ultimate's 4-1.
Wow.
Elige is 2-0. Nerds has got 1. But they're still just dominating them, despite of that. So it means that their reactions are on point. They've definitely been in the lab. Really prioritizing window smokes and the deep, dark smoke. That's been consistent. And then they've even had some nifty pieces of utility that they've...
Guy on book. He didn't hit me once. He didn't hit me once.
Well, they're having fun.
Easy to do so when you're on T-side Anubis and you're up 9-2. Is Ultimate going to test the hole? He is going to try and find that stairs angle. No one willing to oblige it early.
Now he's kind of susceptible if they start to contact. He doesn't have help. So his back's turned.
This is going to look really silly. Ooh, just in time, he's on the line. Quick one for 2. Wow, he saves his high. Just shows just how good he is with that sniper rifle. And Matt is even perfectly timing his evasive retreat.
You wish you had this more consistently from Ultimate, don't you? That could elevate Liquid. But good performance here today.
I'm curious to see if people will start wallbanging this as well. You know, like from here, you could wallbang some Pius through the board, through the bridge boards.
I think the problem is you want to do that more early in the round when they're set up.
Right, when they're behind the smoke and
that's
stuff.
where you could be mollied and naded.
True.
This is to salvage the 3rd. So 4v3, G2 hit the brakes. Starting to whir into action towards middle now. Shui's taking an awful lot of spaces, so they're grouped up. G2, they're going to use the AWP on the line. Can Mattis hit another banger?
Can Nerds just win this duel? No, he can't. Mattis is... The death POV is so rapid. He's really quick on the draw.
So the problem is 2 players towards A. They don't know it. 30 seconds, still staying quiet, and so many nades.
I think they've got the right bodies in the right place for this A-Rap. You've got a main occupation. You've got someone Heaven. Elige, I think he's been spotted. Okay, holds his ground, stands for 1. Traded by Heavy God, but Shuey perfectly positioned, was overlooked completely. Heavy God had his nades out.
All right, to salvage for the half. Zampias, 10 seconds. You got to make a play.
Yeah, well, the play is plant. Whoa, no, it's not. Okay,
no
he hears them both, and there's no time to win the round. That's going to be 3. Liquid have just enough to keep us interested. Something of a conversation into the second half of play. G2, though, storming in the lead. We'll swap sides, and we'll be right back.